One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is Endurance.
The second day of the Hankook 12 Hours of Hockenheimring, part 2 of the race, less than 30 minutes away now, and thank you for joining RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We're in sound and vision, perfectly synced on the Radio Show Limited website, as always, and this is round 4 of the 24H series for season 2021. 8 races in total, and the second visit that we have done in sequential years to this track in Germany. So it's great to be here with a number of teams based in this country. So the journey to the track has been relatively simple, but a reminder of where we have been so far in 2021. Way back in January, the traditional starting fixture for the Creventic season is the Dubai 24 Hours over the 14th, 15th and 16th of January. Then a fairly long pause. We were unsure whether Mugello might happen in its usual slot, but thankfully it did at the end of March in the mountains of Tuscany, and the 12 Hours of Mugello was a split race across Friday and Saturday, and then a straight through 12-hour race in the south of France at Circuit Paul Ricard for the 23rd and 24th of April. Another win for the Herbert Porsche. Hockenheim obviously this weekend, then nothing in June, but 2 24-hour races in Portugal and Barcelona follow. The Copa Florio, the second of those events, takes place at the start of October for the Copa Florio 12 Hours of Sicily. And finally, in November, it is the 24 Hours of Sebring on the historic concrete in Florida. So lots of drivers up and down the field. Very much looking forward to a visit to the US. That's not a first for Creventic, but previously we've been to Austin, Texas, to the visit for COTA. But Sebring it is in 2021. So if you weren't with us yesterday, plenty to tell you about, because there were stories up and down the field, and some of them rather negative, although we still had a decent amount of cars running by the end of the event. So let me describe to you what happened through the course of the weekend. So a Czech Republic / Slovakia combination for the number 11 Ferrari for Middlecap Racing with Scuderia Praha and their drivers Denis Vacek, Matus Weibo, and the superstar really in that lineup, Josef Kral, although he's still, as we recognised yesterday, only a semi-pro, a silver-rated driver by the FIA, but put plenty of mileage in yesterday, bookending the first 6.5 hours, and they start in a strong position. Although, having said that, despite the 20-odd second lead that he had, it's more than that, actually 40 seconds I think it was by the flag, 40.9 seconds as an advantage for the Ferrari, that evaporates completely overnight and now becomes a matter of metres between the number 11 Ferrari and the 66 Higeli by T2 Racing Porsche. Just getting word of an issue for the 88 machine today, and this is the car collection Audi, the second of the two German team cars, and the 88 has had a rotation on the run through the Parabolica at turn 5 on the approach to 6. That's a strange old place to have a spin because it's well before the braking point. Maybe some excessive tyre weaving there to build some temperature into the Hankooks on the release lap, and it has gone left and I think tagged the Armco barrier as well. So there is now concern for the car that was due to start from 7th position. It is moving again, but there does look to be some damage. Yeah, there is on the front of that car. And the dive planes are still intact on the front right corner, but the front splitter well out of alignment. Of course, the team can't really address that because we're still technically in parc fermé conditions. It's not until the green flag waves that the team can really start to attempt to fix that. So they won't be able to tape it up on the grid, is my understanding. You can adjust door mirrors, you can clean screens, you can even change your driver. That's the most extreme thing you can do, so you don't necessarily have to start this chunk of the race with yesterday's pilot. But anything like repair work, and unexpected repair work, is out of the equation. These cars have been warmed up in the last half an hour or so in their overnight parking position in the fueling area. And we will get more news on that right now. In fact, we'll hear from Joe Bradley in just a second. But Ben Constanduros is watching these cars arrive on the grid. Good afternoon, Ben.
Hello, boys. Welcome along to Hockenheim. Just a stone's throw away from the village of Hockenheim, this circuit. Separated by a motorway, but I'm sure it wasn't back in the day. And we've had a quite leisurely morning, as the 24H series only kicking off local time at 2:30. Now, it's important to note there are umbrellas out, very beautifully modelled, umbrellas around. There has been rain around as well throughout the morning. But until this board, come here, I'll show you. Until that is shown by the officials, none of our cars are allowed to change to wet tyres. And at the moment, it is not raining, and therefore that has not been shown, and therefore they must stay on the dry tyres in which they're used. But maybe the Audi that had a little spin, the 88 machine, caught a little puddle out there, because actually as I walked to the grid, it was probably raining as hard as we've seen throughout the morning. An opportunity, therefore, for the mechanics at least to have a poke around the car, have a look to see what damage might have been done in the first 6.5 hours yesterday, because these cars were in parc fermé, and parc fermé was vast. They were parked miles away from any barrier, allowing even a marshal to have a quick look over the barrier. So they haven't had a chance to really get anywhere near these cars and have a poke around to see if there's any damage. We did see yesterday a tiny bit of damage on the Ferrari on the left front corner. There's a tiny bit of damage on the back of the Porsche, just that one of the little planes on the diffuser just very slightly nicked by somebody at some point, just a little bit of contact between the two. So that's our front row. And then the third of the cars that is on the lead lap is the Lamborghini. Now, I've had a little poke around to see if the Lamborghini's got too much damage, and it looks pretty clean. So those boys have done a really good job to get themselves in that position. And from, I think, about a minute away last night, they're now, 50 metres away from the lead of the race. Unfortunately, however, the car behind us, just here, the 85, these boys not on the lead lap, so a little bit more work to do, but they had a lovely evening in our hotel last night, got themselves a takeaway and a whole room, and had a nice little celebration and a nice lazy morning, lots of stories being told about racing. Now, we do need to go and see if that Audi has got any damages. As you see, the rain starts to fall again, so this is going to be really tricky for the drivers. Most of the time, this kind of rain is kind of mental rain, if you like. It's not rain that is going to wet the track too much, but it is going to kind of psych out the drivers just a little bit. The 18 car was on the lead lap, but then went in the pits quite late on at the end of yesterday's race, putting them back a couple of laps. But I think they're in a strong position, fuel and tyres wise. Everything's pretty new on that car, so they'll be able to go long, unlike the Lamborghini that I think probably only has about 15-20 minutes of fuel. Now, Johnny, you said the 18 car had a spin, the 88 car, so this is the 88 car here. Let's see if it's okay. Well, I would say that's less okay. Down the front there, certainly some splitter damage. Now the mechanics can look at it. They can't do anything about it. There is no tape. There are no people doing anything. And of course, the slick tyres would have been absolutely the reason why that car went around. The cars, of course, the GT3 car has traction control and ABS, and you can play around with the settings. It might have been that they changed driver and that the settings in the car were not the settings that the driver wanted. So let's have a quick look. Is there anything else damaged? No, the back end is absolutely fine. So it is just that slightly dinked splitter. Hopefully it doesn't fracture about too much. Right, further down the grid. Over here, Sebastian. The 92 problem is fixed now. Remember, they had a drive shaft issue on the rear right-hand corner of that car, and when trying to replace the drive shaft, it wouldn't sit in the new hub or the old hub. So they were kind of learning on the job, trying to work out why that drive shaft wouldn't fit. Eventually it did, but they, rather than losing half an hour, lost about 2 hours. So big shame for them, but 5.5 hours worth of experience in our Ferrari to contend with. My favourite livery on the grid, the 719, just looks stunning, and actually they've done a really good job to keep that car pretty clean, not necessarily on the pace, one of our newbies, but that dark green and red just looks so good, doesn't it? And again, having a poke around, there is very little in terms of scratches or damage, so that's nice. One question mark is not going to be able to get down there, but one question mark that we do have is on the TCR 188. We spoke to Stéphane Perrin, who was leading that class till quite late on in yesterday's race. And when we spoke to him, he said he lost his brakes 2 laps before the end. That, of course, that problem will be carried into today. They won't have been able to change anything. So he would have done a lap to the grid. He would have been able to feel whether those brakes have come back. And it might be that he has to dive directly into the pits to get the car fixed before progressing further. That'd be a big shame for AC Motorsport, because other than the mistake from Matteo Drudi in qualifying yesterday morning, they've had a really good run of things. The other car that's great to see out on the grid is the Brukers Porsche. You might remember yesterday, amazing story where the wheel got stuck on the hub on the rear left corner, and the mechanics spent a good hour trying to get that wheel off. Once they had done so, they had really not damaged very much of the car. And so about 10 minutes before the end, they were able to get the car back out. And as you can see, lots and lots of lube on that nut to make sure it doesn't happen again, because that, I think, is the same hub that had the issue before. And this, of course, a new car to them as well. So they're enjoying and learning. They're way, way down, but they'll have lots and lots of fun. And I think Ivo is in the car getting ready. Rick doesn't look like he's very ready for anything other than a nice pub lunch. Not great conditions for a pub lunch, though, today. They are open, and that's what many people are doing in Hockenheim right now. But on terraces under the rain, well, I suppose it's a very English thing. Joe Bradley would be doing that, wouldn't he? Let's go back to you guys back in London.
Ben Constanduros, just trying to judge the weather, and I think many other people on the grid are doing a similar thing. No umbrellas just yet, but clearly there's a bit of moisture out there, and as those drivers were trying to feel for a bit of grip, those ones installed for the installation lap, obviously we've had the big error for car 88, but others out on slicks, which still seems to me to be the more sensible option. Just the potential of losing a little bit of grip here and there. Some things have changed overnight purely because of where the classes finished in relation to the overall leader, being the number 11 Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari. It's quite complicated, but what it has done is nicely concertinaed the TCE battle, and I was hoping for 4 TCE cars on the lead lap come the restart this afternoon. It's actually 3, but 3 TCR cars, and of course that big question mark about how far the 188 machine can go. with next to no brakes, according to Stéphane Perrin. But as the grid is starting to be cleared, 5 red lights become 4, which means 4 minutes before the cars are released onto their 2 formation laps. We'll get back to Ben Constanduros very, very shortly, but delighted to say that joining me again for the first segment of today's 5.5 hours is Joe Bradley. And we've mentioned about weather, Joe, and it actually probably playing ball. Well, the suggestion, at least at the moment, is this first half an hour is going to be a little doubtful.
Afternoon, Johnny. Afternoon, everybody. Hey, listen to this. I'm not sure if you heard that. Did you hear that bang? That was my weather app going out of the window, Johnny. I was working with that all day yesterday, and they said today was going to be today was going to be beautiful. 18 degrees highs, and what has it done? It was completely and utterly wrong. We've got the chance of rain, and you know what? We're kind of in the entertainment business, aren't we, in this sport? And a little bit of precipitation might just mix things up. I've got to say, I'm very excited for the remaining 5.5 hours, Johnny. It's still all to race for in all of our classes. And you mentioned there 3 TCR cars forming the lead lap of the TCE race. You can't discount Colin White in that CWS Engineering Ginetta, though. He's off the lead lap. But just watch the tactic that team employs. And I'm pretty sure that we're going to see Colin back onto that lead lap.
Well, let's give you the starting grid as best as I can make sense of it, because there are 3 cars on the lead lap in the GT3 part of the field. So the number 11 Middlecat Racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari that led overnight has Joseph Kral again as its starting driver. 207 laps completed yesterday, and we continue from that point on into the next 5.5 hours. Also, having completed 207 laps, is the 66 Higeli by T2 Racing Porsche, due to be started by Mark Basseng, and the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, also on the lead lap, with Brendan Leach, the New Zealander, scheduled to start that car from 3rd place. First car having completed fewer than 207 laps is the CP Racing Mercedes, 206 to its name, and Charles Espenlaub will be starting as he did yesterday. 205 laps completed for the 18 Rutronic Racing by TECE Audi. That's another GT3 entry with Sven Herberger at the wheel for the first stint. And then the number 34 Car Collection Audi, which has completed 204 laps. So they're all going, there's 1 lap between, basically, CP Racing, Rutronic Racing and Car Collection Motorsport. And a further lap back is the 88 Car Collection Motorsport Audi, the red one that had its spin on the installation lap for Christian Kranenberg. MP Racing Mercedes due to come next, but that's taken a 10-lap penalty overnight because it was in the garage, you may remember. It'll start 9th in reality, but should be fixed now. 172 laps for the MP Racing Mercedes for the Italian team. And one car I haven't mentioned is the 92 Herbert Motorsport car, which is due to start from 9th place. It's a Ferrari, remember, not a Porsche. 133 laps completed for the 8th place GT3 car. Then into the Porsche Cup division, 196 laps completed for the 719, the 911 Racing Porsche. That's the one that Ben's a big fan of, particularly its livery. The 701 Vortex V8 starts 11th with 171 laps completed. And then the 999 Red Camel Jordans.NL, which has done 140 laps. The 724 Reiter Engineering KTM finished yesterday's part of the race in the pits. Actually takes a 12-lap penalty overnight, so that puts it back to 187 laps completed. Also, next door in the same Reiter Engineering garage, the 725 wasn't able to take the flag yesterday, so that will only start with 78 laps to its name. 15th position for the 925 Baz Kooten Racing Porsche, 199 laps there. Given a lap back again overnight, this is interesting, the 991 NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten car doesn't quite put it on the lead lap, but it is given 1 lap back at least, so it's only a lap off the lead now in the 991 class. And a similar situation for the Willy Motorsport by EB Motors 955 Porsche. That's also on 198 laps completed. 4th position in the 991 class is the 909 Duvo Racing Porsche with 197 laps. The 920 Stadler Motorsport Porsche, 192 laps completed for that. But another car that didn't take the checker last night was the heavily damaged, with rear suspension failure this time, the 989 MRS GT Racing Porsche. 10 laps taken away from it. It'll start on 129 therefore. And finally, the GT4 cars, 2 of them, ST Racing's BMW number 438. That'll start with 191 laps to its name. 6 laps back is the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage car 401. So there you go. There's your GT field. Very close as well as it is in the TCE series. And the leading cars, after 189 laps completed, the number 1 Autorama Motorsport VW Golf, the 188 AC Motorsport Audi, and the 112 Autorama Golf as well. They're all on 189 laps, so we're set for a fair fight between those 3. Then you've got the 105 GSR Motorsport car from the Lithuanian squad. They have a Golf as well. 184 laps completed after they got a lap added to their tally last night. And the 131 Top Car Sport Cupra are on 180. In TCX, the CWS Engineering Ginetta starts on 188, so that's only 1 lap back from the 3 TCR leaders. The Munkhoff Racing BMW starts on 186, and the Autorama Seat Leon Cup Racer, number 211, starts on 181. I hope that makes sense to you. What we are guaranteed is 3 cars on the lead lap in GT3, 3 cars on the lead lap in the TCE field, with the Ginetta, I guarantee you this, will be snapping at their heels, because I think Colin and John are in a good position to be restarting this race on Sunday. We are not very far away from 2:30 in the afternoon. Alfred Renauer's Ferrari, you can hear his 3.9 litre V8 in the background as we enjoy the various car noises that we can experience over the next 5.5 hours. Just as soon as we've whipped our way through the field, I'll nip down to Ben if we've time before we start the race. The 18 car is another machine we can enjoy the sounds of, being the normally aspirated 5.2 litre V10 of Sven Herberger, who starts his number 18 Rutronic racing car from 5th position. Windscreen wiper in action, I notice, as the rain continues to sprinkle at the very least. The other Audi in the field, or another Audi in the field, is the Max Edelhoff-driven 34 Car Collection motorsport car. The 88, which has damage on the nose, remember. How quickly will this car pit? At the end of the first lap, quite possibly, or unless Christian Kranenberg is happy with how the car is behaving, but at slower speeds. The 66 Higeli by T2 Racing Porsche in its Dayglow yellow colours will start from 2nd position and on the lead lap for Mark Basseng. He's pursuing Josef Kral as we speak. The treble 9 Porsche from Red Camel Jordans.nl. Now, thankfully, with a rear left wheel that they can take off the car and put back on again as well. At least that's the plan. The 989 Porsche had to be heavily repaired overnight, so this car is 10 laps further back than yesterday and will start from 6th position in the 991 division. The 112 car is the VW Golf in the TCR field, 3rd position in the order behind the 188 Audi and behind the number 1 Golf. And the Autorama number 1 car, as I mentioned it, is driven by Emil Heyerdahl. He's starting from pole position in the TCE series. And finally, the 105 car for Rimvidas Savikas in the GSR Motorsport VW Golf of Lithuania. So half a lap of formation still to go. I reckon we can just nip down to Ben very quickly for a story before we start.
Unfortunately, one car in the pits that will not take the start is the 725 KTM. They had a multitude of issues yesterday, as you remember, and in fact changed an engine because they damaged it so much in yesterday's race. Went 100 laps down, and basically the driver said, hey, we can't be, we're too far back, we're not going to play tomorrow. The source of the issue was because they were racing here last weekend in GT2. They had to change settings from GT2 to GTX, and they made a slight technical issue with the electrics, and that is why the engine eventually failed, and that is why they're not with us today.
Sad news, but thank you for the update nevertheless, and let's hope that everybody else has a trouble-free run between now and 8 o'clock tonight. It does seem a bit of a big ask because it was incident-packed throughout the 6.5 hours yesterday. The second ever 12 hours of Hockenheim Ring, powered by Hankook, brought to you by the 24H series and promoted and organised, of course, by the Dutch organisation based in Hennep, Creventic. And we have been with Creventic every step of the way for the last number of seasons here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. 2x2 formation for the race then, as we're about to get underway for the second day of 2. 5.5 hours to get started, with Ferrari versus Porsche on the lead lap. Also the Lamborghini is on 207 laps as well, and it's the Lambo that starts pretty well, tries to get the overlap on the Ferrari, and it'll be the Porsche for Hegeli by T2 Racing around the outside though to take the race lead. So remember that Porsche finished 41 seconds down at the flag yesterday, but now leads the race properly because it gained all that time back again overnight. And Mark Basseng ahead of Josef Kral. Let's see what the Czech driver can do by way of a response. It's a good getaway for the 88 Audi, but it doesn't quite seem to have the speed compared to the Porsche Cup cars. So is that the damage for the front splitter when it left the road in roundabout this location at the Parabolica on the installation lap from the Parc Ferme area to the grid itself? First, second, third being Porsche for Hegeli, Ferrari for Middlecap, and the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. Then a lap down is the 85 Mercedes for CP Racing. Way out wide, out of turn 6, is the 701 Vortex, which has had to have quite a bit of repair work done to that yesterday as well. Audi's running 5th and 6th places, with Max Edelhoff in the white and blue car ahead of car number 18, Sven Herberger. So he's managed to pull that move off on the opening couple of corners. So into the arena section for the first time, it's the bright yellow and red Hegeli by T2 Racing Porsche of Mark Basseng, Joe Bradley, who's managed to get the jump, surprisingly for me, but it was a cracking move around the outside of Josef Kral at turn number 1.
That outside line just gave him the momentum, didn't it? He could just keep his foot in, and the momentum carried him round the outside of the Ferrari. They crossed the line and complete lap number 1 of this 5.5 hour final segment of this race. And the body language of Josef Kral as he was following him through that sequence of corners before the arena was that he was in a bit of a hurry to get by the Porsche. He did not want to be stifled in any way. However, Johnny, I think that's going to be a big ask. Mark Basseng, very experienced driver in all sorts of cars, and he's really showing that experience and bringing it to the fore there, leading this field across the line for the first time.
58 across the line and suffering issues now. Thomas Gosner, who is the father of David and Karina and Manuela, although Manuela Gosner not racing this weekend. But the 58 car had to end yesterday's chunk of the race in the garage. Obviously they were working on that fairly late into the evening, and as a result it took a 10-lap penalty overnight, so started with 172 laps to its name. Obviously whatever the work they have done to that car overnight hasn't quite cured all of its problems though, because it's looking pretty slow in the opening couple of laps. Mark Basseng is under a huge amount of pressure now, heading into turns 8, 9 and 10, and then out onto the short straight which connects that relatively new section around the Mercedes grandstand to the old arena section, which you arrive at high speed into that 90-degree right-hander at the corner known as Mobile 1. Then into the Sachs curva, where the Porsche takes the slightly higher line, Joe, but the Ferrari tighter on the exit. Doesn't quite work for him, though, for Josef Kral on the route out of there. Close under braking, though, Joe.
It's through 7 into the tight Mercedes bend, turn number 8, and then out of there through that sweeping left, and then into the arena. The Ferrari is literally all over the rear end of the Porsche, but clearly the Porsche seems to have better top line speed and better power on the long straights here at Hockenheim, and you'll see him pull out. He's just gone through turn 1 now, heading towards turn 2 to heavy braking area into a very tight, almost hairpin through there, and this is all important, out of that hairpin through the left-hand sweep, and then it's that charge down into the hairpin, and the Ferrari right under the rear wing. Will he get a bit of a tow into the braking area through the sweeping left at turn 5, which is called the Parabolica, and Basseng already having to defend into the hairpin there, too wide into hairpin turn 6, and the Ferrari down the outside, but Basseng's got the line. The Ferrari might chop through into the inside, and it's a drag race, literally, down towards turn 7. They are side by side into turn 7. The Ferrari on the inside line. He's going to have the optimum line through, but no, they're side by side using all the curb, and it's the Porsche into the heavy braking of Mercedes. And the Porsche comes through, slides a little bit wide. That's allowed the Ferrari now on the left-hand side of the Porsche, and he's going to have to settle this down before they get back to the arena, Johnny, using all the track and more.
Well, Basseng ran wide out of the sequence around the Mercedes grandstand, sort of within his rights to do that, but gave Josef Kral no racing room, and therefore he was put all over the curbs on the approach to Mobil 1. This is allowing the Lamborghini of Brendan Leach to join the party as well, and not very far away, Charles Espenlaub, who possibly has the best seat in the house watching all of this unfold in front of him. Unfortunately, he can't take active part because the CP Racing Mercedes is a lap down, and into the pits comes the third-place Lamborghini Huracan for Lippert Motorsport. I think we said that may well be low on fuel. They were looking to get a good position overnight with the German squad, and very early on, after just 3 laps completed today, that Lamborghini peels off, and Brendan Leach, his first job, will probably not even to be to stop with the team. He'll go straight to the fueling area, would be my guesstimate. Brilliant driving from Mark Basseng, though. I mean, he had to put up a really strong defensive display yesterday from the 18 Rutronic Racing Audi. Remember that battle that went on for about the first 2 hours between Basseng and Elliot Earhart? Yeah. This is similar, but you fancy that Josef Kral just has that little bit more speed compared to yesterday's Audi in his middle cat racing with Scuderia Praha Ferrari. Should get the inside line on the run down towards turn 7. Now, can he outmuscle the Porsche before they get there? Basseng is good through the middle Porsche of the corner, but finally he makes it stick, does Josef Kral. The middle cat Ferrari is through, onto the brakes for turn 8 at Mercedes, and the 11 car back in front, Joe.
And Basseng will not want that to have happened. He did all he could, but it was clear the Ferrari had the better handling and the better performance through the twisty sections here at Hockenheim, and already we're seeing a gap being pulled out as they go into the iconic arena here at Hockenheim and into the sweeping 180-degree, slightly banked curve at Sachs Curve. That's the kind of icon picture that you see from Hockenheim coming out of the arena now, and as they sweep through the final 2 turns, 15 and 16 to complete another lap. The Ferrari has got the biggest gap we've seen between first and second so far. So there we've got the number 11 middle cap racing Ferrari off into the lead, and already Mark Basseng, who hung on in great form. You know what, Johnny, I'd like to commend those 2 drivers for racing so closely, but not at any time did they touch or make contact with one another.
No.
Great awareness of where they were on the track and where each other was on the track.
Clean but fair, wasn't it? Charles Espenlaub's now third on the road, but it doesn't give him any laps back. Of course, he's a lap behind the leading duo as we head to Ben Constanduras in the pits.
It was a full service for the Lamborghini tyres, and now down into the fuel bay where they can get a full tank of fuel. Remember, they were pitted yesterday in the last of our Code 60s and therefore could only take half a tank on, and that's why they really were running on fumes, but it gave them that track position at least. They will now fall into a space in the middle of the track where they won't have any traffic around them, so that's also a positive, I imagine, and this will then shake out 5.5 hours down the line. We also have MP Racing back in the pits. They did a big old service to make the Mercedes look a bit more like a Mercedes after yesterday's fracas, but I'm afraid more issues for that car at the rear end, and it may well be game over. But they've got some gentleman drivers and lady drivers still to kind of cycle through, so they'll do their very best to make sure they can get the car back out and at least give some drive time to their crew.
Yeah, Thomas, David and Karina Gosner, a real family affair at MP Racing. It's side by side for the number 1 VW Golf, which has now lost the lead that it had overnight. So the 112 Yannick Mettler car that, remember, started from 3rd position is now leading the TCE series by 1.3 seconds. Once you factor in yesterday's 6.5 hours and add it to today, 1.3 seconds is the net lead margin for Mettler over Mathieu Detry, the Belgian driving the AC Motorsport Audi, and Emil Heyerdahl, who started from pole position, has slipped back to third place in the other Autorama Motorsport VW Golf. Colin White, 1 lap back from those 3 TCR leaders, but he's starting to scamper away after them. And the ideal thing for Colin is to try and, well, get ahead of those 3 cars if possible, which would put him back onto the lead lap, albeit he'd have another 4.5 kilometres to try and find until he's with them again. So intense stuff, very much as we expected, Joe. Josef Kral and Mark Basseng, only 2.3 seconds between them. And the next thing I think we need to look out for is Charles Espenlaub. Well, I was about to say trying to get in front of Mark Basseng, but actually Espenlaub has allowed Max Edelhoff to slither through. Espenlaub is 2 laps ahead of Max. It's probably better to allow the blue and white Audi to just get in front and scamper away, because it doesn't demote the 85 Mercedes at all.
Absolutely. However, there's part of me that's thinking, hang on, we've got a 2-lap advantage here. We don't want to give any of that up. However, it would be silly at this stage to try and race really hard with a car that is 2 laps down, and there's still a lot of race left for that gap and that advantage to continue. There's no reason. I think you'll find with CP Racing, they're such a well-drilled and well-honed team that they'll just keep to their plan. They'll not get sort of involved in any kind of issues with other cars on the track unless they really need to, unless it was actually for position. They're very, very sensible. All of those 4 drivers, Charles Espenlaub at the wheel of the car at the moment, and he'll just follow that 34 car collection car around. He's got another Audi behind him on the road. However, is that the 18? I think it is. It's the 18. However, that 18 is a further lap down, so the car behind him on the road, however, it's a lap down. So if that car, the 18 Audi, gets by the CP Racing Mercedes, that's going to put them onto the same lap. So that's perhaps a little bit more important for Charles to perhaps keep at bay or delay as long as he can without putting too much risk into the equation.
So Josef Kral, lead lap. Mark Basseng second, also the lead lap, but 1 lap back for the 85 white, blue and red Mercedes of CP Racing. Then 2 laps back from the leader is the Sven Herberger Rutronic Racing Audi, car number 18, which is black with a little bit of red trim. The Brendan Leach Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini feeding back into the combination with that pit stop under its belt now. And it's interesting that Ben mentioned that they did tyres as well, so clearly the Hankooks on the Lamborghini were rather second-hand after yesterday's running. We knew it had to take fuel, but also a tyre change. But Brendan stays at the wheel and is now scored as 5th position, only 35 seconds or so behind the Sven Herberger car. We're already into traffic, though, with the GT3 leaders, GT Series leaders, catching the tail enders in the TCE part of the race. The top 3 in TCR heading into turn 6 at the hairpin, almost as one. They are being overtaken by the Munkhoff BMW as well. But that BMW, which is running where? 20th overall, but 5th in TCE, has Marco Poland again at the wheel, car number 210, and running in 2nd place in the TCX category. Very good fight between the AC Motorsport Audi with no brakes, we were told yesterday. Well, they're doing all right at the moment, ahead of the number 1 VW Golf, Joe. That
might have been a bit of pad knockoff, you know, the way that Stefan Perrin described that. He just went for the pedal and there was nothing there. That can be, that's when, due to the vibration of the car, the pads come away from contact with the disc. So your initial application on the brake pedal will close the gap between the pad and the disc. You've then got to come off the brake pedal and go back on before you get a firm brake pedal and the car actually starts to retard its progress. That might have been that. He kind of described it as being kind of a one-off, and it might have just caught him unawares. It might not be a regular thing, just again by the grace of God, because for sure that 188 Audi RS3 looks like it's keeping the pace, and if he did have a brake issue, that car would not be able to do what we're seeing it do right now. So I think whatever it was, and that would have been quite worrying for the team, they'll have been able to have only a visual inspection as they went through their warming up and starting up procedure in Parc Fermé. They weren't allowed to take any wheels off and the like, but they'll have been able to see what the fluids were like, and and have a bit of a visual. So, well done to them for keeping the car in the race and maintaining that position. But we'll keep a wary eye on that in case it manifests itself again.
Yeah, maybe a bit further down the line when it starts to cause a problem for the team. Mathieu Detry with the opening stint. Stefan Perrin will obviously have been reporting back to the crews yesterday, both in the car during his closing stint and out of it as well. And as Joe says, all you can do then is inspect visually, but you can't actually roll the sleeves up and do something to rectify the problem. Only one stopper in the early phase of this 5.5-hour chunk of the race, being the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. And the GT3 cars can generally do an hour, but of course most of them, or pretty much all of them, did not stop right at the end. They will have done a splash maybe with half an hour or so to go. So I am expecting some more pit stops in the next 15 to 20 minutes when the GT3 cars' tanks start to run dry. And speaking of pit stops, here comes the number 1 car for Emil Heyerdahl from third position. He restarted the race from the pole, but this car is due for some service as well, Joe.
Yeah, a bit of a shame that, because that was shaping up to be a cracking battle there, looking like the Heyerdahl number 1 was about to have a go taking that position from the Audi. However, the Audi continues round and Heyerdahl into the pits, and it looks like a full service as into the arena has gone the number 88, and it's spun off onto the infield of the Sachs curve. It's rejoining off the grass, Johnny. That 88 Audi is down in 7th overall, and that was the Audi we saw spinning, having a bit of a spin on the two, on actually coming round onto the grid, wasn't it? He was trying to get some heat into the tyres, and seemed to lose it and spun off and connected the barrier, not too heavily, but another spin for, I think it's Christian Kranenberg at the wheel of the 88. He's continuing around though, so he seems happy.
Yeah, I would agree that it's Kranenberg who's had the moment, and he also driving the car on slick tyres, we think, during the sort of semi-downpour. There was a very light shower which made that the track surface was greasy, and obviously he was trying to build some temperature into those Hankook tyres, lost the car and ended up nosing into the barrier, but it hasn't needed a pit so far for that frontal damage. Back to Ben, more stories from the pits. The number 1 car, the Golf, has just pitted from third position in TCE.
Yes, it has, and as we are aware with the TCR machines, they just changed the front tyres because the rear tyres don't really do very much, so I don't know how many stints they can do on the rear tyres, but it does seem like a lot. Just the front tyres changed, no driver change, now going down to fuel, but the left front did take a long time to go back on. Not really a problem, just a bit of finger trouble with the 5 different nuts that need to go onto a TCR car, unlike the GT3s that have the single central nut. The TCR cars have all 5, and so it's a bit more of a fiddly job, and unfortunately the man with the drill on the left-hand side didn't quite get it done as efficiently as he would have liked, but the car is safely back out now.
I was going to tell you a little bit about Christian Kranenberg, because it's not the first time we've seen him in the 24H series. He has raced with Car Collection Motorsport before, but actually not in GT3, interestingly. Car Collection entered in the TCR class in 2017 with an Audi, and he ran at Paul Ricard during the 24 hours that year, Christian Kranenberg, with Monica Parhofer and J.M. Littman. Funnily enough, Rick Breukers was in that car as well. So Christian Kranenberg experienced in the 24H series, but certainly not with the speed of these cars, Joe. First time, I reckon, ever behind the wheel of a GT3 car. Meanwhile, the Lippert Motorsport car, I think, is going to be having some good speed here, because I mean, Ben made a good point that they've put it back into a quieter area of the racetrack, so clear road in front. Now hopefully it can go a little quicker than perhaps Mark Basseng in the Higeli by T2 Racing Porsche. It's just set the fastest lap of the day, but obviously the times that come through on our timing system for day 2 don't also include yesterday's times.
Yeah, just about to say that, Johnny. Not just a personal best, but a fastest lap of the day overall for that Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. And remember, that's got a full tank of fuel. So that car's going to go even quicker as that fuel load comes down. So Brendan Leach, certainly on a charge. That pit stop's put him down to 5th overall and 3 laps off the leaders. He was on the lead lap, one of 3 cars on the lead lap at the start of this. So I expect that to come back to him. He's pitted out of sequence with the 2 cars that are effectively ahead of him on the road, and we will see him regain those 2 laps. And they'll all come together for a very short space of time. When I say all, I mean the number 11 middle cap Ferrari and the number 66 Porsche Avagelli. They'll come back together and for a very short time. Until then, the Lamborghini has to pit again. And talking of the pits, we've got the number 92. That's the Herbert Ferrari in for what looks like a standard pit stop. Tyres on. Not sure if we had a driver change there.
Alfred Renauer started it, I seem to remember, when I read out the grid. And there's no reason to change the twin of Robert, who's not racing this weekend. But you know, I think they'll stick with Alfred because the pace is good in the Ferrari, and he can drive as far as 2 hours into this 5.5-hour segment of the race.
Yeah, confirmed no driver change, Johnny, from Ben down in the pits.
There we go.
No driver change.
920 is one of a number of Porsche Cup cars entered into the 991 division. A moment or two ago, the 88 Audi had its spin at the Sachs curve. We described this, certainly the back end of it, but by this point, by the point we joined it earlier on, Cronenberg was already sideways. There is a little bit of raindrops on the screen, I notice. Is that rain? No, possibly not.
No, Johnny, that's off the tear-off.
Is that bubbles within the tear-off?
Bubbles on as you apply the tear-off, little bubbles.
Air pockets that when you rip off the whole screen, effectively, to get rid of all the grime, when you apply those to the windscreen, it's very tricky to do so without just trapping a little bit of air here and there. So there is no rain on the screen, although there was as the cars headed to the grid. The Duvo Racing Porsche making its stop. This is the car that was looking like it was going to have a very long stop yesterday when it went up on the high stands, and then the team almost flicked a switch or sorted a sensor out, and then it was back in the race as quickly as we were talking about its stop. The 909 has at the wheel Andrei Mukavoz, and it runs in 4th position in the 991 division. Just over 20 minutes gone as the 88 Audi overtakes the 211 Autorama Seat, and has in front of it the Willi Motorsports by Ebby Motors Porsche as well, car 955. As 920, which is the Stadler Motorsport Porsche Cup car with Ramon Werner at the wheel, runs in 5th position. Ramon, a racer from Switzerland, joining Stadler Motorsports, who again are not regular entries in with the 24H series, but taking this opportunity of a race in Germany to head away from their normal commitments at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And we are 2 weeks away from their keystone event at the Nordschleife, the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which will be held this year across the weekend, the opening weekend of June. Does tend to change a lot year on year. As the 701 Vortex heads out of the Sachs Curve once again. Car 701 is a GTX entry and running in 3rd position with Philippe Bonnel at the wheel of that. Vortex getting more and more reliability with every race, really, and they've had some podiums this year within GTX as well. So things going well once again. Good to have that car as part of day 2 of a split race. And
into the pits, Johnny, has gone the Ginetta out of 3rd place in TCE, off the lead lap of the 2 leaders in that race. And also into the pits has gone the 2nd place, car 112, Yannick Mettler. He was the leader of the TCE race, but having gone into the pits, that's handed the lead to Mathieu Detry in the SE Motorsport Audi. So 112 in from the lead of the TCR class, but the TCE race, the Touring Car Endurance Series.
Yeah, so let's get straight to Ben, who's watching these stops. 88 Audi in as well, Ben. This might be a chance for them to fix the front.
Well, let's have a look. The 112 did change the front tyres, but the Ginetta went straight to fuel and no change on tyres. The 88 is just in front of me here. Had a driver change already, full service on tyres, but there is no work going on the front right corner. They had prepared some sticky tape, like a big plaque of sticky tape. Oh, now it gets applied to the front bumper, so there is a little bit of air clearly going into the engine bay, and there's not an engine bay actually because the engine's at the back, but you know what I mean. There's now the sticky tape going that has been prepared earlier to try and stop the various bits of carbon fibre from splitting and perhaps allowing air to get in, because I can see that the bumper is not quite placed in the right place and it's a bit too close to the front right wheel, so that's having a bit of attention as well. And now the very beautifully created double sticker is not going on particularly well.
Again, I'm not disappointed in lack of colour coordination on the tank tape. I've just got to say that they're giving that car an eye patch.
Well, from Car Collection's point of view, they've got a blue and white car and they've got a red and black car. So, I mean, you know, you have to have a lot of reels of tape ready for that.
Yeah.
The 188 race leader, Mathieu Detry, has made a big error at the Mercedes left-hander and found the gravel track, which is a long way from the edge of the racetrack, over the flag of Germany. To return to the racetrack goes Mathieu Detry.
I wonder, Johnny, if that's the brake issue that Stefan Perrin reported after yesterday's race coming into the fore. Into the pits he comes, so a concerning trip into, did very well to keep it out the gravel, just a bit of rally crossing from Detry. The wheels are coming off. I know Ben's down there, just shout up, Ben, if you get, and they are changing brakes. They're certainly changing brake pads. So that braking issue that Stefan Perrin did report to us seems to have returned.
Go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, it's getting busy down in pit lane, so you can see that there's very little left of the pads on the front of the car. Rears are okay, and in fact some used tyres going onto the rear of the car, but we are changing the brake pads, not the discs though. The discs look good. They haven't been damaged too badly by running a lack of pad. Let's have a look on the left-hand side. Is there much pad left? Not very much pad left on the left-hand side either. You can see the comparison between a new and an old. So the TCR cars aren't necessarily designed to do 12-hour races. It primarily designed to do sprint races of half an hour. They do have an endurance tank, most of them, but I don't think necessarily the brakes are able to really cope with the full 12-hour race, and it's just gone a bit too much, and that would explain why the car ended up in the gravel trap.
Obviously, Joe, TCRs have been part of the Creventic series for a few years now. So, I mean, will they be running special endurance pads, if that's a thing?
Yeah, there'll be a harder pad for the longer stints. You know, a sprint race, you'd have the softest material you can get away with. You know, it's a race car. You pretty much want everything to just fall apart as you cross the checkered flag.
Yes.
You want, the engine absolutely optimised, the brakes optimised, the tyres optimised. So, if you can get more braking efficiency from a softer pad, but it only lasts 20 laps, then that's fine for a 20-lap race, but not fine for a 6, 12, 24-hour race.
All components should be entirely spent when you reach the checkered flag, effectively.
Couldn't put it better myself.
There you go. I had a bit more time than you, in fairness. The 11 car, which leads the race, is in the penalty box now. So I don't know whether Joe's got access to the penalty screen to tell us what this is for, or at least how long it's going to be for.
60 seconds, would you believe? And it's overtaking another car during a code 60 on the start-finish straight. That's obviously not from today. That penalty's been carried over from yesterday into this second part of the race.
There's also an issue for the GSR Motorsport Golf, by the way, which is coming into the pits, but very slower than we would have expected. Sorry, Joe, carry on.
Sorry, Johnny, that's 60 seconds. That's going to have a massive effect on this field. 60 seconds is going to put the car down, not quite a lap, but it's going to put that car down massively behind the 66 Marc Basseng Porsche.
Now the Ferrari can go. I was wondering whether the arrival of the GSR Motorsport Golf might have meant that it couldn't get released even when the 60 seconds was done for fear of an unsafe release, but actually the time hadn't quite ticked by at that point. So GSR in, that's less of a concern to us than the problems or the penalty for the number 11 Ferrari. Now, Middlecap team will have known about that overnight, actually, and will know that would have had to have served that at the first pit stop. But as Joe quite rightly says, it's swinging the pendulum back in the direction of Higeli by T2 Racing and, to a certain extent, the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini, which, remember, restarted today on the lead lap. Other cars may also be steadily getting back towards the sharp end because of that 1 minute long penalty. 85's not in the penalty box, although you could be confused for thinking that way because the 85 crew, CP Racing, are based just a couple of metres away from where cars come in if they have been a bit naughty. And the 85 is getting a new set of Hankook tyres. Telltale oil dripping from, or lubricant dripping from the 105 Golf. So we'll head to Ben Constanduras for an update and then get Joe's thoughts on this Golf that has just arrived, the Lithuanian team making a stop. But Ben, to you.
So we're having a disc change for the Mercedes 85 car. That's quite unusual. We've seen pad changes from a lot of the cars, but a disc change after, 7 hours? That is relative surprise. It does look like it's only the left side, though. So perhaps a cooling issue on the left side that they don't have on the right side. And a brand new Brembo disc goes onto the AMG caliper, and they'll soon be away again. I'm going to get myself out the way. I just had a quick word in French with Stéphane Perrin in the 188 car, and I said, is it normal that you lose your brakes after 6-7 hours? And he said, usually 8-9 hours are good for a TCR car, but it's just such hard braking here at Hockenheim. High speeds and then low speed, and so we're putting a huge amount of effort through the brakes, but he said, at least we only have to do it once.
That's a great point that we've not actually touched on so far, Joe. You know, you got hard stops at turns 1, 2, 6, particularly after the Parabolica, and then into the arena section as well. You're having to arrest quite a bit of the speed, and that's every single lap. The one thing I will say is that if you've got to change the brakes at some point in 12 hours, regardless of whether that's 6 or 8 or 9, that is still one brake change. So the team knew they'd have to do that at some point.
Yeah, it's just where you do that within the 12. You know the brakes aren't going to last you 12 hours. They'll last you 8 hours. So you can change them after 4 hours if you want. Yeah. And then that'll get you through. But yeah, very, very heavy braking into 2, extremely heavy braking into 6, very heavy braking into 8, medium kind of braking into 12. So yeah, I can see why this circuit is so harsh on the brakes. And did we say there, Johnny, that the CP car, the CP Racing Mercedes, only changed the left-hand side brake disc?
Ben may have said that. I was looking at tyres, to be honest.
Was that the car we were looking at?
Yeah.
We'll let Ben confirm that. 'Cause they may be just spreading that across a couple of pit stops.
True.
Change one side and then change the other. Or do you soak it all up in one stop? It's the jury's out.
But, I mean, you wouldn't want to change just one side and then leave it as that for the rest of the race. Clearly you want to do all four, or the two that you're changing on the same axle.
Ben has confirmed just the left-hand side brake disc is what he was talking about on the number, the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. So I can't see them just changing the left-hand side because the brakes brake the car, stop the car uniformly and symmetrically into a corner, so they will need to change that right hand at some time. And I'm just thinking that they may be spreading those changes out over the course of a couple of pit stops rather than just taking all that time in the one stop.
Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin is in, so the Aston Martin from the German squad driven by Rodrigue Guillon heading down pit road. Meanwhile, heading towards turn 1 is the Higeli by T2 Racing car of Switzerland, but driven by German Mark Basseng. He is running in third position. So the cars ahead of him on the road, the Rutronic Racing Audi of Sven Herberger now, because that car hasn't yet pitted today and has therefore found its way to the lead of the race after it started at 2:30 today in 5th. So that's the benefit of not needing to make an early stop. Brendan Leach, having made a stop, is up to second position, and in third place is the Basseng Porsche as mentioned. Two cars in the fueling area, Josef Kral for Middlecat Racing and the CP Racing Charles Espenlaub Mercedes, which bizarrely has only had one side of its brake discs changed, but we have to think that they will get to the other side in due course, maybe at the next pit stop. Sven Herberger at the Sachs Curva with the 188 Audi just up in front. New brakes for the AC Motorsport Audi, certainly on the fronts, and it is slowing much more efficiently into turn 15, now heading through the Sud Curva to end the lap as we head back to the pits and to Ben.
I just had a chat with CP Racing to clarify what Joe was saying, and indeed they are just going to do the next stop. They'll do the other side, and they don't feel a huge difference in the way that the car feels, so they'll run another hour with a new disc on the left and an old disc on the right, but they're not at the limit. So, you know, unlike we've seen from some of the other teams where they've gone to the very limit of their brakes and they've started using the metal rather than the composite material, but CP Racing, much more sensible, trying to limit mistakes and therefore changing it a couple of hours before they actually need to. I said, oh, you can keep that for a test.
It's an interesting way of doing it though, Joe, because when you're changing two brakes at once, they should take the same time, shouldn't they? Or is it about the number of personnel that can work on the car and cross that white line if you're doing it on the apron?
It's about personnel. You need somebody working on both corners at the same time. And I'm not sure of any regulation. They could have wheeled the car into the garage for the time that it takes to do that. However, I think in the space of time, it's just slightly longer than a wheel change, isn't it? With restricted amount of personnel to do the wheel changes and sort out getting the wheels off the apron and stuff. While that's happening, they've got somebody changing a disc, and it's a pretty quick fix. And I think it's a pretty interesting tactic that they're doing there at CP. And we'll see if it pans out, Johnny. I've never actually seen them do that before at a race. I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me, I've always seen that team just do both sides at the same time. But also, when a car has a problem, say it's a cooling problem or whatever, and you see that car into the garage, the team, as they're rectifying the cooling problem, will sometimes change brakes and discs at that time and get it done in readiness, so they're not in the heat of battle and under green conditions. So that's maybe what we've not, maybe the CP team have been a team that has always kind of considered that. We'll see how that pans out over the course of this race, though. Be interesting. They've dropped down to 5th now, Johnny.
Yes, so Charles Espenlaub stayed at the wheel, and 5th place for the CP Racing Mercedes. I suppose what it does allow them to do is to continue with the normal pit stop, i.e. taking tyres off and refitting on the right side whilst that brake change is continuing to take place. And there is a maximum amount of team personnel that are allowed to cross the white line, and if you want to then throw your whole team at it, that's when you would have to back the car into or put the car forwards into the garage, but it would have to probably go up on dolly jacks to be rotated through 90 degrees, and it just takes a long time. Far better to try and do it outside the garage where possible, and they have said that they're not desperate for a brake change, so perhaps a staggered approach is the way to go. It'll be interesting to see whether any other teams in the future adopt that way of doing it.
Under 5 minutes for that full stop, Johnny,
well,
including that left-hand brake disc. So under 4 minutes. We've seen 4.5 minutes for people just changing tyres and taking on fuel. So that's pretty good. I'm just looking at the. I've got a 5 minutes and 48 seconds for the 88 Audi. Then that soaked up time putting that tank tape and securing that bodywork issue that they had from that slight damage. So you can see how the clock just eats time when you come onto pit road. We're chasing down tenths of seconds out on the track, and yet in the pit lane, it's seconds and minutes that just fly by, and that can just destroy people's races. Yeah,
we make a big deal about a little error at one particular corner, but if you make a fumble in the pits, then it's 10 or 50 times the penalty. Ben, you're watching the race leader, Sven Herberger, with the Rutronic Racing Audi making a first stop of the day.
Sven Herberger out and Pierre Caffer in. New tyres for Pierre as well. He's bolted in. Everything ready exactly the same time. So another really, really good pit stop from Rutronics, and they head down to get the car fueled up. Interestingly, the third of their drivers, not Ella Earhart, but the other one, which I can't remember off the top of my head, was also suited and booted and ready to get in the car, but not getting in the car. We also have Car Collection about to do the same thing just behind us. So once again, getting very busy down here. Full new tyres, Hankook tyres ready for presumably the 34.
The lineup at the 18 crew is Herberger, as mentioned, Elia Earhart, Pierre Caffer and Michael Doppelmayr. And there was a pit stop yesterday, Joe, when Doppelmayr got in, and Pierre Caffer was actually involved as the driver assistant. I've noticed this is a thing in the European Le Mans Series now as well, where a third driver actually gets the helmet and the hands device and the race suit done up. And the role in the pit stop is merely to help with the belts. The only reason they've got the helmet and the hands device on is to help out because they're not counted as one of your team personnel.
Yeah, and the certainly in the ELMS, where your refueling takes place on the apron, the reason why they've got the helmet and the hands device is because they have to wear a helmet on the pit apron.
Yes,
and it's such a messy process of disconnecting your hands device from your helmet, so you might as well wear the hands device as well. We saw Pierre Caffer there. He wasn't in his helmet yesterday, though, was he? When he was helping with the belts, because it's a different reg in the 24-8 series. You don't have to. We don't do refueling on the pit apron. We do that in another area, so. We don't have to wear fireproofs and helmets and the like as we are doing pit stops and wheel changes. But the driver assist can be anybody, as long as they're wearing the green bib, the dark green bib instead of the luminous green yellow bib of team crew. Anybody can put that bib on and assist the driver. And the reason why the driver, it's not like a seat belt in your road car. It's a 6-point harness, so you've got belts that come up between your legs at your crotch and down across your shoulders and around the sides of your hips, and they all come together at one single point, 6 points attaching to one belt buckle. And the driver can, because of his hands device, he's got restricted view and movement. You can't always see where your belts need to be, so that's why race drivers need help into the car and to do up their belts, so that it's they're nice and safe and secure in their seat belts. Yeah.
Otherwise, you're having to do it through feel basically, because you don't have the vision downward to work out where all the straps and the buckles are.
Exactly.
The 66 coming out of Sachs Curva is being driven by Mark Basseng. He's running in second place, but only 3.5 seconds off the tail of Brendan Leach. Now with the Munkoff BMW right in front, but deals with that swiftly. And now a quick flash of the lights to the entered VW Golf for GSR Motorsport. That's the car that was having, well, something done the brakes, I think, for that car as well. Had you worked out what fluid was dropping onto the floor, Joe?
It looked like coolant, Johnny, because there was steam coming from it. I'd be surprised if it was anything else.
Yeah.
I would, of course, have to taste it to give you a definitive
reply. Yeah.
Reply, yes.
No, well, I mean, that's typical of you, because you have made a name for yourself somewhat of wanting to kind of dip your hand in and taste anything, frankly, even if it is from a concrete floor.
You've got a race car that comes into the garage and it's dripping something, and the simplest way of analysing what exactly it is to basically taste it. So coolant has a sweet taste, gearbox oil has a horrible bitter taste, as does and the oil tastes different to gearbox oil.
But when it's steaming,
honestly.
It's not healthy to be putting.
Well, I didn't say it was healthy.
Well, no. Is at room temperature, but I also fear about you're blistering your tongue at the same time because it's red hot fluid coming out.
By the time it's dropped onto the ground, it cools off, and you've got it. Don't try this at home, kids. No. I'm not suggesting you do this.
There should be a disclaimer at the start of all of our broadcasts that any action that Joe has taken, either before or to come, just don't repeat it, for goodness sake. The 66 car heading through the final corner. I'm trying to work out what little sticker or decal is on the doors of that car. Is that some sort of animal which is displayed on the T2 machine?
It looks
like
an
a bird,
eagle,
isn't it? I think.
Yeah, like a hawk or something.
There you go. I was thinking it was a hedgehog.
That's a bit. It does look a bit like Sonic the Hedgehog, but it's like a hawk or an eagle's head. That's a mission for Ben to find out what the significance of that is.
Yeah.
But that's a race for position there. 2.7 seconds the gap between the Lamborghini and the Basseng Porsche. Both cars in the bright yellow livery there. The Lamborghini can never be mistaken for a Porsche 911, though, I've got to say. But that race is coming down to being an on-track battle there as they're getting in towards back markers as well.
And Brendan Leach, who has been spending his time, quite a lot of it, in Germany recently, getting more and more experienced behind the wheel of, now GT3 car. I think I was saying yesterday that he's relatively inexperienced as far as these cars are concerned. Yeah, he's done a lot of his racing back in his homeland of New Zealand in the Toyota Racing Series with the Victory Motor Racing Squad, but also ran in Formula 4 in the US. He's only 25 from Invercargill in New Zealand and has run in Asian Formula 3 as well, but never raced, has Brendan Leach, in GT cars, as far as I can tell, having started his career in 2014 in Toyota Racing Series NZ. So good to have him as part of the 24H series this weekend, and the speed is very healthy, but obviously Mark Basseng is more experienced behind the wheel of a GT3 car. Standing in Mark's way is the laps down Pierre-Yves Pack car collection Audi, and Basseng gets a good exit out of turn 1. Also involved in this little pack is the Treble 9 Red Camel Jordans.NL car, and the two Porsches get very close indeed into the braking area at turn number 1. And the new generation 992 Porsche Cup car has to go around the outside of what we think is an old Red Camel car, the Autorama Seat Leon Cup Racer. And now using the draft from the back of the Treble 9 is Mark Basseng. But that gap continues to come down to Brendan Leach. And Mark's got a sighter now on Brendan, so that's a big shot in the arm as well. Once you can see the car you're trying to chase, you can really reference it from corner to corner. Sorry, Joe, go ahead.
It's just interesting to see the difference, or lack of difference, on the straight there between the GT3 Porsche and the 992 Cup car spec Porsche. It wasn't until the braking area that the GT3 Porsche was able to make any progress and get past it, the 992. And likewise, when we had all three of our classes going through turn 2 and coming out of the hairpin, the Seat Leon cornering speed was exactly the same as the Porsche Cup car. It was only when we saw the three cars accelerate out that we saw the Cup car and the GT3 Porsche pull away from the Seat Leon, and it just shows the cornering capabilities of the TCR class cars. Phenomenal.
Yeah, that's a good observation, actually, and that's the great thing about having a racetrack like this. It's quite compact. The footprint of the track map is relatively small, certainly compared to the old Hockenheim without the ring bit at the end. But when you've got very different cars as part of a varied field that the 24H series brings to the party, it's then fascinating to learn where each individual car is strong and weak around this circuit, which incorporates virtually every type of corner. You've got the high-speed stuff at Parabolica, you've got the very slow-speed stuff at the very next corner, the hairpin. You've got hard braking, but then also the ability to lift and coast into slightly quicker corners as well. And this track surface, not that abrasive. I wouldn't have said it was as abrasive as some of the other places we visit throughout the course of the year, but it's very hard on brakes. Similar to Imola when we've been there in the past, and we've actually in that part of Italy had brake discs explode. I mean, fully explode, and bits of brake disc ending up in the trees in the past at turn 1. I don't think this place is quite as brutal, but a number of cars having to make brake stops at about half distance or just beyond that, including both from the TCE and the GT part of the entry. So the number 10 car that leads the race into the Sachs Curva once again, round the outside of the vortex, and now within touching distance is Mark Basseng in his Porsche, Joe.
Gap coming down just a couple of laps ago, Johnny. That gap was 2.7 seconds. It's now under 2 seconds, and we're getting very close to the point where we don't even need a stopwatch to see the gap. Here they come across the line to complete what will be 233 laps. and the gap at the line has come down from 1.9 to 1.7. So we're seeing the gap steadily coming down, only by a mere couple of tenths, but that can disappear in a blink of an eye if the number 10 Brendan Leach Lamborghini just happens to trip over a back marker. He's well inside of the Porsche there through turn 2 and out down through the sweeping left at the parabolic at turn 5 and into the hairpin. Not sure if he's got any traffic ahead of him. He has got a slower car, looks like one of the 991 class cars ahead of him, but he'll not take that car into the hairpin, but surely will be able to accelerate out and get by. He'll be looking at the traffic ahead and just try to time his moves, Johnny, as he now goes into the sections towards the Mercedes through the very, very fast sweeping right-hand kink and then into the heavy braking at Mercedes. It is a very, very, very tight corner there. And then heading towards the stadium, he'll want to try and get by that Cup car before he trips over them in the corners. And this can happen as they go through that very, very medium speed right-hander. And I do love this part of Hockenheim. This for me is just epitomises what I remember about Hockenheim and seeing Formula One Grand Prix being held here through the stadium section, with the stadium just a wash of people, thousands of people in those grandstands. Both of the leaders, though, Johnny, have gotten past the back marker. Let's see what the gap is. Was 1.7. It's 1.8. So it's remaining in that, and it's going to be how they get through traffic. That's going to be. We're going to see those two cars close up.
Well, that's where you would think Mark Basseng has the advantage, because, you know, if I just give you a bit of Mark Basseng's previous results, he's a Bathurst 12-hour winner in 2011. He was then the Nürburgring 24-hour winner for Audi Sport Team Phoenix the following year, 2012. Also the same year, an FIA GT1 champion with the Munich Motorsport squad. So, you know, Mark Basseng is battling with a kid who's only 25 and never raced a GT3 car before. So we're not surprised to see that gap coming down. And you would think that Mark would have the advantage as he's choosing which side of the traffic to go. But actually, Brendan's coping very well with this and having to make those split-second decisions. It was Harry Hilders that they were looking to get by the way, in the half-green, half-orange 991 numbered Porsche from NKPP Racing. Running third in class. 1.8 seconds was the gap then at the start of this lap. What we're not getting is the gap at each split, so we'll have to wait another, minute and 40 or so for them to come round again. But if there's some clearer air, I think Mark's going to be able to close that gap a bit more now. Kiwi. Pit stop for the 9 Porsche Cup 999, which is the brand new machine, still carrying the tape from yesterday after the nose cover started to ripple back a bit too much for my liking, and the team had spotted it as well, so they fitted quite a lot of black tape to make sure that the air didn't get through, and underneath to peel back the whole of that Red Camel orange wrapped panel that sits on the top of the nose. Ben Constanduras, you're watching this stop.
Because it's not a usual one, is it? Ivo's got out of the car. There is no other driver to get in the car. There seems to be some kind of tie wrap things going on inside the cockpit. So looks to me like one thing that needs to be tie wrapped in is the radio cable. That's being done above Ivo's, where Ivo's head would usually be. The youngest son has now got himself suited and booted, so wasn't quite ready. Of course, they're not really racing any longer because they had such a lengthy pit stop yesterday. But it's not quite the rush you would expect from our leaders. What else is being tie-wrapped into position? Oh, they've definitely got a radio issue, so it's the radio on the other side being tie-wrapped. And there's the universal sign for a slightly dodgy bearing, you know, where they do the whole put out the arms and do a bit of a shake and a dance. That tends to mean that something is not quite feeling right, and Ivo's already said it to his team. A couple of the other team members have done the same thing. I'll show you what it looks like. Seb, just show me. Come up here a second, Seb. That's that. That means there's a bearing gone.
Very good.
Word for that.
I like that. You could have done the Eurovision Song Contest last night. Might have done a little bit better than James Newsham, or whatever his name is. He got no points, so he'll be instantly forgotten now.
Ben would have to tell everyone he lives in France. He maybe would have got the point then.
Yeah, good point.
I'm not sure what the tactic is there for the Red Camels team. I know they're kind of treating this as a test session. It's their first run in the 992 GT3 car. Sorry, the 992 Cup car, the Cup spec car, and they're running in GTX. But I'm just wondering if they're going to bring that car into the pits after what Ben reported there after his little jiggy dance there. And maybe they're going to try to find out what it is that's actually loose, because that to me indicates that there's something loose in the car and it's weaving around.
Ben's given me a little bit more information about Brendan Leach, actually, who does live in Germany these days. His driver coach is Dan Wells, and it is his first drive in GTs, as I was suggesting. So this is still very impressive, because actually he's managing the gap now back to Mark Basseng. It's up to 2 seconds once more. That may be traffic induced, as we're suggesting, but also just great driving from the 25-year-old to continue to lead the race. It was busy a moment or two ago for a number of cars leaving the Sachs curve and heading towards turn 15 and 16, but everybody just about gave room for one another. And the number 11, Matos Vibo, Middle Cap Racing, Scuderia Praha Ferrari, now running in 4th position. And Matos is how many laps down? 2, I make it, compared to the Lamborghini that leads the race.
I'm sure that will come back. Remember, the Lamborghini is in a different kind of pit cycle.
Yes.
To the Ferrari. The Ferrari, let's not forget, took a 60-second penalty. That's what's dropped the Ferrari out of contention with the 66 Porsche. If it hadn't been for that penalty, I'm not sure how they've lost 2 laps to the leading duo, but so I'm not quite sure why that happened, because it was a straightforward soaking up the 60 seconds and then the pit stop where they changed drivers. And in fact, let's have a look, Johnny. Let's see what it. Yeah, their last stop was 7 minutes and 37 seconds. So without the 60-second penalty, that would have been maybe a 6 minutes, 6.5 minute pit stop, which is not the scheduled length. We can do these pit stops in, with fuel, tyres and driver around about the 4.5 minutes.
Yeah,
is what we've been seeing. So that is they've lost another minute's penalty. They've lost another minute and a half, let's say.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there, because I seem to remember the 11 car arriving into the fueling area when it was relatively empty, unless there's been a delay for the car out of the penalty box and down to the team because of other cars coming into pit road, or has there then been a problem with the team itself?
There hasn't been any further penalties for that car, so we haven't missed that.
Okay.
That's a mission for Ben to ask the team. They're
to investigate down at Middle Cap. Well, Ben is very close to the squad. Tell us what you know at the moment.
Well, because they took that 1 minute penalty, they also took the time to do the brakes at the same time. It seems to be something you do. If it's going badly, you might as well take all the bad things at once. And so they did the brakes and headed back out. And obviously, Matthias Weibel now has a nice, fresh set of brakes when Joseph Kral was having to deal with a long old pedal. So that's the reason why they had a long stop. If you have the ability to turn your head to the skies, the various radars that we have around, I was looking at one which I wanted to tell you the name of because it was very German. I know I can't see it from here. Basically says we're going to have rain in about 15 minutes and then another patch of rain in about an hour and a half, but literally only for about 10 minutes. So the drivers will need to be careful.
So 10 minutes of rain in 15 minutes, you think, and then another 10-minute shower perhaps in 15 minutes, you think, and then another 10-minute shower perhaps in 90-odd minutes. It's going to have to be something that you. It's probably going to have to be something that you live with for on slick tyres. Changing to the wet weather Hankooks.
No, it's not, Johnny. But it depends. You've got amateur drivers that are amateur drivers with little or experience. It's very, very chancy. Depends on the amount of rain, of course. If we get a massive downpour, then these cars are literally impossible to drive in any great way. You can just sort of tippy-toe around, and even then the slick tyres will just sit on top of the layer of water and just skid off as if they're on ice. So it depends on just how heavy a shower we get. If we get the track just becoming a little bit damp off a quick shower, then yes, you can kind of tippy-toe your way around, but you have got an element of grip. The tyre is still making contact with some of the tarmac out there. But it all depends on the amount of rain we get, Johnny. Sometimes you just have to throw caution to the wind and put your car onto the wets to enable your driver to actually drive the car. Slicks on a wet track just does not equal anything other than potential disaster.
Well, if you were with us for the start of the race, then not wanting to put the spotlight on Christian Kranenberg, but he displayed how easy it is to throw the car off with greasy conditions on a slick tyre when he was obviously trying to build some temperature into that particular set of Hankooks, and it's so easy to do. And once the car starts to rotate, you then really struggle to get it back again. So it might be the better bet, if the rain is heavy, as Joe says, to change to wet weather tyres and then just hunt around for the wet patches of track, even if the rain stops within about 10 minutes. And then you obviously risk overheating the wet weather tyres when the block starts to move around on the tyre itself, but that's possibly better than trying to stay out for as long as you can on the dry weather tyres. 92 is in. This is the Herbert Motorsport Ferrari, number 92, which is the red and black car. So nice to have a scarlet red Ferrari in the entry. Unfortunately, it is down in 20th position in the GT series after dramas yesterday, and a number of them. So Alfred Renauer brings the car in, and it'll be a full tyre change for this car as well. With the Porsches elsewhere, we understand, for Herbert Motorsport. They are due to be in action fairly shortly for the, well, have been for the Michelin Le Mans Cup, and in a couple of weekends' time they're probably in action as well for the Nürburgring 24 hours. So it wasn't as part of the plan, or couldn't be part of the plan, to get the Porsches to Hockenheimring for this particular weekend. But great to have Herbert with us anyway. And it looks like we're destined, therefore, to get a different winner for this year, after Herbert have had some cracking results at Mugello and Circuit Paul Ricard, but they won't be getting maximum points here in Germany, in their home country.
Great battle at the front, though, Johnny. It looks like the Lamborghini of Lippert has got exactly the same kind of performance level as the Hageli Porsche. Mark Bessing in the Porsche, Brendan Leach is in the Lamborghini, and the gap at the line was 1.5 seconds last time by. It's been around about that second and a bit for the last, 10 laps or so, and I can't see them sort of breaking up that battle until we might have some sort of fluctuation with the pit stop phase, but we'll wait to see, and that I can see going on until the very end of this race, barring any kind of problems from those cars. So a great battle. It's a bit of a high-speed game of chess at the moment from those two, just making their way through the traffic without any great sort of urgency or risk, and just doing a great job, both of those drivers.
Yeah, and Brendan Leach will be feeling a little bit of pressure from behind, but it's easy to monitor where that Porsche is, because if it's livery this weekend, he'll be able to get glimpses of the highlighter yellow in the door mirrors, but keeping him in a healthy distance right now, Mark Basseng, as the Lippert car goes across the line again and into turn number 1. Lots more aero on this car compared to Lippert's normal machine, which is a Super Trofeo Cup car, which is often entered into GTX, and they've run that at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the past as well. But it's really good to have a team with Lippert's pedigree and history as part of the fastest class this weekend, and they are race leaders by a couple of seconds now from Mark Basseng. 2 laps behind Charles Espenlaub in the CP Racing Mercedes. Mateusz Weibo, the Slovakian, in the Middlecat Racing by Scuderia Praha Ferrari, running 4th, ahead of Pierre Caffer now for Rutronic Racing. We only had one stint yesterday from Pierre, but I'm fancying a bit more of an appearance this time from Caffer throughout the course of today. But obviously they'll have to adhere to that maximum of 120 minutes per stint for each driver. And Rutronic lead the 2 car collection Audis for Max Edelhoff and Pierre-Yves Pack, respectively. And we've still got a healthy fight for the 991 honours, with 4 cars right together on the screen for Baz Kooten Racing that lead the class by 50 seconds over the Romanian team Vili Motorsport by Ebi Motors, and it's Nikolai Sergei who is doing the driving currently in the 955. Then the NKPP racing car, the other car prepared by Baz Kooten, and a few laps further back is the Duvo Racing Porsche, which has already made one stop today. So the two leaders in 991 have completed the same number of laps. The third place car is a lap back, and the fourth place car 2 laps from the leader, as the Lamborghini heads out of turn 1 again and up towards this sequence of right, left and left corners. So turn 2, 3 and 4 in very quick succession before you can then open the throttle up and head 5.
They've just cleared the Ginetta there, I noticed, and we've had an inquiry from one of our collective, Rob Chalmers, is too scared to ask how's the Ginetta doing, and it was Rob who X'd this car. They remember when Rob said, isn't the Ginetta doing well? And then within 5 minutes it was in a gravel trap. The report the car is now the lead lap and is 1 minute and 3 seconds behind the leader in TCE. In third place. So Colin, I thought Colin's tactics would come into play, and they've completed 220 laps, so that's good progress being made by the Ginetta. Just having a look at his lap times, about the same sort of lap. He's lapping in about the same sort of pace, at the same sort of pace as the cars ahead of him, so it's just tiny fractions of change there as those three have come together on that same lap. Further tweets from other members of the collective. Michael Hedrington says, why hasn't anyone made a race car body purely out of tape? It would save a lot of time after a crash. It's a good idea. I'm not sure it would catch on. If you have a look at most race cars up close, there's an element of gaffer tape being deployed around the cars. And somebody else tweeted, I'm just trying to find it, Johnny, that we've gone for the world record of the amount of gaffer tape being used on here it is, Dave Alclock. Is there a competition between teams who's been the most creative and artistic use of gaffer tape on the car? I'm just disappointed that there's no colour coordination with gaffer tape.
Yeah, and it's a poor effort considering you know the livery. You should know the livery of your car before you get there, so surely you buy the tape accordingly.
That's exactly my point. Exactly my point. On more important matters, though, Johnny, that's the leader of TCE into the pits for what looks like front brakes change. And Ben is and discs and calipers going
Ben's
on that
watching
car.
a 112 Golf, which has just come in from the race lead.
Very different way of getting the new brakes and pads on this Golf to what we've seen in the other TCR cars. The whole caliper and brake disc and obviously pads inside the caliper have come off. They've got hydraulic screw drivers effectively to be able to take those bolts off. So the bolts come off very quickly, 2 bolts to take the caliper off. The whole system came off to be replaced, and then the whole system goes back on. So in a way, I'm not sure how much more efficient this has been from what we saw from the Audi a bit earlier on. And looking at the brake pads, there is still a bit of brake pad on that, so they weren't down to the metal like we saw before. What else is going on though? It looks like a fluid being topped up, so this will be fluid. Is that brake fluid going in? It looks a bit clear for brake fluid. But either way, new tyres of course in the front of the car. They have changed the driver as well. And just the last of the fluids to be done. Last of the tyres to go on the left-hand side. It looks like they're struggling on the left-hand side actually to get everything changed. Is a new one on yet on the left-hand side? Yes, it is. It's just not tightened up yet. So still working on trying to get this tightened up. And this is time being lost then.
Also in the GT Series leader. So we got the TCE Series race leader and the Lamborghini car number 10, which had tyres changed. And we're still a bit too early to need to get Brendan Leach out of that car. But they may have changed the driver as well. We'll get word on that in just a second. But it heads up to the fueling area as now the wheels are reattached to car number 112. And
Just to remind everybody, Johnny, that the fueling area here at Hockenheim is at pit out. So when the cars come into the pits, they'll go onto their pit apron in front of their pit garage. They'll be serviced with driver and tyres and whatever else. And it's when they leave their pit garage, that's when we'll see them peel off and turn a very tight right and go behind the pits at pit out and into the fueling area. So it's at pit out. So when we see the cars leaving their garage, their pit stop isn't quite finished. They've still got to take on fuel. And so the update for any driver change comes when the cars finally leave the pit lane proper and go out on the track. That's when the driver data, and we get a confirmation of who's now at the wheel of the cars. The number 10 still in the fueling area. The Lamborghini Huracan of Lippert taking what will be a full quarter of fuel as we are under green conditions.
Notice as well, not only all the brake assembly being attached as one on the 112 Golf, but also the wheels were being put on with the wheel nuts already in place within the wheel. Remember, there are 5 studs to have to screw tight on each individual wheel, but they were all nicely, I don't know whether that's done with magnets or whether they're just placed in there before the wheel is then you put the wheel on the car itself.
It's a little wheel nut holder, Johnny, that sits in the wheel.
Okay.
And it holds the wheel nuts in place, and the wheel stud that the nut goes onto, the first maybe centimetre of the stud hasn't got any thread, so the nut actually sits on there. And as you put the wheel up, the holder on the centre of the wheel, which has the wheel nuts in place, will just sit there. There we're seeing Ben just holding that up. That's where the wheel nuts will sit. And that just puts the wheel nuts in the place. So when you take that off, when the wheel's in place on the hub, you take that off and the wheel nuts are already set onto the studs.
Thank you, Ben, for grabbing exactly the part that I was talking about. You can do your interview with Yannick Mettler now.
I was listening, amazingly enough. Yes, let's have a chat with Yannick, who's got out the car, and it looks like you've worked hard, Yannick, this morning.
Yeah, it all went to plan until a few minutes, and then unfortunately the gearbox was stuck in 4th gear. That's why I came in a bit before it was planned, but let's hope it works again now, because the pace was really good.
They also changed the brakes on the car. It doesn't look like they got down to the metal quite yet.
Well, you know, we would have changed it anyways when the next stop was planned, so I told them on the radio, like, do it now, because this stop was anyway not scheduled. So, yeah, don't know how much time we lost eventually. You never know. The good thing in this series is with the Code 60, anything can change anytime, so we'll see.
Just how hard is it to pedal a TCR car around here in Hockenheim with a GT3 so much faster in certain places?
Yeah, it's about 10 seconds, I think, the difference. So it's not actually that much, but obviously on the straight lines, there's quite a difference, and on the brakes, but it's good fun. I mean, it's hard work, always, if you want to be on the limit, but good fun for sure.
You've been locked in a really good battle with the Audi. The Audi's been very, very strong throughout the season so far. You're having a great battle with them and, of course, your teammates as well.
Absolutely. It looked like it would be a great three-way battle today with our sister car and the Audi. So I was looking forward to that, and yeah, it seems to be a bit of a pattern, these 3 cars throughout the season. So yeah, it's great racing.
Sounds like your car has stopped, so that gearbox problem persists. I'll let you get back to the team.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, he's just about to receive news about that, I'm afraid to say. There's not a great deal that Yannick can do, of course, because there is a new driver at the wheel, who is Christoph Herney, the Swiss, for the Swiss team, Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing. But all is not too well with the 112 car, Joe, and how often do we see this with seemingly a dominant display? And that's the beauty of endurance racing. Something minor can go wrong and can lead to big issues.
Yeah, Christoph Herney, 58 years old, driven Ferraris in the past. I'm just messaging Steph Tanner, who's with the team, to see if we can get sort of more in-depth information as to what the problem is there. But that car came to a complete stop, and we've seen it now restart. It was stopped on the track. It's now moved off again. Christoph Herney still on his outlap, but if that car gets delayed any further, that's going to put that number 112 completely out of contention, and it was in contention for the overall win in TCE.
Another penalty box stop for the 989 car this time, and this is the machine well out of contention, sadly, for MRS GT Racing. They arrived here at Hockenheimring, their home Creventic race, with a strong chance of a podium, but it hasn't really gone right from about halfway through yesterday's chunk of the race. Nikolai Kadetsky, the Russian, having to come into the penalty box and then just inch forward to where the team are based, very close indeed to where CP Racing's bay is. They might even be sharing an apron this weekend because, well, we've got 30 cars in the entry. There's probably just about enough garages for those cars, as the 112 has made it back then to the garage, and Yannick Mettler going back into the area where Autorama Motorsport are based for the weekend to chat to the team, just to try and find out what the issue is. Well, now Christoph Herney can hopefully give the team a bit more of a steer as to what needs sorting, but it's going to have to go into the garage here, Joe.
Yeah, he's already gone down. It'll be 4 laps.
Yeah.
But as his sister car, the number 1, goes by, literally on the other side of that pit wall on trackside, and puts that car a further lap down, and that is an absolute shame. The Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power team, Johnny, familiar with how to win these races and indeed how to win these championships. There's a reason it's carrying the number 1, the sister car, and that's currently now took the lead back off the TCE race, and that's obviously put Colin White further up the field as well. I'm just going to see what the gap is between Colin White now and the leading TCR class. These cars, it's 45 seconds between Colin White, who's running in the TCX class in that Ginetta, 45 seconds off the lead of the TCE race, and it's a TCR class car that is leading the TCE race. So we'll keep an eye on that gap, 45 seconds between the number 1 and the number 278, 15th and 16th overall.
And the 112 in the garage, as we described, with Ben Constanduras watching what attention it's getting.
Much urgency with the way that the mechanics are, well, not really working on the car. So I wonder whether they actually have a good idea of what the issue is from the feedback that Yannick gave them, and they know that this is not an easy or fast fix, because they don't look like they're even in a test day, the way that they're working. They're working very, very slowly indeed. The car is up on the small jacks, it's going to go up on the high jacks as well, and perhaps they'll then get a chance to look properly underneath. But the hydraulic fluid that went in certainly didn't fix it. The curious thing is the driver is quite happily staying inside the car, even if the mechanics aren't really working.
Well, that's maybe wishful thinking as far as Christoph Herney is concerned, wanting to get back into the action a little bit like Rick Breukers yesterday when he stayed at the wheel of the Treble 9, when they were hacking and drilling at the rear left wheel in an attempt to get that off the Red Camel car. And in the end, I think he gave up and thought, well, it's going to be another half an hour at least. But enthusiasm is there, definitely, for Christoph Herney. And the attention now for Autorama Motorsport swinging slightly more towards their number 1 car, and drivers Jasmin Preissig, Konstantin Kletzer and Emil Heyerdahl, because they're in a very strong position still to get a good result today at the 12 hours of the Hockenheimring, battling for TCR honours really with Mathieu Detry and the AC Motorsport Audi, which itself has had issues with brakes overnight. Third position in TCR is still the car that's in the garage, but soon to inherit third position will be, well, I say soon, it's a number of laps back actually, the Lithuanian entered VW Golf from GSR Motorsport. So for the time being, the podium finish for car 112 is reasonably safe. Just trying to work out how many laps that is of a gap. 5? Yeah, it is only 5 laps. So that's about 10 minutes. Actually closer to about 8 or 9 minutes. And the 112, by Ben's description, may not be returning to the race in the foreseeable future. Keep our fingers crossed for car 112, but they do still have one very strong bullet in the gun, i.e. car number 1, and that's the one that they've won championships with in the past. Pierre Caffer taking plenty of curb in the early part of the lap in car number 18, the Rutronic Racing by TECE car. And Pierre Caffer is taking chunks of time out of Matusz Weibo, who is running in third position. Gap now 6 seconds, Joe.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that one, because that number 11 Ferrari is going to come back into contention when the Bahrain car pits. We lost a lot of time with the number 11 Ferrari in the pits, and that's what has put the car out. Can't discount, though, the CP Racing Mercedes. Charles Espinlaub seems to have been in that car for such a long time, Johnny. I'm just going to check that out and just see where he is in that stint. He's done 26 laps, that's why I've got the feeling. But Bahrain in the Porsche, he started the car, as did Espinlaub, at the restart. So we are getting towards that 2 hour mark, aren't we? We're getting towards those drivers needing to simply get out of the cars and hand them over. Bahrain's done 29 laps, Espinlaub done 26. So Espinlaub's still got a chunk of time before he needs to pit, I would think. But getting back once again to the TCE part of this race, Johnny, the gap between first and second down to 43 seconds. So it is coming down, the gap is narrowing. Colin White is catching the Volkswagen Golf of Heyerdahl ahead of him. But so that's one that we will keep an eye on. We've got two great races here. GT race developing into quite a battle there, and it's still anybody's with, what have we got? We've still got 4 hours of racing left, Johnny. This is going to be fantastic.
It's an interesting point you make about drive time, though, because the drive time no longer sits neatly with the fuel window. Because that was reset overnight, wasn't it? You get a new driver in, and their drive time starts again from the restart today. But you don't get that luxury as far as fuel's concerned, and tyres as well. So it's become quite messy for some teams in that respect. We are 11 minutes away from another half an hour being completed in the race. And remember, that takes us to within then just 4 hours to go. And with the GT3 cars able to do an hour and 10, did we say? Fairly comfortably, sometimes an hour and 5. Certainly teams are back timing now and thinking, right, 4 more stints, pretty much.
Yeah,
but the problem is that the drive time really doesn't fit with that at all, because we started on the half hour.
This is what makes this series so interesting and so hard. That's why I'm not on the pit wall. That's why I'm with you in the commentary booth. It's so complex. And when we're talking about, fuel windows and driver stint times, in other series, it can be relatively simple in comparison. But we've got to match the fuel window of the car and try and match that in with the driver just being in the car for 2 hours. Let's add in the complexity of Code 60 fuel stops as well, shall we? Because if we pit under Code 60, we can't have a regular fuel stop. We're only allowed 50%.
Yeah.
And that's when you throw your slide rule out the window and climb down off the pit wall and say, I'm not good enough. They're doing a great job in these teams, and they've always impressed me massively, the way you have to constantly change how you're addressing the team with one eye on that back timing to the end of the race, but you've got to be able to adjust and just twist and turn quite literally like a twisty turny thing throughout the race as things change all the time.
Like a snake on a snake and ladders board. But yes, I mean, when other series tend to just want to simplify things, and mentioning no names, the Spa 24 hours, where you just fuel and tyres every hour, fuel and tyres driver change every hour. That's not the case here, because we have forced an interval into proceedings on the half hour. These cars will want to be pitting for fuel closer to the race hour as possible now, when we're finishing, remember, at 8 o'clock this evening, local time, Central European summer time. Let's get another update from Ben Constanduris in the pits.
Yeah, because 112 is headed back out onto circuit. So I don't really know the reason for the lackadaisical response from the mechanics, except for the fact that there was no mechanical thing to try and fix. It was an electrical issue. The computer was plugged in. They had it up on the jacks going through the gears, and it wouldn't go past 4th gear. Then they pressed escape or Control-Alt-Delete, and now it does. So 112 is back out onto circuit. And a little tidbit for you. I was chatting with Reese Lloyd, who's one of the drivers for that car, and he says when the brakes get low in a TCR car, you start using the handbrake to release the pressure from the front pads and put more through the rear pads. So imagine you're going into the big hairpin today, and you're on the brakes and you're on the handbrake as well. When your brakes are low, that's an interesting way of doing things.
Not ideal.
You'll have to try that when you're sim racing next, Ben. Just a little bit of rotation in the rear on the rear brakes. It's a bit like rally driving, isn't it?
Well, I was going to say with Ben's very recent knowledge, of course, and involvement with the World Rally Championship, she'll be used to that, rotating the car via the handbrake.
I've got some information on the decal on the side of the 66 Porsche. Ian McCarthy's tweeted in. It's the T2 Racing's mascot. He's presuming, as we have, well done Ian for joining in, a golden eagle from their home in Switzerland, perhaps. And of course, you can, just to remind everybody, my Twitter handle is @Branners3078. Johnny, you're @Blackpool Johnny, and Ben is @Ben Consty. Keep your tweets coming because you are a big help to us. It's all part of the team, the collective who join us during our races.
Great
in the
Porsche
series.
Great Porsche dice at the moment, Joe, because the little cup car from Villi Motorsport virtually outpacing the GT3 machine between turn 1 and 2, and a classic example of how well a Carrera Cup car travels through the air down the straights because it's not carrying anywhere near as much downforce.
Yeah, we'll see the GT3 spec car at the 66, the yellow car. That will have a better... In fact, he's having to drive defensively to keep the pesky 991 class car behind him. And he goes into and through and out of the hairpin a lot quicker than he can, and than the 991 Cup car can. And that's when he puts the gap on the Cup car. The Cup car's closed up on the straight, though.
Well, it's certainly through 7, that relatively high-speed approach to the Mercedes corner. The 66 really did come into its own, and I think by the time of the end of the arena section where the two Porsches are arriving now, the 66 will have a firm advantage. But that was great fun between turns 1 and 2, because the Cup car 955, and credit to the driver involved, Nikolai Sergui, he'd virtually got back in front of the 66 Mark Basseng as they arrived at turn 2. Race leader coming into the pits. So Ben Constanduros is going to have a great view of car 66 making its stop, and also more stories from that part of the racetrack as well, Ben.
Fortunately, the battle that you were enjoying so much is over because with T2 Racing and they were getting ready for this stop. So we'll have a chance to speak with Mark Basseng next time. He was very happy the last time he made a pit stop because it was about 2 minutes before we had a code 60 and it worked out perfectly for the team. Full set of Hankook tyres going onto the car. New driver in the Swiss driver Der Curtens. He jumps aboard, and we will have a chat with Mark Basseng in just a second, who is inspecting the tyres that have come off that car. The car still looks very, very good as we had a look at it at the very start of the race. And indeed, it is an eagle on the side of the car, and we'll get the story behind that in a few moments as it now pulls away. The pit lane, apart from that, is nice and quiet.
The other thing you need to ask Mark is how you say Higeli correctly, because I've been saying that time and time again and thinking I'm not getting the pronunciation of that right at all. I can often call it T2 Racing, but the name with the H, just ask Mark Basseng. There's more drama for Joe though, for the 112 car, which is ground to a halt for a second time. And this is the electrical issue, isn't it, that Ben worked out that was the latest issue for the Autorama Motorsport Golf.
Yeah, electrics, I'm being told from the team, and that car just pulling off. Is that out of turn 6, or is that the run down? Yes, it is. It's out of the hairpin at turn 6, and he's just pulled the car off. He's not in any harm's way, and he's not going to cause a problem. The car will have to be recovered, and there'll be some heads-up driving here from the drivers who are on track, seeing that car pulled off at the side, and may preempt a code 60 here. The 112 stays static on driver's right, out of the hairpin, and some teams will bring their cars in to pit stop under green and preempting a potential code 60 happening.
Well, in already is Mads Selihaug in the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow, and also Emil Heyerdahl, the teammate to the 112, Christoph Herney, has made a stop as well, preempting, as Joe says, this code 60. Matusz Weibo deciding to come in for the Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha, and we go code 60. So those that have pitted already, that's a great bit of strategy, because they have managed to get a full tank of fuel and during a code 60 while everybody else is going slowly. Let's hear from Ben, though, with Mark Basseng.
Mark Basseng has absolutely nailed it once again. Yesterday I saw you jumping up and down with joy when you pitted just before a code 60. It's happened again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's our second race with this car in this racing series with this team. So I'm absolutely happy with the outcome. We don't have the full pace for P1, but I think we're doing good.
It looked like a really fun battle this morning with the Lamborghini.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really spot on. He was a little bit quicker, so always if I get a little bit closer, I lost the front axle as well, suffering with understeer. And now on the in-lap at a slow puncher just coming on the start-finish straight, I just saw the pressure go down and I was thinking, still it is over 1 bar flat out.
Yeah, I was wondering what the concern was with that rear tyre, just a slow one. Do you know why that happened?
We saw that something went through the surface, but luckily it was really slow, so I could more or less drive on pace the lap back into the pit. Race is still long, and if we can stay in the podium, would be super nice for us.
Was that scheduled then to come in? Are you quite close to when you were supposed to anyway?
It was maybe 2 laps earlier now, so we were lucky, which you need sometimes in racing. So thumbs up, and let's see.
Yeah, you are definitely their lucky charm. Just one thing for Johnny, the commentator. How do you say the name of the team?
Hagerly T2.
There you go, Hagerly. I think we were saying Hegarty. Anyway, cheers, Mark. Have a good one.
Hagerly. I wasn't far off.
You've been saying it right, JP.
Hegaley, I think I was saying, but Hegerly, and we still need to know why the eagle is on the side, but that's fine, because Mark has given us more than enough time there, and he deserves a slurp of water after a hard-fought stint. 2 cars were side by side in the penalty box, I noticed. One of them was the 701 Vortex, and the 88 car, I think it was the other one actually, has now made its way up to the team. Heavily bandaged up around the nose after that contact with a barrier, wasn't it, on the formation lap, or prior to the formation lap, in fact. Inside 4 hours to go now, Joe, but under our first code 60 of the day.
Yeah, pit stop infringement for the 88, giving that car a 10-second penalty. So that's going to put that car... it's going to cost them an extra 10 seconds. It's not a big ask. It's not a big man. I tell you what, though, the number 11 Ferrari, that managed to pit whilst still under green just before the code 60, and that will give that car some time back. It's clawing back, isn't it? It took that 60-second penalty for an overtake under, I think it was an overtake yesterday, under code 60 conditions, and that's why that car took the penalty earlier on. That's put the car outside of the top 2. Currently 4th, 6.5 seconds behind the Retronic Racing Audi. Pierre Caffer at the wheel of that car, number 18, in 3rd. Then we've got the CP Racing car.
Let's go
second, Johnny.
Joe, let's go straight back to Ben with more stories. Well, let's just get a quick word for Ben, and then I'll give you the standings.
Yeah, so the 18 comes into the pits. Pierre Caffer's stint perhaps a little shorter than he would have liked. He gets out of the car now. So that was just a single one for Pierre, and they're doing a full service. News on the 88 car. You know when you're sitting in a garage, Joe, and you're just kind of watching the screens and seeing what's going on, and then you get a mechanic bang the desk? Well, that's what happened to me in Car Collection a few moments ago. And I happened to overhear the fact that that pit stop infringement was actually putting too much fuel into the car. The guy down at the fuel bay thought the pump would stop at 110 litres, and it didn't. It so they just put a little bit too much, and that's why there is a penalty. Expect CP Racing to come in a few moments' time, and expect that second brake disc and pad change as well.
You tune to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. 4 hours to go of this year's Hankook 12 Hours of Hockenheim Ring. It's Ben Constanduros in the pits, Johnny Palmer and Joe Bradley looking after the race commentary from the Global Broadcast Centre for the next half an hour or so at least, and then we'll have a shift change here too. 278 CWS Engineering TCX G55 is leading not only the TCE part of the race but also its class. And that car is in the fueling area though, so things are set to change once more. But Colin White has just brought that car in for a fuel stop under code 60, and he brought it in after the code 60 was issued. So this is only a half tank stop for the British team. Second position for the number 1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing VW Golf. They're the TCR leaders from the 188 AC Motorsport Audi RS3. The 210 Munkoff Racing BMW M4 for Eric van den Munkoff and Marco Poland in their TCX Beamer. Fifth position for the 211 Autorama Motorsport Seat Leon Cup Racer. And then sixth place for another Autorama car, but this is the one with the big issues quite at the moment, the 112 machine that brought out this latest code 60. Seventh place for car 105, the GSR Motorsport Golf, and in eighth position, not running today though, notably, the 131 Top Car Sport Car. They have decided to head home to Switzerland overnight. In the GT Series, currently Charles Espenlaub leads, but he is in the pit lane. That's the Charlie Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis Mercedes AMG for the American squad. Once this all untangles a little bit, it'll leave Peder de Curtin in the Hegerli by T2 Racing Porsche out front, I make it, because that car is now returning to the racetrack having just made a stop. Rutronic Racing is in fueling, but displayed as third currently for Pierre Caffa, and in fourth place it's the Ferrari for Middlecat Racing with Scuderia Praha, car number 11. Fifth position in GT3 is the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, car 10. Sixth place and seventh for Car Collection Motorsport with their Audis, 34 ahead of 88. And in eighth place is the 991 class leader, the Baz Kooten Racing 925. Second place is the Villi Motorsport by Ebby Motors 955 Porsche Cup car, and in third in 991, 10th in GT is the NKPP Racing 991 numbered Porsche. Fourth position, Duvo Racing of Luxembourg with their 909 car, fourth in 991 that is. In the GTX category, now are they the leaders? Yes they are, the 911 Racing Porsche for Ralph Ome, and the 719 Porsche in that dark blue with the orange central body stripe. Stadler Motorsport, another 991 class car, that's car number 920, running in 13th ahead of another GTX entry, Reiter Engineering. They took a 10-lap penalty overnight, which turned out to be 12 laps, I think, because of one or two other issues as well, maybe an unserved penalty from Saturday, so that's put them well down, sadly, when they were running as high as 5th place overall, the Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow. GT4 leader is in 15th place, Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, car 401, from the 438 ST Racing BMW. So that's changed from overnight when the Canadian BMW led the Aston Martin. 701 is the Vortex V8, 17th place, another GTX car. Treble 9 Red Camel Jordan Stott NL car, having a bit of a baptism of fire for the first time that car's been run by the Dutch squad. Herbert Motorsports Ferrari is still in the race, but down in 19th position. 58 Mercedes is in the garage and has been there for just over 90 minutes, I'm afraid to say. The 989 is still running for MRS GT Racing, but 21st, and 725 hasn't done any laps today. That's the other Reiter Engineering KTM Crossbow. We've had plenty happening today, not least now with the first code 60 of the afternoon. So a time to remind you exactly what has happened in the opening couple of hours of today's race. Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley and Ben Constanduras looking after proceedings for the time being. And, well, a lot of the cars may be within 2-3 stops to the end now, if they're pitting with about an hour between their pit stops. Obviously, for lower powered cars like the Porsche Cup machines, like the TCRs, you can get more like an hour and 15, maybe an hour and 30 minutes of running between fuel stops. But no doubt about it, teams are now opening their spreadsheets or adjusting them so that they can time things to the 8 o'clock finish tonight. And Charles Espenlaub, having just made the stop, still scored as the race leader, but that will right itself now, in fact, as Peder de Courtin crosses the line for Hegerli. And the Porsche is back in front, Joe, car 66.
I can confirm as well, Johnny, that the 112 has had a gearbox failure on that car. That's the Golf that was at one time leading the TCE part of this race that caused the code 60. And we, as I say that, we go green, Johnny, so that car has been recovered, but it's a gearbox problem that has put that car out. And we've now got the 66 at the lead in the lead of the GT race. Have a guess who we've got in the lead of TCE? Colin White,
the one and only
Ginetta.
Yeah, the one and only Colin White, despite the pit stop. So they took on board 50% of fuel, as I mentioned in the rundown. 278 coming in after the code 60 was thrown around the racetrack, but that has given them track position. I'm just allowing the TCEs to head across the line to confirm that. 188 is a minute behind Collins Ginetta, I make it, with Stefan Perrin now at the wheel of the Belgian Audi. And Autorama's sole surviving VW Golf, at least as we speak, is Konstantin Kletzer, and he is in third spot. He's got 3.5 minutes to try and find on the Audi that runs in second place. 112 back in the pit lane, but sadly on top of a flatbed wagon, and it's going to have to be craned down to the Autorama Motorsport team for them to now try and sort things out. But that could be a long-winded process, Joe.
Yeah, that is. I think so, Johnny. We still haven't found out the story behind the eagle head on the side of that number 66.
No, but, well, we're discovering more and more about this new team to Creventic, because as Mark pointed out, it's only the second time that Hegerli have been part of a 24H series race. Yeah, it's great to have them here with such a strong car, and you know, I mean, Basseng's pedigree is
oh yeah, very much
there for all to see, really. But also Manuel Lauck. These guys have been racing in Hyundais more recently, in the work Hyundais that are often seen at the Nürburgring Nordschleife with their i20s, i30s, as part of the works team. But great to see that, you know, that they've got real pace in GT3 machinery as well.
They've almost got a full minute, I think, last time by over the second place CP Racing, the number 85 Mercedes, just about across the line, and I'll confirm gap is actually 44 seconds, so that's more like the rail gap, because that's the first flying lap after the code 60. Tyler Cook now at the wheel, the American driver now at the wheel of the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. That car's, I'm not sure if that car's off the lead lap. I think it is. I think that car's now down and off the lead lap. 258 laps completed by the leading Porsche, the number 10 Lamborghini, on 257 laps. But right on the tail of that number 10 is Michael Doppelmayr in the Retronic Racing Audi, car 18, right on the tail of the Lamborghini last time by. We'll see if that's the same situation as they come through next time.
The last race, by the way, that we saw the Hegerli Porsche in was at Mugello earlier this year, and I'm going to remind myself where they managed to finish. 5th position with the same driver lineup. So Peder de Courtin was part of the lineup there, along with Manuel and Mark, who we've spoken about. And Peder is less experienced, only competed in his first event in 2017. He comes from Troon in Switzerland, and was part of the Speed Lover squad, actually, that used to run an SP2 Porsche Cup car. So Dubai 24 Hours 2017, de Courtin raced, with, I'll be interested to know who was part of that Speed Lover crew, actually. Pierre-Yves Pack, who's also elsewhere in this race. Richard Verberg as well. So has had experience with the Belgian team Speed Lover, who aren't on the grid this weekend, but I'm sure won't be very far away from another entry with Creventic in the near future. But Pieda joining Manuel Lauk and Mark Basseng in a very strong lineup for Hegerli, and their eagle head on the side of their race car, well, it is powering them on to glory at the moment, because they have nearly 3/4 of a minute of an advantage over the CP Racing Mercedes of Charlie Putman. But I mean, stealth-like really from CP Racing. It just shows how much work they've put in behind the scenes in researching this race and how they might apply the strategy, because steadily they've been working their way up the order, and that's a genuine second place they have in their hands at the moment.
Yeah, they've done a very stealth-like job. Former champions remember this team, and that driver lineup, Charles Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Shane Lewis and Joe Foster, they've been together for a while now, over a few seasons, if not a few years, actually. I've known those guys a long time, and they certainly know how to go about their racing. And if anything, Johnny, the gap between the number 85 Mercedes is coming down. It was 44 seconds. Last time by was 42 seconds. So the Mercedes of Charlie Putman is lapping quicker than Peter de Courtin in the Hegerli car. Colin White, by the way, he's got a 47-second gap between himself and Stefan Perrin. Perrin, however, is lapping quicker than the Ginetta, so the TCR class car is catching the TCX class car in TCE. So we've got, you know what, the reason why I was kind of I peaked on the excitement scale coming into this restart was for this very reason. I kind of could see how this was going to go, and it's gone a little bit differently. I expected the number 11 Ferrari to be out up there at the head of the field, and I certainly, I agree with you, Johnny. I expected the CP Racing to be there or thereabouts, but not challenging for the lead. Gap down to 43 seconds. So it is coming, it's kind of staying around that kind of 40, 43, 42 second mark, but it is coming down ever so slightly.
And again, you know, that's to be expected because of Charlie Putman's a far greater experience in GT3 machinery than Pierre de Courtin, who is hunting down. But also, you know, depending on what sort of traffic they're catching lap to lap, de Courtin about to cross the line now. So what's his lap time like? It's a 1:44.6. We have seen that car go faster than that today. So this is really CP Racing's big opportunity of slicing that gap to, well, ideally closer to sort of 15, 20 odd seconds if they can by the time of the next pit stop. Tyler Cook in the third place car, which is the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan, is lapping more quickly than the two cars ahead, but he has got a minute and 12, minute and 13 seconds to make up on Charlie Putman, and I think that puts the Lamborghini therefore a lap behind the Hegerli Porsche. There's only,
yeah, I think it is.
There's only 25 seconds between Tyler Cook and Michael Doppelmayr, but I would expect that gap to be growing though, and it is, because Doppelmayr is up in the 1:50s actually, so that will be opening up and therefore providing less pressure behind Tyler Cook. He can fully focus on trying to eat into the gap and make his way towards the top two then in the yellow and black Lamborghini. At the Parabolica, the 18 Michael Doppelmayr driven Rutronic Racing Audi heads into the braking zone, making quick work of the Autorama Motorsport Seat in the bright orange colours. 925 leads the 991 class. Bart van Helden in the Bas Kooten prepared Porsche Cup car, running in first position and as high up as 8th in the GT Series rankings. He's ahead of Sabino Di Castro for Willi Motorsport and the Harry Hilders driven NKPP Racing Porsche. Then you've got Duvo Racing and the GTX leader still Martin Schluter for 9 and 11 Racing in their 719 numbered car.
just noticed at the wheel of that 920 Stadler Motorsport Porsche, currently 5th in 991, one Enzo Calderari at the wheel of that car, Johnny. He's a very experienced driver. He's done the Le Mans 24 Hours more a few times, and it's great to have Enzo here this weekend. Used to race at Le Mans with, I think, his wife or partner, Lillian Brinner, husband and wife team, and were pretty good at what they did, and were quite successful in how they went about. I'm not sure if it's Enzo's first 24H Series race. I've not noticed Enzo I would have noticed Enzo Calderari being here before.
Well, I can tell you his first ever 24 Hours of Le Mans was in 1985.
Oh, I'm sure he'll love you reminding him that long ago.
But it was in a BMW M1.
Wow.
What a great car that was.
Yeah.
And he was joined that year by Marco Vanoli and Angelo Pallavicini. So they ran in, I think, Class B. Was that a thing in those days, 1985? So, I mean, and then went on to many more visits to Le Mans. He's done the Spa 24 Hours as well, and he's actually a former champion in Porsche Carrera Trophy in Germany. But yes, not actually raced for something like 12 years. So brilliant that Enzo Calderari is back again. And if Ben gets an opportunity to speak to him, that would be superb. Just to talk about yesteryear, really, and the old days of Le Mans. Did you say he was with Stadler?
Yeah, he is. He's in the 920.
So, he's run in GT2 with Stadler Motorsport in the 90s at Le Mans as well. So that the history with the team goes back a long way as well for Enzo. I'd love to know the story behind getting him back behind the wheel of a race car. And this will be, therefore, because he's not raced since 2009, it'll be his first experience of the 24H Series as well, because it was only just sort of getting going, wasn't it? In the Dubai's been longer established than 2009, but really the championship's been a thing of the last 6 to 7 years. As the tyres are being switched for the Autorama Motorsport Seat. I have to keep reminding myself that it's safe to say Seat, because there are so many Seats that have become Cupras in recent years, but that is genuinely a Seat with the S emblazoned on the grille. They're having trouble with the bonnet clips here, though, are they, Joe? And trying to strap it down with independent straps.
I'm not really sure what they're doing. They've got is that a strap that I can see coming off? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
They're strapping it down. Yeah. That's quite an intricate sort of Boy Scout kind of.
Can you remember the order of a reef knot?
Yeah, the old sort of knotty.
Left over right.
The knot badge. Yeah, and that's exactly what they're doing. So the bonnet clips have broken off, keeping that bonnet down. They look like they're not going to be able to stop the air getting in there, which is what you've got to do, really. Or else that's just going to act like a huge umbrella, and just the air is just going to flow in there. Just ratchet strapping the bonnet down. So it's not going to fly up, at least. But I suppose at this stage of the race, 3.5 hours remaining, it's just kind of what I call desert tactics. Just make do whatever you need to do.
It's very Mad Max. Speaking of which, KTM Crossbow is a bit Mad Max as well. So Ben's watching. They've snipped off the strap now, and I still think that needs adjusting.
Well, the idea that they were going to tuck it under the bonnet and it was just going to stay there was unlikely. But because they've done that, they've made it so short now that the buckle is in the way of the bonnet itself. So I don't think I've ever seen this way. Yes, there's the black tape. Why don't you just use the black tape? That's a much better idea. That's kind of universally approved in the world of motorsport. The ratchet strap, less so. Okay, that's a different technique now through the towing eye. There's not many scrutineers about. Now there's a couple of guys who have appeared. They've obviously seen the coverage and thought, no, I need to go and check this one out. The black tape, much better idea. That's going to provide a new livery for the car on the right front. And yeah, it's interesting that it does seem as though the clips have bent, completely bent. So they can't get them back through the hole. There we go, he's done it now. Bit of brute force. There is no clip on the right front. There's only a clip on the left front. They managed to work that again. Yeah, but now scrutineers, you see, are saying the scrutineers are saying you can't have that through the towing hook because we won't be able to use it.
Yeah.
Oh dear. And of course the scrutineer just stands and waits for the work to be done and then assesses it afterwards. And the problem is it's all been taped up, so they've got to take all the tape off again now because the scrutineer's not happy. It would have been good to have had that message at the start, but I understand why they stood back and allowed it to happen first. This is why we love endurance racing, Joe, for the out of the box type thinking, and cars that look very beaten up and second hand by the end of it. But I commend the brain work here at Autorama Motorsport, but it's getting more and more frustrating the longer it takes.
I just need, you know what, tank tape down the sides and across the front.
Yeah, no.
Stop the air getting in.
Go on, Ben.
Just that would also keep it down.
Completely missing on the other side, so I don't know where it could have gone. It doesn't look as though it's actually attached in a very secure place, whether it be the left or the right. The ratchet strap is back. Is that going to work? Scrutineer is now being consulted, and hopefully they don't have to go in there again, because it won't be very easy. But I think that's secure enough.
Scrutineer will just be, he'll just be wanting that to be secure enough, and I think if you're going to bridge the gap that has been created with the broken bonnet with some gaffer tape, stops the air getting in it and really tugging at it. It's you're right, Johnny. It's the creative and innovative engineering that goes into repairing a broken car has always been a massive interest, and it's what you get taught. It's what I used to teach students at Gator College on the motorsport course. It wasn't all about the glitz and glamour of the shiny new racing cars. It's okay. What do you do if there's no wheel on that corner, or your bonnet clip's not what it? It's when the mechanical bits don't do what they're supposed to do, and that's what we've got here. That bonnet clip should easily just sort of, the pin comes through the bonnet, and the other pin clips through the. And the spring catch goes across to stop it coming out, and that's pretty much it. And one of them works, the other one doesn't. Now we get the tank tape out. See, I'm not just one length down the the length of the sides of the bonnet would do. Tank tape's really strong. You've got massively strong glue. Just ask anybody who's tried to get the glue marks off any kind of race car after you've removed the tank tape. That's it. Bridge the gap there. Stops the air getting in it. Now bridge across the front. Didn't need that ratchet strap. That tank tape would have held that bonnet down. Just as long as you bridge the gap from letting the air get in and just using it, creating an umbrella, and the air would just push that off.
They need to have a word with the team who we think this car used to belong to, Red Camel, because they had to do a similar thing with the front of their Porsche. Well, Armando Stanco, I think it still is, or it was certainly Armando who brought the car in, and if he stayed at the wheel, he is taking it now to the fueling area, and we get to see how long that holds, I suppose. But the problem is there are many gaps where the air will be able to get through and start to peel that bonnet back again. He's not going for fuel, in fact, heading back into the race. Let's get another quick word from Ben.
Right, so turning our attention back to the Porsche of Hagerly at T2 Racing. So I've been away for a while because I've been doing some digging and some chatting, and I've got myself a Coca-Cola out of for all the hard work I've been doing. Hagerly is an importer of fruit and vegetables, mainly from Italy and France, into Switzerland, focused on the winter season when it's hard to grow vegetables in the mountains, especially around the Zurich area. The T2 Racing part of it, which is Peter de Curtens, he's an insurance broker for Zurich. He's out in the car right now, so he's T2 Racing. And then you've got Claudio Hagerly, who offered me the Coca-Cola and lots of fruit. Claudio is part of the Kyle Hagerly family who are the importing of the fruit. And so that's the kind of history of the partnership and the team. The eagle represents the fact that they basically, as somebody speculated, I think, on Twitter already, the eagle is the symbol of many of the cantons in Switzerland, including the one in which the team and the Hagley guys come from, which I can't pronounce. It's one of those German words that's really long. But it also obviously represents a animal always hunting its prey and always being there to catch its prey when they're unawares. And so that is the representation of the team. They will always be around, and they are always, perhaps secretively, but they'll eventually catch their prey in the end.
Well, they're going the right way about it right now, so the eagle is a spot-on icon to have adorning the bright yellow car. Thank you, Ben, for that.
Talking of fruit, Johnny, I was a little bit disappointed that Ben didn't have a banana for his grid walk at the restart. I thought that was going to become part of his showmanship there. So
because of the random banana for yesterday's grid walk, you mean?
Well, he had a random banana sticking out of his coat pocket,
he
didn't he? And it just, you know, I thought that was his kind of sort of like his signature. But that was disappointing not to see that happen again.
Ben's banana.
I can give you an explanation for my banana as well, Joe.
Okay,
because this is the most stupid thing that I think I've ever done. And I know that our boss in charge always says I'm a good producer.
That's a high benchmark, Ben. The most stupid thing you've ever done.
Yeah, I know,
That's
right?
a pretty high benchmark, but go ahead.
Mr. Hindhoff says that I'm a good producer, but this was one of the stupidest producer thoughts ever. I thought I would start my broadcast with the banana in my hand rather than the microphone, which, by the way, I just did with my Coke in my hand, speaking into the wrong hand. But I did realise that a banana, you wouldn't be able to hear me, and therefore the things I was saying would be completely lost and therefore useless. A bit like trying to do a radio broadcast on television or vice versa. And so, that's why I decided the banana was a very silly idea.
I don't know. I think it can catch on. I think it can catch on. Getting back to reality. Timo S tweeted in earlier inquiring about why the ST Racing BMW, which is currently, just trying to pick that up, the ST Racing BMW in GT4, second in GT4, 20th overall, John Miller at the wheel. It dropped off. It dropped away from the other car in GT4 and has gone down to second spot. That's the Aston Martin that car is chasing. Why did that car? It's lost about 6 laps, I think, last time I looked. And why was that? Well, he's done some digging himself before we had a chance to speak to the team, and it was a brake disc failure on the BMW that's caused that car to drop that far back from the other class contender in that field. So thanks for that tweet, Timo S. And keep it coming. Keep all your inquiries coming. With 3.5 hours to go, Johnny. Still plenty of racing and plenty of action to come.
You're tuned to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. That's Joe Bradley, Ben Constanduras looking after things in the pit lane, and me, Johnny Palmer. Joe and I are about to sign off, actually, but before we do that, some very exciting news concerning the next round of the 24H Series. Round 5 of the season will take us back to Portimao, to the Algarve International Circuit, for the annual 24 Hours in Portugal. That's it, we're underway after such a long wait in the Hankook 24H Series. Porsches slotting into second and third. Third Porsche there as well to make it those three squabbling away at the rear bumper there. The ultimate holiday and race experience, because of recent news that Portugal has very much opened its doors to the rest of Europe, and hopefully whichever country you are travelling from, restrictions will be at a real minimum when you return. A reminder that tourism has very definitely restarted in Portugal. The beaches are open, the restaurants are open, the hotels are open, and of course when we get to July the weather will be cracking. If you've never been to the Algarve International Circuit, it's a really awesome venue with great views of several corners at once, particularly from the paddock area, and you've got that central rotunda as well, which fingers crossed will be open, giving you a really good view of the hairpin bend. But the facilities there at this now Grade 1 circuit, it's an F1 venue as well, are second to none. And the 16th, 17th and 18th of July will be the date reserved for the Autodromo Internacional de Algarve, and yet another Hankook 24 hours of Portimao. So we're really looking forward to it. In the next couple of moments we can reveal the entry list as well. In fact, that is scrolling across the bottom of the live stream screen as I speak, and to be honest, all the usual protagonists are right there, together with a few extras as well. Nick Damon joining me and replacing for the time being Joe Bradley. I'm really very excited about this meeting, just 2 months away now, purely because of how well Portugal have been doing COVID-19 wise. 30 cars here this weekend, possibly another 5 or 10 for the Portuguese event.
I would hope so. I mean, obviously you have actually been enduring the feast of motor racing, followed by the famine of 10 days quarantine a couple of times, haven't you? Whereas the rest of us have been doing things remotely. So we're very much looking forward to getting to a track. So, it may be that I'll be fighting Ben for his his microphone for the grid walk. Hopefully it's Portimao in a couple of days. It's fantastic. I think it is actually a great place. The Algarve is fantastic. Joe and I had a very lovely evening meal one time down the beachfront, which is very, 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 very funny in retrospect about what people must have thought we were doing. Because we were there in a short seat, enjoying. But yeah, no better place to go, safe place to go, clean place to go, loads of holiday homes, great time of the year. Struggling to find a problem with it.
I'm going to bring John Hindhaugh into the mix as well in a second, but as a sign-off, what I'll also say is that I think you and I covered last year's Portimao event, which was the first ever race in Europe coming out of coronavirus. Yes. So there's some history there as well as, making strides into a new era, if you like, within the motorsport fraternity.
I just think it's another reason why we have to go, because we did the hard work last year remotely. Yeah,
I agree wholeheartedly. Right, Nick Damon and John Hindhaugh for the next hour of this year's 12 Hours of Hockenheimring.
So 3 hours and 22 minutes of the race to go, which means my maths 8 hours and 38 have gone. And we have in the lead the Porsche 911 GTR of Hageli by T2 Racing and Peter de Curtens. Charles Putnam is in second, and with CP Racing Mercedes in third, the Leipa Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan of Tyler Cook, with Dennis Wozek of the Middle Cup Racing Scuderia Praha Ferrari 458 in fourth overall. Fifth is the Rutronic Racing by TC Audi LMS, Michael Doppelmayr. Quite interesting, when I sort of left this race some time ago, those cars were all battling at the front. They did spread out a bit more. They're covered by 3 laps, but still anything can happen. It's short lap time, so any minor problem over these last 3.5 hours could be a major issue. Leading in the class, the 901 class, Baz Coton Racing. They've made a very successful change from TCR into Porsche Cup. It's Bart Van Heijden in the 925 car that's leading the 901 class. Second, it's Stefano De Castro who's driving the Williams Motorsports by EB Motors. EB Motors, big supporters of Creventic Racing in the 911 class. They've been, I think, so many races we've seen them there. Then Harry Hilders in the NKPP racing car. That's the green and the orange racing in the pictures. And that's not a Baz Curtin car. So Baz doing well with first and third in the 911 Cup. In GTX, it's Martin Schur in the 911 Racing Porsche. That's counted as a different car because of the way it is in its actual history. That's leading that one. And then we go down to TCR, and it's AC Motor leading Stefan Perrin, a much improved racer. the 80 Motorsport car, which I left all those hours ago in the lead, still in the lead, with Autorama by Wolf Power Motorsport in second. It's Konstantin Ketzer in the Volkswagen Golf, so it's Audi from Golf. And the third in TCR is quite a bit way behind, actually. The TCR cars are 24 seconds apart. So that first and second is definitely a battle, but the third TCR car, as I look down, is 10 laps down, and that's the other that's the GSR Motorsport, Rokas Kazardis of GSR. That's a Lithuanian team, isn't it? Volkswagen Golf. They're 10 laps down, but in third. In GT4, it's the car that didn't really start properly, but it's carried on going since then. Kurt Hansen, the Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin Vantage car, that's winning in GT4. And I've missed TCX, that's the Colin White engineering car, but with Jean-François Brunel currently in that car, he's leading in TCX. He's leading it by about 4 laps. It's been kind of a spread in some of the classes, but still at the top. And also in TCR, those leads are less than a lap. The cars we don't have anymore, it's the Reiter Engineering Crossbow, which stopped very, very early, and the Top Car Cooper, which didn't retake the start this afternoon. And also Thomas Gosner in the MP Racing Mercedes. That car's not turned a wheel for hours in the pits. Another long stayer in the pits with over half an hour at the moment. That is Christoph Hürni in the other Autorama Motorsport car. That's the 112. So that's kind of where we are at the overall position, but it's a Porsche from Mercedes, from Lamborghini, from Ferrari, from Audi, so that's not a bad combination. Very strange indeed.
I enjoyed that Portimao 24-hour race that got us back underway last year. I did a bit of that as well, and I do like that area of the world. Long way to drive, though. Very long way to drive. But that's not a bad drive, actually. Down over the high plain. And a good entry for that in the later part of the year. Be very hot though, very hot indeed. Remember, I think the first time we went there, Nick, we were basting gently in a press room because they couldn't turn all of the aircon on because the infrastructure was so poor there. But it's changed hands since then, and the new people have spent some money on it, which is nice. I don't think I've ever seen at a track message on the timing stream that said turn any extraneous electrical equipment off, particularly heating elements, as if everybody was down the back in the scorching heat, sticking their kettles on, or putting those little single element things in to make a cup of tea or hot chocolate.
I missed the first part. Sorry, I missed the first part because I just had a minor internet outage in my house, luckily only for 30 seconds, but I'm back on again. But I realised you're obviously talking about our first trip to Portimao, which is memorable in so many ways.
Yeah, good fun. As I say, under new management now, who've invested. So I think it was taken over. Well, invested in a lot of things actually. I think it was taken over by the local prefecture. Or region anyway, and it's been taken back into public ownership and seen for the potential asset that it is. And
amazing, John. Since that trial race, they've had 2 MotoGPs and 2 Grand Prix in the last year at that track.
Yes, and of course it was built for Grand Prix and never got to do it. At least it was built for testing, ostensibly, because it was an F1T circuit. But of course, and nobody can be blamed for this, certainly not the people who developed it in the first place. They had, I think, one F1
2009.
test.
I think they had 2, but they were very close together.
Yes. Yeah, 2 days of F1 testing, or 2 events for F1 testing before out of season F1 testing was banned. So it was rather bad luck. MotoGP is fabulous round there. It looks really good. F1 looks good and it races not too badly. I think it's at its best with sports cars, with mixed category racing, if I'm honest. I'm interested also to see, while we're talking about F1 circuits and later in the Hankook 24-hour series, what the new turn 10 will do to configuration, will do to Circuit de Catalunya outside Barcelona, because I think that makes it worse for Formula One, but I think it'll make it much, much better for endurance racing. The GSR Motorsport Volkswagen's got a rear puncture, I think.
Oh no!
It is going very, very slowly at the moment. Rokas Kvedras is driving that, and the way that car is driving and the way he's got his right hand down a little bit when he's trying to go straight, there's either front steering problem or a rear puncture. There's been a bit of an incident. Yes. So coming down into one of the slower corners, big sideways. That's down
at the Einfahrt Parabolica, and that's the Parabolica before you begin along the straight.
Yes, you're right. Yeah. It's turn 2, 3, 4.
Yeah.
So that was one of the Porsches there. Now, what's your bet? What do you think? Is it going to be steering on the right front, or right rear with a puncture, or a rear wheel?
It's right front. It's whether he's lucky enough to got away with a puncture or whether it's done more damage. Because that was the Porsche rode right up on that side, and that could do anything from scuff the wheel.
Into the box.
No, it's not a puncture. He's obviously taken a bit of the suspension, be it a toe link or an arm or anything else, it's gone.
Well done. Well done for remembering you're not allowed to drive into the garage
he'd have been annoyed.
Power. He would have been very, very upset at that, but he killed the engine and allowed the team to drive it in. Also, the Porsche, the Porsche, is in the pit lane as well, and that was the 920 that caused the issue there. Now, that 920 had been running rather well. That's Enzo Calderari for Stedtler Motorsport, Swiss-entered team. And
I think that was a typical kind of kerfuffle going into the Parabolica, because it is a sort of overtaking position. It definitely is an overtaking place if you are of a different class, but not class of talent, I mean class of car. But I think the communication wasn't very good, because it didn't look like, for example, the Porsche drifted wide during that corner. It just looked like they were trying to go for the same piece of space they didn't need to go. But it looks like it may have passed the inspection, the Volkswagen, at least, because they've taken the wheel off, they've got a bit of flapping bodywork, and they'll put it back on again. So, must have been a precaution, or because the tyre didn't look flat, did it, John?
No. It's an odd one, isn't it? It's the camber of the wheels to where they just ride up over each other. And I know these are closed wheel cars. It's not like open wheel cars where you see people riding up over wheels in Formula cars, but there's still a bit of the wheel and tyre that sits proud at the bottom, because the bottoms are stuck out more than the top, and that's to get the maximum amount of tyre on the ground when you're turning. When you're turning, the whole world turns with you. Into the fuel area for the, I think it was the 18 Audi, wasn't it? Mikhail Doppelmayr brought in the Rootronic Racing by TECE. That's the car that also has former Audi Works driver in it. But they're sitting a little bit further down than I would have hoped, that Rootronic car. Number 18, fifth in that car, Pierre Caffer, sorry, I need to say Klaus Graf there.
Now it's interesting. Now they're looking at the rear. You said you thought it might have had
I thought the moment I saw that car and what steering input that was being put into that car, I immediately thought that it was something going wrong at the rear. And it looked, what they're trying to do is to take the dust cap off the
so they can get
hub,
the hub off. Yeah, they're going to
they can take the hub carrier. Now, it's not a driven wheel, so it's not a drive shaft under there. It's a front-wheel drive car, but they'll be worried about the alignment of the hub itself, and possibly one of the rear, it's not wishbones there, but control arms at the back.
Yeah.
It looked to me as he was getting, and the reason I said that, Nick, it looked like to me as though the driver who brought that VW in was getting an element of rear wheel steer, because he would get it turned in and then it would turn in too much, and then he would balance that and then it would disappear the opposite direction. And you know, I've had not a long racing career, but I've had pretty much every type of accident, so either in real or virtual terms. So you know, I can recognise the signs of most of these.
So this
had
is
a pub break once on me like that.
This is first and third. The 66 De Curtens and the 10 Tyler Cutt, or the Porsche and the Lamborghini you just saw going through there. Now they are first and third. They were occupying the same bit of tarmac, but there is of course a lap between them. And just checking that last set of laps round, I think actually that was De Curtens actually putting that lap on Tyler Cook. So that's obviously going to be very bad news in American racing. Not quite so much bad news here, because there's many different strategies to play out. But yeah, so that's still moving forward. The 66, the leader, guided by T2 Racing, and Tyler Cook in the Leipert Motorsport car, a little bit slower in that lap, and it looks like he was overtaken by Peter.
40 minutes or thereabouts since the last Code 60, and
yeah.
Peter
and
De
Tyler,
Curtens. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, John, but Tyler was the only one of the top 5 who didn't take advantage of that. He'd come in about 10 minutes beforehand. He's got a 1:06. The other guys have all got between 50 and 45 minutes, which ties in, of course, with the running of the Code 60, which I think ran for about 11 minutes. So, you know, it's interesting that Cook again, and then Leipert have a couple of times who skewed the chance to take a slurp of fuel down the pit lane in Code 60.
No, Tyler was in that Leipert car. Tyler Cook was in.
Was he in it?
He was.
He did a
he
short
was
one.
in. Yeah, he in between 2 laps of the.
You're right.
Just before the last lap of the Code 60, he was in. So he's been out just under 50 minutes.
So he started with a short run.
Yeah, Charles Putman and the second place CP Racing Mercedes. Now they, I don't think they took. Yes, they did. They took advantage of that to come in, but again, right at the very end of that, Charles has been in for 24 laps, or if you prefer, 44 minutes. So everybody has been in around that lap in the top car category, have been in around that last Code 60. Let's say good afternoon again to Ben Constanduros, without any kind of fruit whatsoever. Although I did like his story, because of course there's a connection with Creventic, who also have fruit and veg and import and export in their past. And when the racing side of things was at first starting to be organised, the office was in the corner of the warehouse. Ben, what have you got for us?
I did not know that. Another addition to the fruit and veg. At least we can all be healthy here in the paddock at the moment. Yeah, so the key thing
5
about...
a day, mate, 5 a day.
I feel bad for taking a Coca-Cola when they were offering me a pineapple. So the key thing about those pit stops last time was that the Hegerle car came in before the Code 60 and took full fuel. The rest of them came during Code 60 and then took half fuel. So I would be expecting a lot of those cars to be coming into the pits pretty soon, knowing that, okay, they ran a couple of laps under safety car, under Code 60, but now have done a significant amount of time running with only half a tank of fuel, when they should have, most of them should have been at the end of their tank. I think the difference, the only one against that kind of structure would be the Lamborghini. They would have had a bit more fuel, because I think they did a pit stop before, about 10 laps before, didn't they? So the Lamborghini might have had 3/4 fuel, but certainly for the likes of CP Racing, for instance, they'll only have half a tank in theirs.
They'd done 33. Hegerle and CP had done 33 laps before they came in to take their fuel. But as you rightly say, Hegerle came in and got full fuel, and as Peter went back out, so arrived the Code 60. CP came in, and who brought that in before they swapped to Charles? They will have got half. Leipert had only done 10 laps before they came in. So half a tank there would probably have been enough to refill that all the way to the top, presuming they got full fuel, because it's about 40 to 42 laps in full green conditions. So Hegerle and Leipert are, roughly speaking, on the same fuel strategy. They are separated by actually just 1 lap, even though Leipert couldn't put full fuel in. It's kind of, Nick, it's kind of leveled those two back up again, because Leipert were on a completely different fuel strategy, only 10 laps, a quarter into their stint, whilst as Hegerle were 3/4 into their stint when they stopped. But effectively now, with a lap between them, because Leipert are off the lead lap just, I think. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are, yeah.
But they've effectively, as far as fuel's concerned, they're on the same fuel load, or thereabouts.
Well, yeah, the thing to remember, though, is, John, is that the max amount you can refill is not the size of your tank.
Well, that's very true.
So if,
very true.
say, the Lamborghini had a full tank of fuel for the hour and for the 42 laps, because they got their, whatever it is, 100 litres, say, and they hadn't used 50, which they wouldn't have done in 10 laps, when they put the 50 they want to put in, they could now have 120 litres in that tank.
Yes.
So they could now have an extra long stint, which we've seen teams use before. The point is, when you start the race, hence we do some very long runs at the start, you actually start with as big, if you have as big as your tank wants to be, but then you can only refill it a certain amount. And of course, there is a disadvantage in carrying fuel and not going to use
extra weight
in some ways, but this is kind of the flexibility. Interesting, one of the teams that has used that is a team that's currently just pitted in from second and now already dropped to fourth, and that's CP Racing. Their Mercedes now getting a full fill of fuel. Now, probably, given they've done 25 laps on half a tank and change, they probably were quite on fumes, so they will then have just that fill and not the extra overage that the others have.
Yeah, they had done 33 laps, so they'd done 3/4 of a fuel stint. So putting a half in meant, they've done more. They've done 5 laps more than half a stint of fuel, or thereabouts, 2 or 3 laps more than half a stint of fuel. So they must have been, they must have nearly filled that when that car went out.
Yeah, and of course they would have had
more
some
than
of
their fill.
Yeah, but and of course, with the 3 laps under, or it was under code 60, would have used very little fuel, of course. So that.
Hello, Dave Alcock, who's tweeted us at RSL_studio, and to Kevin Ernst. He says the banana incident sounds wrong on so many levels.
No, I don't know. If you're going to use fruit to impersonate a microphone, that's great. But obviously, you've got fruit and veg, and I think a cucumber would work even better.
Very good. Hearing some very sad news is that Andre Ribeiro, 55 years old, has died today.
Oh, gosh.
Yes. Another
one. I take it not in a motor racing situation.
I'm not sure at the moment. I'll leave you to have a look at that. 55, no age whatsoever, as my late mother and both my late grandmothers would have said. No age whatsoever. We pass on our condolences to Andre's family and to the racing community as a whole. Smashing bloke. Spoken to him a couple of times in the US. Darling of the Brazilian motorsport world. Had a good career in IndyCar.
Yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't a racing situation. It's unfortunately he succumbed to cancer. Unfortunately.
What a shame.
Very much.
1996 won the Rio 400 in Indy in Jarapagua, I think, from memory.
He's a year younger than me.
I know. I know, absolutely. Something odd going on with, well, we pass on our condolences to everyone who knew Andre Ribeiro, and particularly his family, who will be missing him terrible. Something odd going on with the 66 Porsche, the bright yellow Porsche, which is flashing its four-ways.
Oh,
but
yeah.
It kind of isn't, because it almost looks like it's got its pit lane speed limiter activated, which clearly it hasn't, because it's if it has, they've got it badly set, because it's flat out down towards the hairpin and got the number 10 Lamborghini, the Lippert car, right with it at the moment.
That is first and second, John,
Cook.
but they are a lap
lead,
but no, they're a lap apart. They're a lap apart. So the Porsche is leading by 1 lap and about 40 metres. So it's Tyler, obviously.
And what's important about that is that Tyler has got about another 10 laps before. The Porsche has about another, I reckon, 10 laps before it needs to pit. And I also reckon the Lippert car has about another 10 laps before it needs to pit. So really, Tyler Cook needs to, if they're going to eat into that lead, get himself back on the lead lap and try and get by there.
But John, this is for position between the Car Collection 34 and the CP Motorsport 85. This is the battle between Gustav Edelhoff and the Car Collection car and Shane Lewis and CP Racing. I think Gustav may have just let him through, but that is the battle for 4th and 5th overall. Shane just out of the pits, whereas Gustav is an hour into his stint.
That was turn 1, and I think you're right. I think Gustav was in the light blue and white.
I'm surprised
was fairly sensible there.
Yeah, I'm surprised that 34 Car Collection car's not really shown much pace at any point in this race. Normally it's up and about, and certainly when Max is in the car, Max Edelhoff, they're on pace, but it just seems to be just a little bit off from all these cars. There's no Pro and no Am here this week. All the cars are in the Am class, and it's just called GT3. So yeah, they're all evened up as far as teams are concerned. It just seems that the Car Collection just haven't got a handle on this track. I mean, I know they're running in 5th. That's more because they've done the other thing they do really well, which is just turn laps. But they've never seemed to have the pace.
Yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? How sometimes you get yourself dialed in, sometimes you don't. I wonder if all of the Audis running, line astern, 5th, 6th, and 7th. The 2 Car Collection cars and the Rootronic is the meat in the sandwich. Car Collection cars being the bread, so it is a Rootronic sandwich between those 2 Car Collection slices. But they're all running at around about the same pace, and they just haven't had the pace of the AMG, the Ferrari, the Lamborghini, or indeed the Porsche. Is it not an Audi track? Have the drivers not dialed themselves in? I'm not sure. It's a funny one, that, though, isn't it? Because none of them have really broken out. And still, Tyler Cook in second for Lippert. The 2 bright yellow cars, bright yellow and red, Porsche, leading by a lap and a car's length. And Tyler goes down the inside and drops the outside Hancooks, the right-hand side Hancooks, onto the grass to make the move down into turn 2. And in fairness, Peter de Curtens didn't fight that too much, because he's still got an effective lead, an actual lead, in fact, of 4.57 kilometres, which is a full lap here.
I'm not sure he's letting it lie, though, as they come into the braking area for the hairpin.
Down at turn 6.
It's not, obviously, as I said before, it's not the be-all and end-all being a lap ahead that it is in any race that has a safety car involved, because obviously we never have safety cars here. We only have code 60s. But this is just making up time that they'll be able to hopefully improve on during the next pit stop cycle. But yeah, I mean, chance to have a bit of a race between the two of them, because they are actually first and second, if not on the same lap.
But the key thing is that the Lambo is now on the back end of the lead lap. Now, we don't have safety cars here, so it doesn't matter. If a full course yellow came out, you would hold on to the 100 metres or thereabouts that the Lambo seems to stretch out on the flat bits, on the straight bits. The
second of the Car Collection cars in.
Yeah,
that's one. That's how it's a couple of laps back from the other pair of Audis we were talking about a minute ago. It's had a couple of little niggles, had a niggly run to such an extent they actually went off the track before the start of part 2. They threw the thing into a barrier, didn't they? Didn't do too much damage, luckily, on the straight. I think they just put a bit of power down. It may have been a bit greasy at that point. Looped and found himself nudging the barriers in a very embarrassing way, but they still took the start. I think a bit of tape and a bit of judicious pushing and pulling of the induction areas at the front of the car, and it was ready to go. But they've had that little niggly problems several times, the 88 car, so hence the reason they're running 7th in GT3. And effectively, the last GT3 running who hasn't had a problem, still not adrift, but they are 4 minutes behind the nearest car.
Well, that Lambo not getting away, the Lightwood car, so the lead car passed, but not for the lead, if that makes sense, last time around. Danik Wazek, as we go under 3 hours now for middle cap racing with Scuderia Praha, back in third, 17 seconds further back from Tyler Cook, so not quite back on the lead lap yet, but lapping quicker than those 2 cars ahead of it. And that's the better part of a second and a half quicker, Dennis, is than Peter de Curtens at the moment, the leader. So he is gaining on them.
And even faster is Shane Lewis in the CP Racing car. He's on fresh tyres, of course. He's a good driver. He's on fresh tyres. I mean, he's got heavyweight. He's got more fuel, but I think, as we've seen many times, tyres trump fuel in this class, because the cars are basically quite heavy anyway. There's nothing svelte in the GT3 class these days. So the extra, 80 kilos isn't quite as much of a handicap as some lovely fresh Hankook tyres.
I suspect that Dennis will be the next car into the pit lane, although he's on roughly the same amount of laps since he was last in for what would have been half a tank of fuel for him, I think. So I think they pitted under full course purple. Yes, they did. He's done 34. In fact, they've all, the top 3 have done 34 since they were laughed in. But as we were discussing earlier, I think it's more likely that the 66 Hagerley Porsche by T2 Racing and the Lightwood Lamborghini Huracan were closer to having a full load of fuel, or better than a full load of fuel, as Nick quite rightly pointed out, with that Lamborghini only having done barely a quarter of a tank, a quarter of a stint of fuel, and having all of the cars having a wee bit additional capacity as to what they are allowed to fill. And the reason behind that, dear viewer and listener, is it is part of the balance of performance. So what you're allowed is your tank size, and as usual in motor racing, tank sizes vary and indeed can go up and down without you having to take the tanks out necessarily. You put plastic filler balls in them if you need to make it smaller, and then you pump fuel in, measure it, and make sure that you're right. You measure fuel in terms of weight, to be honest, otherwise you get into the situation, the ridiculous situation that we got into at Le Mans a couple of years ago, where Ben Keating lost the win in GTA Am because they measured the fuel in circumstances where the weight of the fuel wasn't consistent. The volume of the fuel, rather, wasn't consistent. The weight would always be consistent as long as you're at the same altitude, but the volume wasn't, because of a big change in air temperature and ambient air temperature. Anyway, I've pushed me soapbox to one side for that. I'll not get on that again. But the point being that Nick was very well remembered by Nick, that you may have spare capacity in your fuel tank. Within the regulations for Hankook 24-hour racing, there is a maximum fuel size and a maximum fuel fill, and they are almost always not the same.
No.
So, for example, 110 litres is one of the options for the GT3 cars, the top category cars, but you will have some of the GT3 cars that have 130 litre tanks, or you might have a 95 litre fill and you have 115 or 120 litre tank. So if you can get in under code 60, even if you're only half filling, and Herbert Precourt have been an absolute past masters of that, Nick, haven't they? Oh, code 60, only done a quarter of our fuel. Look, fill the tank, then we can fill it back up to the top. Oh, okay then. And the amount of times that it's taken me a wee while to work out, hang on a second, everybody's only been doing 40 laps and they've just done 48 laps. How have they managed that? Oh, of course, I see what they did. They managed to get back to their maximum fuel capacity without having to use maximum fuel fill. Because don't forget, the other thing is standing still is an anathema, really. You'd normally think, don't come in unless you need fuel. But if you're only putting half in, or possibly even less than half, to fill you to the top, it opens up your fuel window through the race. And standing still for fuel is an absolute time, isn't it?
Yeah, the other thing, of course, with the very awkward 2-hour stint length, maximum stint length, it helps sometimes to get that half tank of fuel to kind of eke the car out towards 145, 150, and try and get as close to that 2 hours as possible. I mean, the driver time management within Creventic races is actually one of the hardest things to do, and maximise your fastest driver being in the car at the best time at the best point, because you've got, depending on the ranking of the driver, they have different amount of times they can be in the car. Every driver needs to be in the car for a certain amount of time to score points, and sometimes to actually make the car be officially classified at the end. You can't go over drive times. You can only run this maximum of 2 hours. You think, well, that sounds quite a long time, Nick. Well, don't forget that at Le Mans, that we've had guys do 3 3/4 hours stints, because that's what worked out flexibly wise for the tyres and the way they were working. So 2 hours is quite a light load for an endurance racer. Certainly, obviously some of the gentleman drivers, certainly me, it'd be a bit of a heavy run. But that is the tactics. And it is a lot more complex than it looks, because one of the things, because you never have a full course caution, it takes out one of the major issues where you can lose.
You never have a safety car.
Sorry, yes. Thank you very much. Sorry, you never have a safety car.
So you don't pack up.
Yes, you never lose a lead. So it's never pointless getting a lead. It's never the point where, as you see in a lot of American racing, unfortunately in F1 these days, where a guy gets 11 seconds ahead and think, well, what's the point of me running my engine and my tyres? Because there's a 99.9% chance there'll be a full course caution and a safety car, and I'll lose it all again. So that is one strategy you can work at. And when Code 60s come out, you will come out theoretically within 1 or 2 seconds of where you were before in relation to the gaps. But then the whole concept of getting the fuel, but of course also the other one, of course, John, remember about codes, is serving penalties as well, because you can serve penalties under the code 60. They just double them, so a 10-second penalty becomes 20 seconds stationary. But as you probably imagine, a racing car, most of the racing cars will average way more than 120 kilometers an hour around a track like this. So actually, it's worthwhile burning your penalties off as well. And it's all got to go into that thing again with track position and everything else. So it's a much more complicated strategic decision making than it initially first looked. And of course, these are mostly teams which are running with a limited crew. You're not sitting down with occasionally have, but on the whole, they don't have a Paul Trustwell in the garage, which is what you need to look at all the variables. And so there's a lot of clever stuff that's done.
There's no Venn diagram that is always right. You can't say if a full course caution comes out now, then pit, because it depends where you are. It depends where your competitors are. Depends how much fuel you've got in the tank. Although it would seem, and this is contra to everything that I would have said, when I first started watching Creventic racing and talking about Creventic racing, it took me quite a while to get my head around the regulations. That's why I have to read regulations, by the way. Just watching the lead battle for a second, going down towards across the start-finish line, down towards, over the start-finish line, should I say, down towards turn 1, and just proving how difficult it is to get by here. The Porsche, number 925, third in class, Bart van Helden and Bas Koeten Racing, just holding up the second-place car, which has just unlapped itself from the leader and now lost all the ground that had been made up. So Tyler Cook will be less than impressed there, but in fairness, was just staying on the racing line, which is exactly what you're told to do. Going back to tactics here, it would seem to me, in the years that we've now covered Creventic racing, that having fuel in the tank is almost always is king. Yeah. And unless you've got 20 minutes to go and you don't need to stop, then get fuel in the tank. Even if your driver's coming round to his 2-hour stint, bringing him in, take the driver out early if you have to. We benefited from that at Kota when I was racing there with Aston Martin Legondron waiting to get in, and taking the car over from Paul Hollywood, and he was about inside his last 10 laps or so, and there was a car off the side of the track, and I was ready to go, because me being me, I'm ready very, very early for this because I live in fear that I'll forget some part of my equipment. I can't find it and the car comes in. And it's an age thing, really. And spoke to our team manager, and we were looking. I could see up on the screen the Diamond Vision screen. I said, "Get him in now. We'll get full fuel." And yeah, but he's not out of fuel. I said, "Yeah, but that means we'll just get more than a full stint, and with a bit of luck, it'll go full course purple, and all of our other competitors will only be able to get a half tank." Oh, okay, right. So called him in, got in. I ambled into the car because I don't do anything with racing very quickly. Went and filled the car up, and whilst I was in the fuel, they went full course purple, and therefore I started with a full tank and more of fuel, and I got to go out and do my first few corners, half a lap, 3/4 of a lap under full course purple, and just sort of breathe a bit and remind myself I was driving a works Aston Martin Lagonda and not throw it off at the first corner, and immediately I came off the pit lane speed limiter. Those little things can make a big difference, and once you understand the regs, it's so important that you make a plan and you stick to it. Rash of pit stops, including the 211.
I think it's an interesting point you make, because I think we've seen, certainly in Dubai, we've seen a lot of teams try to preempt Code 60s and not quite work out that things work differently.
You get burned by that.
They get it wrong. Oddly, I think it's easier to preempt the European circuits because it's a slightly, even though it's the same race team organizer, Dubai itself has a different layer of access roads. The other thing I would say about it is when you see people the people who actually suffer are the ones who are indecisive.
Correct.
Either go for it or don't go for it. But the people who then think, oh, we'll go for it like a lap late and pull the car in, get the worst of both worlds, because Code 60s end really quickly on the whole, especially when the car's under a tow, just need to get to safety. And you suddenly they've come into pit, then they get half a tank and have made the stop, as our leader has hit the pit lane. John, is that when you're expecting him?
Let me have a quick charcuterie. Might be a little bit early.
Driver change.
39 laps. No, they had a couple of laps of purple at the beginning of that, so they've had pretty much a full stint. 39 hour and 15. That for the driver, and that was Peter de Curtens who brought the car in. Mark Bessing did the 33 lap stint before that. So Leipert on their 39th lap now, so they'll come round and do 45. That is 40 laps actually, as they've come through, because that'll just click over. So yeah, that's spot on. That's spot on. For the moment then, this is great news for the number 10 car, because it will look like they'll come round, and they will, if they don't pit, they'll take the lead. Not this time by, but the next time round.
No, but they're in the lead now, effectively, not on the scoring, but they have now gone past where the 66 car is as it goes into the fueling area. But what will happen is that this will now spend another approximately lap and a half of the Tyler Cook's Leipert time just getting fuel, and then that will give the Lamborghini a lead of a lap and a bit. It's not a real lap and a bit, because they're obviously having much less fuel and the driver's running out of drive time.
Well, let's see how much further the Lamborghini goes, because remember, they came in after just a quarter of a stint in that car, and it was Tyler Cook. So he's been in the car now for 1 hour and 16 minutes since he took fuel, and he was 17 minutes before that.
1 hour 33.
Add those two together.
Yeah, 1:33, kind of 1:34 is his total stint time. So he's got 26 minutes he can run, which is 15 laps, perhaps a bit less than that, 14 laps. So if he had got 10 extra laps of fuel, it's going to work really well for them.
Yeah, I think he's got probably 10 laps of fuel if he can. Now, not wishing this to happen, but of course, for Leipert now, if just as they were coming round to the pits, a Code 60 came out and they could dive in, even if they could only get half a tank of fuel, that would help them a lot. That would help them a lot. They'd be no worse off than the previous Code 60 when they were off kilter before, but they would be back on the lead lap.
Yeah, a Code 60 would push them back on. Actually, Code 60 and half a tank would probably push them just about the lead. We knew how far behind they were. They were 1 minute 40 seconds, weren't they? Because they were just a couple of seconds off a lap.
Hello to Gerasimos Sapantis. He says, this is not fair. Sunday afternoon, deciding between Chelsea FC on Championship Sunday or part 2 of the 12-hour race. Times like this makes me wish I could multitask better. Chelsea aren't going to win the Championship.
No, they're in a fight for a European qualification, aren't they?
Chelsea don't want to be in Europe, do they? Oh, no, sorry.
Perm 2 from 3. They do want to be in Europe. They want to be in their own special competition in Europe, where no one else is allowed to play.
Sorry, Gerasimos. Too easy. Too easy. That's why you have many computer screens.
Yes.
And that's why you can always, you can be watching the football and listening to us on RS1 at the same time. Now this is interesting.
Yeah.
That's a new set of tyres going on. Tyler Cook will get out. So what they're doing here, Nick, I reckon, is they are looking at how much fuel they're going to be able to put into this car in green, and I reckon this will take them back to full, not just stint full, if you see what I mean, not just stint allowance. Because I reckon they're 10 laps short of what they could have done there.
There's 2 hours 40 to go. Can you get an hour and 20 out of a GT3? I think the answer is no.
Well, it
depends
how big the tank is on there.
Well, yes, I mean, if they are absolutely brimmed, then possibly they think they can do it on one more stop.
I need to go all the way back to tomorrow. Do I have to go all the way back to yesterday and see what they got in their first?
I think there were quite a few 40s, weren't there, initially?
Unfortunately,
not sure.
Because we reset
it does mean
this morning.
Dennis Wozek of Middlecat Racing Scuderia Praha is going to rotate to the front. It's Manuel Lauk who's got into the 66 car, the Hergeli Porsche, the car that will be in the leader. Got a yellow flag at turn 6. If this turns into a code 60, a number it hasn't gone away again. If it turns into a code 60, that would be a real randomizer at this point. But so just about today, Dennis is out. The other 3 have all at different times. It's going to be Manuel from Tyler. Well, Manuel from the Lamborghini from the Mercedes.
Just watching the guys fill that Lamborghini, Nick, they were paying very close attention to how much fuel's going in. They're filling it at the right rear of the car, and maybe it wasn't filling then. Maybe it wasn't filling because the 2 guys. One of the guys was asking the other one how many litres they'd put in, and we've got a Porsche pulled up at the side of the track. It's the green and red number 7. Is that 719? That's the Martin Schulte car.
719, yeah, 719, yeah.
The 911 racing car. That car was sitting nicely in its category, but it's dropping down very, very rapidly.
And if it doesn't control or delete itself, we're going up the code 60 to get it off the track.
Driver's right, just coming out of the hairpin. We've already got a recovery vehicle stationing itself behind the arm core to driver's right as the crossbar comes around. Cracking looking car, by the way, that sky blue and yellow crossbar.
Code 60.
There's the code 60. Ooh, now, interesting. So Dennis needs to get right. Where is Dennis now? The number 11 car. I've got a feeling he's just coming in to the Mobile 1 curve. So does he come in now? I think he has to because he's getting towards the end of his stint.
Regardless, you take the cheap half tank of fuel.
Correct.
And then worry about it because it'll just mean that you actually if you just leave him in and bring him out again in 38 minutes time,
I'll tell you how else this helps.
You'll have more fuel.
This does help the Lamborghini.
It helps the Leipa because it's still in the fuel, yeah.
Yeah, they had a bit of schmozzle in the Leipa. We'll try and get Ben to nip down there and speak to Leipa and find what happened. But it seemed to me as though they either weren't getting fuel from the fuel pump, and that might have been an issue. That 719 Porsche is going to go at the pits. The leader then, coming around the final corner now, will have the opportunity to peel off. What I'm trying to pick out on the tracker, and I've got it too small to see at the moment, is where the Porsche number 66 of Manuel Lauk is. Oh, just coming through the Mobile 1 curve as well. So the Lamborghini is going to be close to losing its lap again if it doesn't get out shortly, and the leader is
Very
in
long
the pits.
stop, you're right. Very long stop for
there was a
Leipa
problem with the
Motorsport team.
fueling. Let's take this opportunity to check out what's going on in the penalty box. The number 92, that is the bright red Herbert Motorsport Ferrari. Ben, what can you tell us down in the pit lane?
Yeah, I've been watching the last couple of moments with Leopard, and I thought they would be happier about this, but there was glasses being taken off and thrown at computers, and the glasses you put on your head, not drinking glasses, and they'd seemed relatively frustrated. I think they would have preferred this to happen perhaps one lap earlier, so that they really caught everybody off. I can see that the Hegarty car Hegerli car is passing me now, so they haven't come into the pits. The Ferrari came in, the Middle Cat racing car came in, Ginetta's in, 92's in, 34's in, so they'll be taking advantage of well, actually the 34 is taking advantage of this Code 60 by doing a brake pad change by the looks of things. So whilst everyone else is circulating slowly, and here comes the 18 machine.
Is there anybody at Leipa that you can do hand signals with or have a chat with and find out why that fuel stop took so long? It was immensely long. They've actually just dropped off the lead lap again as the 66 with Manuel Lauk has gone by, and they should have been a lot closer. They should have been a lot closer and stayed on the lead lap, but it looked like there was some finagling having to go on at the fuel pump.
In pit lane to be able to speak to you, and they don't stay in their garage. They're all at the back of the garage where my microphone doesn't work, so I'll have to go back through. But anyway, 719 is in the pit, so we should be going green any moment.
We have indeed just gone green. Thank you, Ben. Ben Constantiouris patrolling the pit lane for us. Mercedes-Benz SUV.
Oh yeah, they've got the whole lot on the track, haven't they? But they've got the set.
So
that's
do you think they deliberately? So go ahead.
That Lamborghini stop was 54 seconds longer than the Porsche stop.
Yeah, I don't think they were getting any fuel in while the fuel hose, the fuel pistol grip, was in there, because he dispatched another one of the team, the car controller, to have a look. I think to see if the gauges were moving. I can see Ben moving purposefully past the 719, which is only getting a set of tyres for the moment and a windscreen clean. I don't think they've run that out of fuel, but they've changed the driver as well. I wonder if the dispatch, my thought on the snatch vehicles is, I wonder if they deliberately dispatch a different manufacturer to the car that stopped. So if it had been an Audi, that would have kind of worked better for Porsche, part of the VAG, Volkswagen AG. But they did dispatch an Audi for a BMW earlier over the weekend, I noticed. Yes, go ahead, Ben.
Well, that's a pretty clear-cut reason for the car to be towed into the pits. They are pushing it now down to the fuel bay. It's had a new set of tyres fitted on, and therefore it simply ran out of fuel. No other issue.
Right.
Oops.
Right. Well, that's so annoying, isn't it? So let me check that car then. That was the 718, was that?
719.
719.
Green and red.
Yes. The 911 racing car.
The leader of GTX. I think he'll probably stay the leader of GTX because he's got an 18-lap lead.
Yeah, for some reason, not showing on my screen. There we are. Well, that had done 37 laps. An hour and 13 minutes since it was last in the pits. And it would look to me as though that was in under green last time around for Martin Schluter. Maybe right at the end of the code 60, so maybe they only got a half tank there. They've been doing 34s, 35s, 36s, 37s. So just pushed their luck a little bit for Martin. And that's cost them. And it's cost them a lot of track time. It's also mixed things up at the front end of the field just a little bit. But it hasn't helped Leiper in the way it should have. They should have had an advantage there. Let's
It's
go
helped.
down.
It's helped Scuderia Praha.
Well, it's really helped Scuderia Praha, yeah. Let's go down to Ben, who's got Martin out of that Porsche.
Yes, indeed I have. Thought I'd have a word with one of our new teams to the series. It's fantastic to have you guys with us, first of all. Beautiful livery. I love the livery.
We love this livery also. It's a very nice car, yeah.
Yeah, British Racing Green. How did that come about?
It's come from the historic motorsport. We are driving a few years longer on an old Porsche from 1970 on an ST in endurance races. And this car is green, and so we have to decide the modern cars had to be also.
Yeah, it's my favourite. I've said that twice already on the broadcast. Now, I've just seen exactly the car being pushed to the fuel bay, so I'm assuming you ran out of fuel, did you?
Yes, it was a strategic mistake because we think there's a warning light, but there was no warning light, and so we have no fuel.
So is the car quite new to you guys? You're still learning the various warnings?
Yes, we are still learning this to race, yes.
Yeah, so you were, as a driver, expecting to see some kind of thing on the dashboard to say you had no fuel?
No, we are just talking about the radio and says 6 liters, and then after the parabolica, it's cut off, no fuel.
But otherwise, it seems to be going well for you, running-wise?
Yes, bit lucky, yes, it's running well, yeah.
I see your competitors are in the pit box, so I think I'll see you on the podium a bit later on.
Maybe, yeah. Thank you, bye.
I love the idea that was all from the old Porsche Racing Green colours. Interestingly, Porsche have always had a large green palette. Altarium green, Viper green, Largo green metallic. That's going way back, mind. The old 356s. Altarium is a sort of a mid-green, but that's a wee bit darker. That's sort of a tartan green, that car, with the red on it. Like that a lot. Very nice. And the old ST, I bet he wished they'd kept hold of that. Would have been worth a pretty penny nowadays. Coming round to 2.5 hours to go. And here's how it stands. Go on, Nick, sorry. Go on, Nick. Well, whilst we're waiting for Nick, let's have a quick word with Ben, who's still patrolling the pit lane.
Yeah, this time at Reiter Engineering, because they are one garage away as well. We've already retired the 725 car this morning. That was due to basically the drivers being about 100 laps down and saying they didn't fancy playing anymore. The guys had actually changed the engine on the white machine yesterday because an electrical issue basically destroyed the engine eventually after trying to run through various different solutions for the misfire that they were carrying through yesterday. Now the second car, the Feldmeier coloured machine, has some kind of issue. I've seen a pipe being changed around the engine with a small air filter on the top of it. I'm not entirely sure exactly which bit of the engine that pipe operates. But these two cars were here last weekend racing in the GT2 category of the SRO organisation. So they've stayed here all week and then been converted into GPX configuration. And actually that was what caused the issue with the 725 machine. The conversion meant that they got some electronics wrong and basically caused a misfire that destroyed the engine eventually. This, however, seems to be a more mechanical issue. They have had a mechanical issue yesterday and managed to get that one fixed. And I just love these cars. I think they're absolutely wicked. Knowing what the original KTM Crossbow looked like versus this thing now, and ultimately they're quite a bit faster than the GT3 car. But in GT2 spec, you change the way that various things are operated so that they've got more power but actually run less faster lap times. But in GPX, in our category here, they should be better. They should be on par at least with GT3 in the best spec.
Ben Constanduris in the pit lane, loving the fact that we have a couple of KTMs in the race. Sadly, they're Quite a way down the order now, but Reiter Engineering, we know for a fact, will carry on to the bitter end in an effort to get those cars back in the race, or at least one of them. The 725 hasn't had any action at all today, but 724, there is life in that blue and yellow machine to go. I get the feeling, and Eike Angermeyer has brought that car in the Felbermeyer colours. Horst Felbermeyer Jr. still part of the driving lineup, and I'm sure there'll be a stint or a half, one or a half stint still to go for Horst Felbermeyer before the session is out today. Still 2.5 hours of the race to go then, with this 8 o'clock finish as it was yesterday. And you tune to RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Johnny Palmer and Nick Damon looking after the next segment of the race. So it's the Middlecat Racing Ferrari back in front, Nick, by 20 seconds ahead of Manuel Lauch. We've had quite a lot of Lauch's co-driver Mark Basseng to really put the Hegerli Porsche into contention. And is it all about those two, do you think, with CP Racing now focused on the podium?
I don't know. I think actually, realistically, of course, the underwritten law there is that Matthias Weibo may be in the lead, but he's got half a tank of fuel, whereas Manuel Lauch's got a full tank of fuel. Because there was a gain in coming in through Code 60. It's with Scuderia Praha in the lead, but it's not a genuine lead as we roll through the remaining 2 hours and 25 minutes in my mind. Shane Lewis, CP Racing are doing particularly well. Shane's managed to make up some time during his stint. He's obviously, a minute and 45 off Matthias Weibo. And they're probably on similar amounts of fuel, because Shane's been in for a bit longer, but got a full slurp, while, of course, Matt only had half. Big losers, Lippert Motorsport and Fidel Lieb, who realistically, as we've seen on the screen, we like to have the pictures, should have been a little bit further forward, but just lost time with a problem during the fueling last time round. And they should have been small gainers, because they actually started halfway through their fueling, it went Code 60, but all that gain was lost. And my feeling is he's actually back where he was, which is trying to get or not lose the lap to the 66 car. So it's all kind of rotated round, and what should have been a big advantage for the Lamborghini isn't. It looks also as though Manuel Lauch does have the legs on Fidel Lieb, but it was the other way round. Certainly, it looked like the Lamborghini was a little bit faster before they came in the pits.
Thank you for that. There were certainly 3 cars in the hunt as I left the scene about an hour or so ago, and as you say, we've caught it now, or I've caught it now, in one of those points where 1 or 2 stops have been made, only half a tank for the last Code 60, which was caused by what then, Nick?
It was caused by the green Porsche, the 719 car, the GTX car, GTX car, running out of fuel. It ran out of fuel, running down towards the Sachs curve, the exit Sachs curve, and it just had to get it towed back. Team said, well, it said it had 6 litres left. It's a new car, and it didn't. So they're already back out in the race again. But it did shuffle the order a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think add a bit of extra strategy, because with 2 hours 25 minutes, 2 hours half an hour to go when it came out, 2 hours 30, you're on the cusp of just doing it on one more stop, so you can make the driver changes work. So I'm sure there's a lot of working out about what to do. And in answer to your question, realistically, yes, any one of those top 3 cars can still win, because it's all within the gaps are within the luck or the bad luck of where Code 60s may or may not fall, and a bit of decent driving either way. So I think, we've definitely got 3 in with the hunt, and with a really fair wind, Lippert Motorsport as well. I've got a question for you, because I mean, when I was last with you, it was Wemetronic were doing really well, and the 34. Why have all the Audis failed so badly? The 3 Audis are firmly at the bottom of the pile, behind a Porsche, Ferrari, Mercedes, and Lamborghini.
I expected the 18 to be showing a brighter display today, purely because they didn't use Pierre Caffer a great deal yesterday. But yes, your point about it being in 5th place is a strong one. Car Collection Motorsport, I'm not convinced they have necessarily the strength in depth as far as their driver lineup is concerned. The 88 had a drama very early today before we got racing, with some nose damage after Kranenberg had a moment on a greasy track because they had the sprinkling of rain before even the 2 formation laps, and he made contact with the Parabolica barrier. But I don't think that's really been holding back the 88, because it did take the start with everybody else. It's been in the penalty box at least once, and they had a spin as well, I remember, at the Sachs curve as well, the 88. But as to why the 34 is struggling, I mean, that normally, when we have a Pro and an AM element of the GT3 entry, that's normally really punching high in the AM category. But with Gustav Edelhoff, together with his lad Max and Elmar Grimm, it goes well when Max is driving, but just struggles for single lap speed with the other two gentlemen at the wheel. So, but it does seem to be like an Audi problem. I think that's just coincidental, in actual fact, with the R8's 5th, 6th and 7th, and the 18 car slightly stronger. Ben Constanduros watching the Felbermeyer liveried KTM return to the pit lane.
Yeah, just a thought on what you're chatting about with the Audi. Don't forget that when we chatted to Max at the very start of the race, he said the strategy was to put the gentleman drivers in as much as possible on Saturday and then go fast at the end of the race. So I think we will see them climb the order, and I haven't even seen Max in his overalls yet. So they're saving him for the end of the race. Don't know how many hours he still has to do. But the 18, I was convinced the 18 made a poor strategic decision last night, and I think it's still playing out. Remember, they were on the lead lap, and they were one of the very last cars to pit before we finished last night at 8 o'clock. And that pit stop put them 2 laps down. And pretty much that's where they've stayed ever since. They have not been able to recover. Whereas the Lamborghini stayed out, did not pit before the 8 o'clock mark, and has been able to stay within a lap of the lead ever since. So for me, a little strategical an error, I think is possibly the word, last night by getting that car brimmed, new tyres and everything, but 2 laps down. They haven't ever got back.
Yeah, a slight misstep in strategy. Now, Sven Herberger did lead the race today, so in effect, the punishment, the negative side of things that they took last night came good in the early portion of the race, but they haven't been able to maintain that lead or flirt with it at any point either, even through the pit stop cycle. So 5th place for Elia Earhart, despite the car looking very strong after maybe the 2-hour mark today. So that all-black Audi, which has had a good result already this year, it's looking tough at this stage to be able to break into the top 4, with the Lamborghini 40 seconds behind the 3rd place Mercedes, and the gap only 20 seconds separating the top 2. But for the Audi to get anywhere close to even the Lamborghini in 4th, it's having to try and find basically a lap. 1 minute and 42 seconds is the time between Elia Earhart and Fidel Leib. TCE, it's still nice and close there, isn't it, Nick? 40 seconds separating the top 3.
Yeah, and TCR has had a little bit of a swap, because it had been AT Motorsport who been leading when I came on about an hour and a bit ago, but they had a different driver. In that most recent rotation through the Code 60s and the other side, Jasmin Pressig and the Autorad by Watersport by Wolfbauer, the number 1, the reigning Creventic champions, they have taken over the lead from AT Motorsport, the 188 car, which in my mind has led every single time I've looked at it. So that's an interesting swap. I was just looking to see whether perhaps one or t'other had got half a tank and the other got a whole tank, and that is possible because there's a big difference in the actual pit stop time, with the 188 car having a 3:23 for 4:09 against the 3:23 of the AC car. So I'm just wondering whether they stopped either side of the Code 60. Possibly it was a full tank for Stefan Weinberger. That's something we probably need to rewind history to work out, but we'll find out sure enough in an hour or so time when they come in again. So whether that's a genuine lead or a half tank less of fuel going in lead, who knows? But certainly that change for the lead in TCE is a significant event in the last half hour.
Let's just see where they are as far as stints are concerned so far. Yeah, so Preissig and Viningas pitting just a lap apart in Autorama and AC Motorsport, Golf and Audi, respectively. Sadly, the demise of the 112 has taken the other Autorama Motorsport car out of the mix, and that was an electrical problem that Yannick Mettler was feeling at the end of his 20 laps. Came in, spoke to Ben, handed the car over to Konstantin Kletzer, I think it was. No, it was Christoph Herney who took the car over, actually, and that was the reason why there was a Code 60, the first of the day today. So with the Code 60 in the last hour, Nick, and one earlier on to clear the 112 Golf, just the 2 Code 60s are we talking? Or have I missed another one in the last 60 minutes?
No, that's
it.
Yeah.
Right. So the first one, 11 minutes. The second one was quite quick, wasn't it? 3.5 minutes.
Oh, they just stuck the towards the back of a tow rope and towed it around half a lap and got it in the pits and got it all underway and away again because there wasn't anything wrong. It wasn't the situation we had with some of the other cars where there'd been wheels missing and you've got to work out how to get them down the straight when they're crabbing and then call for the flatbed. It was just a case that the fuel gauge lied.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't know. These things just have a habit of biting when you least expected it. Had been behaving itself up until that point, but that's why we race for such long distances, because reliability issues will often hit, certainly in a 12-hour race, even if it's split across 2 days. And the teams, some of the teams, frustratingly for them, couldn't rectify issues that they knew they had overnight. All they could do was inspect them from a distance and try and work out what might need to be done at the first pit stop today. Glorious conditions now around the racetrack, with any threat of rain having gone for the moment.
It was nasty at the start of the day, wasn't it? It was kind of greasy and not making up its mind. We had some rain in the middle of the Supercar Challenge race, and I was still watching the pictures just before the race got underway, and they were kind of umming and ahhing about whether to declare it wet or not.
The wet race board was certainly waiting in the wings. In fact, Ben Constanduras grabbed hold of it at one point and started to show it to the grid. Very misleading for everyone, but no, there was
that with or without its banana?
The banana hasn't been seen today. I think it must have been consumed at some point during 6.5 hours yesterday, but there are many people on the collective that are wondering where the banana is. It's getting far too much attention for my liking.
Fruit-based interviewing is the new way.
Well, having spoken to the guys at Hegerli and T2 Racing, they are fruit distributors, we have heard. So that's the reason why we started talking about bananas again. And Hegerli are a welcome addition to the 24H Series grid. We saw them in Mugello for the 12 hours there. Missed Paul Ricard, but back again here in Germany, and fingers crossed they will be part of a few more races this year.
Are they in that list we've just seen for Portimao, which I was very grateful when you sent me a message about 10 minutes in, because I was trying to count the number of cars on the scroll below. This is for the next race in the Creventic Series in Portimao.
Yes.
And we have 32 entries already. So the only problem for you, Johnny, is you can't do it.
There is a Hegerli-sized vacancy on the 32-car entry, I noticed, but there's time yet for them to enter, because the registration is open right now. But yeah, it does tend to clash with a few other things, including...
Unfortunately for you, as the voice of the WEC, it's Monza.
Yeah, it's Monza, exactly, and it's the following weekend from the European Le Mans Series at Monza as well. So back to back.
You're just staying there, having a far holiday in northern Italy.
That would be nice, wouldn't it? Apart from the fact that a lot of Italy is still locked down, I understand. But hey, I'm game for that idea. Yeah, open to that, certainly.
I'll push it towards responsible adults. See what you think. Now I've just
towards the powers that be.
A week in a hotel, been very popular.
Yeah, well, it's a nice part of the world, and the Parkland circuit at Monza has been a venue for Creventic in the past as well. Not this year, but well, when do plans for 2022 start being put into place, I wonder? We're already filling entry lists for the rest of the races.
Last year, they went last year and had a torrential downpour, didn't they? Got rain so hard you couldn't see from one side of the track to one end of the pit straight to the other.
That's right. John Hindhaugh and I were covering that race. I stepped away for half an hour, similar as I've just done actually, and that's when the rain hit. Yeah, well, he did. Yeah, everything was neatly in line. It was a really close race, exciting as I left, and then I came back, and it was like the end of the world. See, that's what happens when you put Hindhaugh in charge.
No, exactly. I think none of us are surprised on this one.
Matusz Weibo, 12 laps into his stint, and therefore he can go 3 laps further than Manuel Lauk, who's doing the chasing. But Shane Lewis might have to stop within the next, well, half an hour or so, certainly. 28 laps done. Now, what's the Mercedes done previously as its longest stint? I can't tell you that because I haven't got access immediately to yesterday's stint lengths, but I think we were around about the 40-lap marker for the Mercedes. Audis were able to go slightly further than that, towards the 43 laps completed. And Tyler Cook, I noticed in his Lamborghini, did a 42-lap stint today. That was possibly between the two Code 60s when Fidel Live took over.
Yeah, I think that they've been running about at full pace. They've been coming a little bit early. We're doing like 33, 34, 35 laps. I'm not sure whether it's because a lot of the teams have been running towards driver time, not necessarily to tank capacity.
Yes. Well, yeah, Joe and I were making this point in that the driver time is reset overnight. It doesn't carry over from Saturday into Sunday. You're restarting the race on the half-hour mark, but of course the fueling carries on from yesterday's generally pitting on the hour. So it gets very muddled indeed, and now we're at a point where, I mean, you rightly made the point that these cars, the GT3s, can do an hour and 5, an hour and 10. So when they pit next, they're really looking at one more stop to get them to the end. But how does that fit in with the driver time? And we may have already crossed the point where you're almost cutting short deliberately one driver's stint, maybe make that an hour rather than 2, so that you get in the correct alignment to the finish and to the checkered flag. And also those drivers with pros and semi-pros that maybe cut short the pro and semi-pro driving time yesterday, exploiting that a bit more today. That's, I feel, what Rutronic Racing are doing, and Ben's made the point that that's what Car Collection are doing as well, with lots more Max Edelhoff today compared to yesterday. But it is about careful management so that you don't breach the 120-minute limit.
Well, we're at 2 hours and 10.
Yeah.
So given the fact that you don't count any time down the pits in the driver totals, any time really from the 401 goes round in the GT4, there's a very gentle, too much power, not enough grip for the Aston Martin there, but, helmed by Rodrigue Guillon. So as long as you don't coming off about 2 hours to go, you should be able to run to the end and put your fastest driver in for those final 2 hours if he's got the race time.
Yes, and there needs to be sufficient rest period before the final 2 hours of the race, but I think things could get very interesting in the next 10 minutes, which will take us inside the final 2 hours, because that is the point that the new driver can be put in the car, if not there already, and they can think about when they want to make their final stop. But I have a feeling that they may have already done their shorter stint, the splash, prior to the last stint itself, because, well, I'm never quite sure where the splash is best fitted, either earlier on before you get to the final 2 hours, or, you know, as the very last thing you do. But there's less of an issue because there's no safety car in this championship, so you are only going to be compromised by a Code 60. And if the Code 60 falls just right, then you can get half a tank of fuel, or maybe even if it falls brilliantly well. We saw earlier on teams preempting the Code 60 before it had actually been issued, and managing to get the full tank and basically a caution stop as well, which is a double bubble win.
Yeah, that takes a little bit of knowledge of how Creventic work and be a bit of luck. But yeah, we've seen that a few times where you just call it absolutely right and you're in the pit lane, then 6, 7, 8 seconds later the Code 60 goes and you've got effectively a half-price stop. But
it really relies on your car being in the last sector when there's likely to be a Code 60. If you've just started another lap, then that it's not going to happen, basically. Into the Sachs curve again for the 401. This car overnight was a clear second place in GT4, but there have been issues for the ST Racing BMW today. So GT4 leader is now the Pro Sport Aston Martin from the ST Racing BMW of Canada, and it is Nick Whitmer driving the 438. Over the line goes the Ferrari from the
4-lap lead for that Aston Martin.
In GT4, yes,
yeah,
okay.
GT4, yeah.
Yep, 281 laps completed for Rodrigue Guillon as Matusz Weibo heads towards turn 2. Traffic in front and a little behind as well. 20.6 seconds between Weibo and Lauk, so the gap came down, well, marginally.
It's not really, it lasts 3 or 4 laps. It said 20 point something, so it's not really going anywhere at the moment. But the fact is that there is less fuel in that Ferrari than there is in the Porsche.
Yeah.
But whether that in the end hurts them 20 seconds wise or more is obviously debatable. It's depending if it takes an extra trip. If it needs an extra run down the pit lane, it's a lot more than 20 seconds. Just enough fuel to get to the end, it probably is about 20 seconds. So certainly that last Code 60 gained them at least a minute, perhaps even a minute and a half on the Hagley car.
Heading out of 8 and 9 now, the 11, and still happy to take plenty of curb, so the tyres will be fresh on that car, 15 laps old. Denis Vashek getting really good mileage out of the Ferrari, helped by some Code 60, but 44 laps is probably the longest stint that I've seen in the whole of the race, and he did that as the previous stint. Very busy indeed at the turn 6 hairpin now, with a couple of Porsche Cup cars dueling for position. That was the 909 Sergei Peregudov driven Duvo Racing Porsche alongside, I think, the MRS GT Racing car. Now they are many laps apart, and there is a lap separating the top 2 in the 991 division currently, with Marcel Fonberlo and Sabino Di Castro driving the Bas Kooten and Willy Motorsport Porsches. 302 laps completed for car 925, 301 laps for the 955 car, and it was the MRS GT Racing machine heading into the Sachs Curva now, which was fighting away with Duvo. And just ahead of them, the NKPP Racing entry as well. So it's a shame that these are not all racing for position. They found one another in the event, but because of various problems, particularly for MRS yesterday, we can't quite get them on the same lap.
I like the fact that MRS had drawn on a fake headlight.
I wondered how they'd done that.
They've drawn it on, haven't they?
Yeah.
They put a bit of tape, so it looks like they've got a fake headlamp. It's not, honestly, it's not going to pass the MOT with that. It does make the thing look a little bit more. I like that. Yeah, you don't need lights, obviously, in a race which takes place entirely in daylight, and therefore it's not mandated by Cavendic. But it's a nice get up, and they did a good repair on a car that was unfortunately crunched after going off wide at the Nord curve, picking up going over the back of the official curb onto the loose stuff, and then just spinning around and hitting the barriers. Relatively hard front left, but managed to get away without doing too much actual structural damage. Took out some of the ancillaries, including a radiator, and had to rebuild that front left wing. But they've been back in. I think from that point they've been competitive. Unfortunately, that point was after, was it 2 hours they spent in the pits, I think?
Yeah.
So you're never going to catch back up again in 2 hours in a 12-hour race. But in the spirit of Cavendic, they're all having a good time and enjoying driving.
And they also ended yesterday's chunk of the race in the pits as well, so didn't take the checkered flag. You take a 10-lap penalty merely because of that, so took them back to 129 laps completed for yesterday's first part of the race. 129 plays the class leader, who'd completed 199 laps, so you're starting 70 laps down. It really is just a question of having some fun today and trying to get the car to the finish. Well, NKPP...
And also learning about the car as well. These drivers will... you learn about the car, you learn what it can do, drivers get more confidence, so you have the same guys in the car at the next race, they're going to feel much happier with the machine.
That's right, and you're learning about the car with less pressure at the moment because you're not fighting for outright podium positions. The frustrating thing is, clearly the 989's got some speed because it's keeping up with the NKPP entry for Gijs Bessem, who's a real strong driver in the 991 division, and actually driver of the 989, Thierry Vermeulen, who was at the wheel when the Turn 1 accident happened yesterday. He's taking the fight now to Gijs Bessem and looking for a way by. So it's a question of the story of what might have been. They were definitely offering enough speed to have got a podium from this weekend. But that will be encouraging for later rounds. So it's all Porsches at the turn 6 hairpin. 1, 2, 3, 4 of them heading through, and included in that battle is the 955 Sabino Di Castro Willy Motorsport car. Looking like their own separate class, the Audi R8 LMS division for Elliot Earhart, Gustav Edelhoff and Martin Lechman. They are 5th, 6th and 7th in the GT series. The TT, or rather GTX leader is Georg Goder, which is the car that ran out of fuel very recently, the 719 911 Racing Porsche. And GT4 leader I've mentioned being the Aston Martin from Pro Sport Racing. Now into the pits, a car much further down the order than we want to see is Bobby Gonzalez's Herbert Motorsport Ferrari. So 20th position, no, 19th position for this car within the GT race, and looks like tyres will be offered now. They've also done a driver change there to get Bobby out of the car. Again, we are pretty much now in the area where these they can think about putting their final driver into this car if they would wish, because it'll have to go for fuel. Driver stepping forward.
Yeah, be fine with the fuel because that'll take it under 2 hours. So they'll have to stop again, so they'll have 2 runs down. By the time this car leaves the pit, it'll be an hour and 58 or so to go, and they'll have another 2 or 3 minutes travel down the pit lane as well, so they won't go over, even with the spectre of an extra lap, which you might have to run because you don't stop at the 0-0 point. You can run up to an extra lap, so yeah, he should be okay on that one.
Yeah. Alfred.
A little bit of help from Paul Truswell regarding driver times. However, it's not really answered the question because he very, very kindly, Paul sent us the copy of the main regs when you have multiple classes of GT3s, and there's a Pro and an AM and an AM Advantage and everything else. So in a GT Pro, your Pro driver can do half the race, which would be 6 hours. But I don't think that's. I think we're running to the GT3 AM classes, which means a Pro can do a maximum of 4 hours. The semi-pro is free, which would mean, for example, the conversation we've had with Max Edelhoff will do as many hours as he likes, apart from the fact that to score points, his amateur team, so the amateurs in total in his team have to do half the race. So his dad and Elmar Grimm have to do 6 hours between them. So it's not quite as restrictive as you think it is. Even a pro can do 4 hours of this 12-hour race. As long as you can get the drive time for the rest of the drivers.
Yeah. I think you're right that all the cars are entered into the AM part of GT3, though. We don't have any full house pro teams. There are pro drivers, but I think 2/3 of predominantly the trios that we have are gentlemen drivers. As into the fueling area comes the number 11 car from the race lead, Matusz Weibo, quite possibly changing over for Josef Kral. That's what I would do, assuming that Josef has had suitable rest ahead of the final 120 minutes. 13 seconds was the time difference between the Ferrari coming down pit lane and through the last sector split for Manuel Lauck, but he's going to be able to take the race lead, assuming that the Porsche does not pit at the end of this lap, and the Hegerli by T2 Racing Porsche does not come down pit lane. It'll cross the line now, therefore, and Manuel Lauck will become the new race leader, with Shane Lewis a further 1 minute and 43 seconds further back. Matusz Weibo should probably rejoin the race before Shane comes across the line. Do you think, Nick, or it might be nip and tuck, actually?
Nowhere near. He's got to go down and get some fuel and everything else, haven't we?
Well, he's in the fuel now, is Matusz Weibo.
Yeah, but he was only, a minute and a lap ahead, wasn't he? A lap ahead of Shane, just a minute and 40. And that's, depending how much fuel he gets, that's between 3 minute 30 to 4 minutes when he's stopping total.
Okay. So Shane Lewis expected across the line in the next 40 seconds, I have. And the fuel nozzle still very well and truly connected to the Ferrari. So expecting, therefore, that the white, blue and red CP Racing Mercedes will be able to move into second place very shortly indeed. Into the Sachs Curva it goes. Shane, it will be 36 laps into this stint, but a chunk of code 60 included.
He's actually already in second. He's about to go a lap ahead. Just the way the timing works.
Okay.
This puts him a lap ahead of the Braha car.
So 318 laps about to be completed by Shane Lewis.
Yeah.
And
he's a minute and 15 off the lead. That's right. So Manuel Lauck in Porsche leads by a minute and 15 from Shane Lewis. Shane a little bit further in his stint in the Mercedes, whereas Matusz Weibo, who looks like he's getting an absolute full slurp of fuel, which would give him at least another hour and a bit in that Ferrari, is dropping back. But of course, it's all about the stagger on the various pit stops. So he will cycle back to the front when Lauck and Lewis come in for their stops.
Yeah. Still waiting for Weibo to rejoin the race, but you reckon he's already been credited with the lap that he's just completed, so that was 317, and he'll start lap 318 when the car comes out of the fueling area and therefore be chasing Shane Lewis. There he goes now.
Start-finish line's quite a long way down the straight, actually, at Hockenheim, but it is still, by the time you got to the fueling, you have crossed that beam.
Yep. So an outlap for Josef Kral. So I was right with that bit, that they have installed the semi-pro for the final couple of stints. And Josef Kral falls behind Fidel Leib as well. So from the race lead, the Ferrari is down to 4th position. The margin between Shane Lewis and the Mercedes and Fidel Leib's Lamborghini is a minute. Neither of those cars have yet stopped. The first of the leading trio into the pits should be Shane Lewis. Maybe in the next 3 or 4 laps. They'll probably extend the fuel window a little bit more because of the Code 60 that has been included in this stint. 58 Mercedes back on the apron. Now, this car has been in the garage for nearly 3.5 hours. So they are looking like this 58 car will be rejoining very shortly indeed. It will have to go for fuel, but hard work from all involved at MP Racing when Thomas Gostner brought it in, well, as I say, many hours ago with all sorts of different issues. And bear in mind that this car was actually being serviced overnight as well, and as a result took a 10-lap penalty. So obviously they couldn't iron out all of the dramas for this car. That looks like new driver going in. Still, I can notice with Manuela Gostner's name on the roof of that car, but she's not competing this weekend. And they will go with another slam of the door because the first one didn't quite. There's something in the cockpit that's not quite in position. The netting that surrounds the driver needs to be plugged into place. Now I think all is well. It's Carina, is it?
Yeah, it seemed to have. I thought I read on the belt. I thought it was either a C or a G, and there's only one C or a G.
Well, there is a Giorgio on the roof, but again, Giorgio not in the lineup this weekend.
No, the only Giorgio I know is Giorgio Moroder.
Yeah.
Forever in Electric Dreams.
Famous Italian dance guru.
And Phil Oakey, of course. Who's
sure not Italian.
He's not Italian, and really, ever since he cut off his lopsided haircut back about 1984, his career's gone downhill.
Needed some advice from you, perhaps, before he did that.
Well, absolutely. I've already been retained as a style advisor for the Eurovision. Oh, Tim Gray has thrown in a name with Giorgio, which unsurprisingly is a man famous for his Formula 3000/GP2 exploits, Giorgio Pantano.
Yeah, another famous Giorgio. No fuel for the 58 Mercedes, interestingly. Obviously had enough in the tank before it hit more problems today. Here's Shane Lewis, 39 laps on the stint then, from 2nd position for the CP Racing Mercedes. And I think they're going to do tyres. They're certainly going to do a driver change. You would expect new Hancocks as well. The
rotation would say Joe Foster if they're just following their very... They are, absolutely, A to B, C to D, this team. So it should be Joe Foster in the car. Take it to the end.
Charles Espenlaub was able to start and finish in the car yesterday, but he's already done his couple of stints to kick things off today. Well, he did a 33-lap stint and then actually handed over to Charlie Putman. Shane Lewis, and as you say, Joe Foster hasn't yet raced today. So will they do a single stint for Joe maybe and then switch back to Espenlaub or put Joe in until the finish?
Really. Right. Joe's, no slouch. It's the problem with that team. You've got 4 drivers who are all much of a muchness, so it's not, they haven't got like a secret superstar they can bung in and save them 2 seconds a lap. So they've got a very solid team, and that's the definition of a solid lineup. It's no superstars, but also no muppets.
And it's doing the business at this stage because the car came in from 2nd position. And now they will be fine for the next hour and a bit as far as fuel is concerned, just as soon as the car returns to the race. So we'll give them a couple of minutes in the fueling area before that is done. 18 Audi heading into turn 7, the high-speed right-hander with Elliot Earhart at the wheel of that, running in 5th position, but he's only 12 seconds off the back of Josef Kral, who's just rejoined the race. I fancy Kral in that battle between the middle cap Ferrari and the Rutronic Racing Audi. Fuel going into the top of the nose of the Duvo Racing Porsche number 909. And 7 minutes past 6 now at the Hockenheim Ring. We have another hour and 52 minutes, near enough, still to go. So Hegerli by T2 Racing become the new leader again. That's certainly not the first time we've had the 66 car out front. And, slight issue for the Seat as it came across the line there. Big old wiggle from the steering. Maybe some tyre pickup for the 211 for Dario Stanko. It's on the straight and narrow again now, though, between turns 1 and 2. We were trying to work out, Nick, whether that's an old Red Camel Seat.
Oh, I think it is.
It must be in those colours.
Yeah. I have another update, by the way, from quite an important one, and one which I think we all would wish we'd had about 2 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Despite the fact that they all say GT3, the GT3s are actually in 3 separate categories as far as their performance is concerned, not as far as the overall classification is concerned. So in the Pro class is the LiPo machine number 10, and then in AM neutral is the 11 and the 18 and the 85 and the 66. So they all have the neutral side where you can run quite a large amount of time with your semi-pro drivers and pro drivers. But AM Advantage, which is the 34 car, and the 58 and the 88, that actually includes the car collection motorsport, which is only allowed 3 hours of time with Max, which is why I've been he's about to get in now, not be using him very much. Ben has more in the pit lane.
Elmar Grimm getting aboard the 34 machine. It was Pierre Caffer who's jumped aboard the 18, taking over from Ella Earhart. So they are running their fast drivers at Retronics Racing at the end of this race. I thought we might see Max getting into the 34 car, but maybe being saved for another hour. And Elmar Grimm will get his time in the car. Pit stops, of course, very key now because we are under that 2-hour marker, and the possibility, therefore, of just one more pit stop before the end of this race, and maybe even a splash and dash. They actually don't need a full fuel fill, do they, from an hour and 50 to go. Again, the clouds are gathering. I predicted rain earlier on. It never came, so ignore me, but possibility of another shower coming up.
Thank you, Ben. The 5.2 litre V10 revs into life again then in the middle of that Audi, and it'll head down to the fueling area. Yeah, leaden skies certainly gathering above the Hockenheim Ring. Has this got a bit of a twist in the tail, this event then, which is 2 days old now, effectively, but just over 10 hours of race time done, with the final 2 hours all important in terms of when you utilise your final driver and where that final pit stop falls. So, with just under 2 hours to go, let's have a look at the GT standings with the Hegerli 66 Porsche leading the way after 324 laps. We will get to the standings very shortly. Skies over towards turn 6, and the hairpin looks slightly more promising as across the line goes Josef Kral to set the best lap of the day with a 1:40.652. He's managed to do that from 3 personal best times through each of the sectors. Interestingly, none of them are absolute bests, but when you add them all together, that is the best lap time for Sunday, a 1:40.652. Standings a moment or two away, but the 719 car, there is a suggestion that the 719 has a bit of an issue at the moment, so we will keep our eyes closely trained on that, because it ran out of fuel when I was away for a period of time. Georg Goda is at the moment still moving, which is a good sign. This is the car that looks like a Porsche Cup car but isn't actually eligible for that division because of various refinements that have happened on it. I think it normally runs in SP7 in the Nürburgring Nordschleife, which is the second fastest class behind SP9, effectively. But these guys from 9 und 11 are regulars on the Nordschleife, whether that be for the NLS domestic rounds or for the annual 24-hour race. But Georg Goda not wanting to come down pit road, staying on the racetrack and staying in the lead of the GTX category with how many laps completed so far? 304 laps for that car, and has a healthy lead over the next GTX runner, which is the KTM Crossbow from Reiter Engineering, that have had all those difficulties. The back end of yesterday and the bulk of today now for Nikolai Elganayan. I can't see any major issues for that 19. One or two people, Nick, suggesting there might be, but it's going well at the moment.
There were. It ran out before.
Okay, well, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, it's interesting that the just so you know, Lippert Motorsport, which is obviously running currently the Lamborghini in second place, they're actually in the Pro class, which means they're carrying 30 kilograms of extra ballast, and they can fill up with 5 litres less of fuel. So they're allowed to fill up with 95 litres each time. Let half that obviously during a code 60 because of their driver lineup. The Scuderia Paraha and Rootronic are in neutral, which means they have the standard, which is a 97 and 100 litres and zero weight. The cars in the Advantage, which are actually the Car Collection Motorsport 34 and the MP Racing 58 and the Car Collection 88 and the Herbert Racing 92, several which have hit problems. They're in the Advantage class. I mean, you might think, why would I want to be in the Advantage class? Because I have to have less good drivers. Well, you have 50 kilograms advantage. They are 50 kilograms below the base weight. So effectively 80 kilograms lighter than the Lamborghini. Also, more importantly, they get an absolute full slurp of fuel each time. They get 120 litres in. So a lot of flexibility within that, which I suppose actually they're going in the AM Advantage explains why only Alfa Romeo is in that 92 car and not his brother, because his brother would put the driver quality above what's allowed. So, yeah, they're all in one class, all in one GT3 class, they all score points together, but they are running in 3 separate subsections of the regs with different weight and different fueling allowed, which, you know, explains the drive time paucity we've seen, for example, for Max Eberhoff.
Thank you, Nick. So that is the different classes within GT3, and now I can give you the order after, well, 10 hours and just over 15 minutes of the race combined from yesterday and today. So Hegerli by T2 Racing's Porsche, the car for Pieder de Courtin, Manuel Lauck, Mark Basseng leads by, at the moment it's being shown as a lap, but I'm awaiting the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini across the line any moment to get you a true difference between those two. It's not very far away from a lap's distance in actual fact, with the Fidel Leib driven Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan in second place, car 10. Third position is the Josef Kral Middle Cap Racing by Scuderia Praha Ferrari with 324 laps to its name, but it has just done the fastest lap of the day, car 11. And in fourth position, the 85 of now Joe Foster, which is what Nick and I guessed would be the new driver behind the wheel of the Mercedes. They've now had a chance, all 4 of their drivers have all had a chance to drive the car today. Fifth position for the Rootronic Racing by TECE Audi for Michael Doppelmayr, Pierre Kaffer, Elia Earhart and Sven Herberger, and it is Kaffer back into that car for the final couple of stints to the flag. Sixth position is the Car Collection Motorsport Audi for Elmar Grimm. Then Martin Lechman in the other Car Collection Audi, the red 88. And the 925 Porsche is the class leader in 991. That's Marcel van Berlo for Baz Kuiten Racing. Second in the 991 class is car number 991 for Gijs Bessem and the NKPP Racing team. So Baz Kuiten on for a good result here, running 1-2 with his prepared cars. Willy Motorsport by Ebby Motors is in third position for Fabrizio Broggi, and 909 Stanislav Sidoruk for Duvo Racing running fourth in class. The GTX race leader is the Georg Goda 911 Racing Porsche for 719. Despite the fuel drama, not too long ago it's retained its GTX class lead. Stadler Motorsport are fifth in 991 and running 13th, ahead of the GT4 leader Pro Sport Racing and their Aston Martin. Second in GT4 is the 438 numbered BMW for ST Racing. And Reiter Engineering have in the past led GTX. They have fallen though now to second position for Nikolai Elganayan. 17th place in the GT series is the Nicholas Nobbs driven Vortex 1.0 from Team Vortex V8. 18th place in GT is Rick Breakers in the recovering Treble 9 redcameljordans.nl. The 92 Herbert Motorsport Ferrari is 19th. MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car is 20th, ahead of the all-green Mercedes, which is back in the race. It was Karina Gosner getting on board that to hopefully get it to the end of the race now, but it's been in the pits for 3.5 hours, and we haven't seen any action today for the 725 KTM Crossbow, also from Reiter Engineering. In TCE, Jasmine Preissig leads for Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, car number 1 from the Audi of AC Motorsport, and Stefan Wieninger, number 188. Third is John Bruno in the CWS Engineering Ginetta G55. So a TCR car leads, 1 in second. The TCX class leader is in third place in the TCE race. Then the BMW M4 from Munkhoff Racing. It's another TCX entry for Marco Poland. Fifth position is the 211 Autorama Motorsport Seat Leon. 105 the GSR Motorsport Golf for the Lithuanian foursome in that field, and it is currently Ernesta Globite who's doing the driving in car 105. 7th position for the 112 Autorama car, but that's in the pits, receiving quite a lot of work. I think the latest I heard was they're having a gearbox change on the 112, so there is an intention to get it back into the race. 131 hasn't raced at all today, did just about get to the end of yesterday's event, but I'm afraid to say the Swiss team have gone home from Hockenheim Ring and called it a weekend, but fingers crossed that we will see them again at Portimao in just under 2 months' time. So there you go, that is the TCE series, and we can remind you of what has happened so far today in this segment of the 12 hours of Hockenheim Ring. She has rotated on the inside of the Sachs curver, and this is very similar to what brother David Gosner did yesterday in the halfway house conditions when it was very damp indeed on the grass. She's having to try and reverse now from the apex of the corner, Nick. This will obviously be being covered by double waved yellows, and so far everybody else on the racetrack has done a very good job in avoiding the green Mercedes.
Yeah, my assumption is she just came in too tight with that curve, got too much curve on the inside and turned the car around, and she's getting close to beaching that. The big problem is racing cars have absolutely no steering wheel, so you look a complete idiot when you have the car facing the wrong way, because there's nothing you can do. Even now, you just about get around that corner, because they aren't designed for close manoeuvres. They're not London taxis, they're racing cars, but it is so hard when you're facing the wrong way to get the thing to actually point where you want to go. Evidence in place the issue that Lewis Hamilton had in Imola when he just couldn't turn around to avoid a wall that looked obviously he was going to avoid any normal car. She's got going with that inconveniencing too many others. So, you know, it just happens. It's racing. These guys are not professionals, and people make mistakes, and perhaps just keep it on curb, spun it round, managed to get it back on, and all she's going to have done is damaged her pride and a bit of the lap time. But there's so many laps down, that won't matter.
Racing cars also really don't like engaging a reverse gear and then a forward gear and then a reverse gear again.
No.
But she did it, and very well done indeed. Certainly better than the rejoin we saw yesterday in the same car. And the 58 machine is back up and running again. As you say, down in 28th position when you combine both races, but they're just looking to get that car to the finish now. Side by side between the two GT4s, I noticed, just ahead. Now, we've already established that there are laps between those two cars. So is that the BMW trying to get at least one lap back? Now the Aston looks quicker in this phase of the race. Nico Verdonk at the wheel of the Pro Sport racing car, dueling away with Nick Whitmer in the ST Racing BMW. 2 laps between them. That's quite possibly 3 then now for Nico Verdonk in the Pro Sport car. As the Mercedes has jumped ahead of both of those GT4 machines and into a safe portion of the racetrack.
Hopefully she won't make a mistake on the same corner again, because that's the thing that sits in your mind. I'm not going to do the same thing again, and then you do something else 3 corners earlier or later. But,
I wonder how many other teams that were watching that happen were thinking, is this going to be the Code 60 that we're needing?
Yeah, there was a point where she shot across the road, and I thought she beached it.
Yeah.
Because it is very easy, even though these curbs are not particularly high, as are most curbs nowadays, not particularly high, because if you want to have motorcycle racing at your track, you can't have big chunky curbs. It's just too dangerous for the riders. But it looked on the edge of being stuck in the under tray and teetering and not having any rear grip, but she managed to boot it and get it out. That's okay.
And heading through the last couple of corners, including the Sud Curva, will cross the line now with Karina Gosner quite possibly installed till the end now. She certainly can make it on the drive time because she's completed only 20 minutes. So that's fine until the flag, which will be displayed in a little over 90 minutes time. Heading out of turns 2 and 3. One car is in, and this is the race leader. So that was a 36-lap stint for Manuel Lauch. We were expecting possibly that Porsche to be able to go slightly longer than that, bearing in mind Pieder de Courtade did a 40-lap stint, but that was during the 3.5 minutes worth of a Code 60 that fell in the Swiss stint.
Johnny, both leaders are in, because the leader of the TCE Champ races in as well. Yasmin Preisser's come in, so we have both the leaders are the visitors to the pit lane. Automotive Motorsport by Wolfhour are in, which will let the AC Motorsport should do, because they've actually stopped in front. And so Paul Casper on the AC Motorsport stopped a little bit before this, so whether he cycles the lead or stays the 22nd behind will depend on the relative performance of the out laps and the pit lane run for the 2 cars. But so Manuel Lauch and now Fidel Lieb as well, so the first 2 are in the pits.
A key part of the race here with these not quite last stops. It might be a last stop for the TCR. Ben Constanduris is watching
90 minutes?
Yeah, absolutely. A last stop for the number 1 machine, that's for sure. But
do you think, Ben? No, that might be still a bit of a stretch. I don't know.
They can do an hour and a half. But the Lamborghini just ahead of them, that's come into the pits. They will need to do another splash and dash. And there's a little error there. They've dropped the car off the jacks and they haven't got the rear right bolted on properly, so that's a slight delay. Now they'll go. Interestingly, for the last possibility of driving that car at Leopard, they tossed a coin between Seb Morris and Brandon Leach because both of them have been as fast as each other. And it is Brandon who's got in the car. Seb, therefore, was able to have another coffee and put his feet up. But of course, there's no limit to even Seb's possibilities with the various regulations that we've been pointing out. And so he could have done some more, having done, I think, 3 or 4 hours yesterday. They are very much in contention for podium. But, as I say, we've still got over an hour and a half to go. They will not be able to get to the flag with that. So they will be looking for a Code 60, any opportunity to just top up the tank as and when. They were also telling me that when they do go and pitch, we know that they've got a smaller fuel tank, but actually the delivery of that fuel into the car is slowed down so it matches the Audi that has 120 litres to take. So actually the fueling of any car takes the same, but the fuel flow is restricted to make sure of that, depending on the different tank capacities.
Yeah, and the fuel flow meter is a new thing this season. I think there's a choice of 3 that dangle off the nozzle effectively, and you have to plug in the correct one for your car, and that determines how quickly or slowly the fuel goes in.
It's a fuel choke, isn't it? It just chokes the fuel coming out of the nozzle. It's not a meter as such, is it?
Yeah, no, I think you're probably right. It's basically a drilled hole. Right? Well, that's how I picture it, and it slots into the where the fuel flows through, and therefore limits how quickly the fuel is delivered. So a choke is a good word.
Something I'm sure the Benetton team in 1994 would find a way around. And no, I'm not letting it go 23 years.
No, I can tell. Indeed, so.
I still think that's a championship that shouldn't have been awarded to the people who won it, but there we go.
Still very fresh, isn't it, Nick?
It is. Well, when you're as old as me, yup.
920's in. Nowhere near as much tape over the headlights compared to the 989, but they've had a go at it. 920 is the entry from Stadler Motorsport and Paul Casper. Have we heard from Enzo Calderari yet from that team?
No, we haven't, no.
Right. Well, his history with Stadler Motorsport certainly goes back to the mid-90s at the 24 Hours of Le Mans. And his first ever Le Mans was 1985, I'd worked out. So lots of tales to tell for Enzo, and he's not done any significant racing since 2009. So it will be great to catch up with him.
Stadler won the Dubai 24 Hours, didn't they, a few years ago?
Was that the first ever one with Toto Wolff?
No, they won one when we were very surprised in about 2015, I think, 2015 or 16. They won that one with a Porsche when we were so used to the Mercedes benefits by then with Black Falcon, but a few things went wrong. And they put in an absolutely clean race and won it. I don't know what year it was. I'm sure you've got the Wikipedia page open now.
It's being quite slow to react, but I'll get there. Right, so 2015 was a Black Falcon year, but 2014 was Stadler.
Time flies, isn't it?
Very good. The Ineichens were part of the lineup. Mark and Rolf, Marcel Matter, Adrian Amstutz, Christian Engelhardt.
Well, there's four decent drivers there. The other guy, I don't know, he's probably decent as well.
That was certainly not Porsche's first win at the 24 Hours of Dubai.
They won early, didn't they, the early ones?
But it was the only Stadler victory. So, hey, great memory, Nick. I don't normally rely on you for statistics like that.
And rightly so.
I'm very impressed. So yes, Stadler are back in the entry. They're not regulars with the 24/8 series. I think we're helped, with a number of extra teams able to take part purely because of the location of this fourth round of the season. And let's hope that one or two people have been convinced of, the attractive nature of the 24/8 series, particularly how it's being run this weekend with the split nature of the race, with more of it on day one than day two. That very rarely happens. But I do like it because a number of teams have had to really think from a fresh piece of paper this weekend. They couldn't use previous information maybe that they've banked at places like Mugello and Imola in previous years. 438 with more penalties. Now this is the car that was in a very strong position to take victory in GT4 at the start of today, really, but there's another spell in the penalty box there for the ST Racing BMW, and therefore losing more valuable ground on the 401.
It's only a 10-seconder. There's quite a lot of 10-second penalties. Yeah.
Fine. I only caught that halfway through.
Tiny little problems you can have. And, that's it, though. It's going back in the garage. Going into the pit lane.
Yeah, this is a bigger concern, isn't it? Ben, you're watching?
It was the 9-2-0 pit stop that included a brake pad change, would you believe, at this late stage of the race. I have not been able to locate Enzo. Either he's gone or he's in the car. Yes, a longer pit stop because they did brakes, and I'm just going to head down to the BMW and see what's going on there for the GT4 car, which has been wheeled into the garage.
Well, Paul Casper brought the Stadler Motorsport Porsche in. It could very easily be Enzo Calderari taking it out for the final stint and a bit. I do think 90 minutes is a stretch for a Porsche Cup car. You can do it in a TCR. But even though the Porsche is less thirsty than a GT3, probably looking at more like an hour and 15, maybe an hour and 20. So that's awkward for Stadler because they're about to rejoin, and I don't think that they'll be able to do it in one go between now and the checker. So there'll definitely be the need for a splash there. Car 105, the GSR Motorsport Golf, heads over the line. And who's driving that at the moment? Still Ernesta in the 6th placed TCE car. It's a similar Golf that leads the race, though. Emil Heyerdahl still looking on course for a good result for Autorama Motorsport. And in 2nd position is the chasing AC Motorsport Audi, but there's still only half a minute between those two cars, so that is not decided. Again, it'll depend on where they all sit in their pit stop cycle and how much fuel is currently on board. I'm trying to remember back, well, also track back through previous results to find out the Autorama Motorsport best result to date. It was a win, actually, last time out in Circuit Paul Ricard, when Kletzer, Heyerdahl and Jérôme Oguet took victory in France. Prior to that, the Breukers won the Mugello 12 Hours, car 101, and the opening race was won by Top Car Sport. They've had a nightmare this weekend. Fabian Dance, Adrian Specher, Patrick Singh, Ronnie Yost and Ben Lauchter won in Dubai. Oh, big problems for the Ginetta, Nick. Missing a front wheel. Yeah.
3 wheels on his wagon.
Even I can tell the
White.
problem there.
Yeah, it's visually so interesting. Has he just been in the pits? What's the stint length for the Colin White Engineering, the leader of the TCX class?
Not showing as an outlap for Ginetta 278.
4 minutes and 4 for his stint, so it's probably lap 2 for it unwound itself. But you should know where the wheel is. They want that back because obviously they need to get the deposit back on it. But the hub actually sheared off as well.
No, I thought that was still intact. But obviously the brake disc is scraping along the ground. I am impressed with the turning reaction that Colin's getting out of that Ginetta, considering there's only one tyre in contact with the road, deciding on what direction it's going to go next. But at relatively high speed, he was able to get it turned through the pit lane entry on the inside of turn 16. And it'll head towards and quite possibly past
there's the wheel.
Ben Constanduris. We've located the wheel and tyre, though, Ben. It looks like it's on the exit of the hairpin. Yeah, turn 6.
So a very, very long route then on the splitter. The disc is still in place. Gosh, there's quite a bit of damage to the left front side of this car. But so what's missing? Yeah, just the studs are missing, basically. So that's going to have to be a whole new hub so that it can bolt a tyre back onto that. I'm not sure they can simply just put a tyre on and go back out again.
You were right then, Nick. It's taken a fair bit with it by the sounds of things as it detached.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely to undo itself, so it must have sheared off for some reason or been knocked off by a problem. Yeah, that's weird, that one, but I'm sure that Colin will give us a full and frank description of what actually happened. Just as quickly at the top, Joseph Crowell has been in the car for a while, and after the rotation of the pit stops, the Porsche in second, Mark Basseng with the Hageli rate car, that is just shy of 40 seconds behind him on the road. So Joseph made up 20 seconds in between in that rotation. Joe Foster in third, he's about a lap back on the front two. Then Brendan Leach, is another lap back. So it's still fuel adjusted. Mark Basseng and the Hageli car are slightly ahead, but that would be completely undone by a Code 60 now and the end of the race.
Yes. Yeah, and well, Code 60, the whole point of it is that it doesn't affect the distances between the cars. But then again, when you are able to pit for half a tank, that could certainly help one team over the other. Josef Kral is across the line now, leading the race from Mark Basseng, and last time around, well, the lap time favoured very slightly the German, but it's difficult to take individual laps in isolation. You have to have a group of them really to work out who is generally the quicker driver. And Josef Kral, 30 years old, silver, and therefore by Creventic he's rated as a semi-pro. Mark Basseng, also I think a silver rated driver, but lots of success through the years, and not a surprise to me that he's been put into that car for the closing 2 stints. Yes, Mark is a silver-rated driver, comes from Engelskirchen in Germany, and a former Bathurst 12-hour winner, a former FIA GT1 champion, a former winner of the Nürburgring 24 hours as well. That was 9 years ago now, but has raced a variety of GT3 machinery through the years, more often seen behind the wheel of a Hyundai TCR car, though, on the Nordschleife. Let's get more updates from Ben.
Yeah, and I'm afraid it's bad news. The GT4 BMW of ST Motorsport, which is effectively a kind of a semi-works BMW. There's lots of proper BMW presence here, and the truck that this car travels in is German BMW branded, but I'm afraid it seems to have an issue with the rear left corner, so much so that the universal signal for "it's broken, we're going no further" has been signalled to the remaining mechanics and drivers, and that is it for 438. Retirement out of the race. I can't see if it's suspension, but because it's tucked against the wall of the garage, but I think it's a suspension issue on the rear left corner.
That is a real shame, and difficult to come this far in the race and then hit a problem like that with the checkered flag very much in sight. As now the Porsche for Hegeli will complete another lap. An hour and 20 to go. 88 Audi is in the pit lane. The red car collection entered car for Martin Lechman, pitting from 7th position. And deliberately, car collection will be staggering their stops because it's pretty tight to be double stacking their R8s on the same lap. But there will be a driver change. Martin Lechman will clamber out, and new driver. Prizes for guessing who this will be.
As we found out, Joey, this car can take 120 litres of fuel.
Yeah.
At this stop, so effectively they can get to the end from here.
Yes.
That's a lot more than the usual, and they're doing brakes as well, so they're going to be in here for a while. So they're not going to be back on the track again until there's an hour and 15 to go. So they can definitely, this is their last stop. The fact that we've seen 2 or 3 cars now do very, very, very last-minute brake changes, which makes me think they've ended up with brake wear slightly more than they would have expected. Because if you were expecting it to change, to have to change, there have been several opportunities of Code 6s to do it, even today. And doing it under green obviously costs you twice the amount of time. So my feeling is that a few cars have just found extra brake wear than they thought they were going to get. Perhaps they should have got harder pads, whatever it may be, selected when they did the testing. And it's just turned out to be a little bit more aggressive than they thought.
Well, a lot of teams have said that this place is very hard on brakes. And you think about the number of hard stops you've got in a short, 4.5 kilometre lap. You're having to stop heavily at turn 2, at turn 6, and later on into turn 8 as well in the Mercedes corner. So it's pretty brutal on brakes, almost akin to what we have had previously at Imola, in fact, as well. Let's go to Ben again. More news.
Yeah, that's impressive work from CWS Engineering. A central hub being replaced on the front left corner of the car, and already Colin White is back into the fuel bay and soon back out into the race. So not a huge amount of work needed to get that car back moving again. Just simply the very centre of the hub needed to be bolted back, or a new one bolted into place, and Colin will be taking to the track once he's got a full.
So that's good to hear about the Ginetta rejoining the race as the Joe Foster Mercedes reaches turn 6. And also into pit lane arrives Ivo Breukers in the Red Camel Jordan Stott NL Porsche for its 5th stop today. Sadly way down in the GTX order when they would have had aspirations to at least finish on the podium, but that looks a bit of a stretch at the moment in GTX, with the best car in that class being the 719, as far up as 12th in the GT Series standings. Treble 9 is 18th currently, and oh no, is that the? Oh no, they took the rear wheel off very quickly. Yeah, it was just the fact that about 3 guys were all of a sudden descended on the rear left wheel arch, and I thought this is a repeat problem. Has to be.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a trying event for them, but that's because they're testing and running effectively a new car. I mean, you look at the ultimate speed of the car. Don't forget, it's not a GT3 car. It's a Porsche 911. It actually kind of straddles the 2 cars, being the upgrade to the car is quite considerable over last year. But just looking now, the best lap time with a 1:43.8. So it's only like 3 seconds off what you would get from a full-blown GT3 car. Also on fresh tyres at the start of the race. They're not doing 1:43s now. They're doing 1:42s, and I did see a 1:44 from Rick in that last run.
Okay, so they are making strides, aren't they? Yeah,
happy with the pace.
It's going in the right direction.
Disappointed with the niggles, happy with the pace, I'd say.
Yeah, and having learned an awful lot about a brand new car, if they do plan to run this again in the remaining 4 races of the year, they'll be in a much better position now to do so moving forward. The difficulty is that the next 2 events are actually 24-hour races, so even more of a challenge. And I would imagine they'll need a 4th driver as well if they're planning to do Daddy Broikers joined by the 2 sons. That's probably not enough to do a 24-hour race with most teams favouring 4.
I don't think there's enough notice for I would have another child just in time for Portimao, so I'm not sure. You know, let's get JM in there, shall we?
He's always looking for a new car to drive, isn't he?
He's driven for them before, and he might prefer to port it to a TCR car.
Mm-hmm.
They're given the very what's the word for it? Should I say cheap or financially advantageous deals that you pick up at the last minute recently. You probably wouldn't want to actually sign up a long time in advance. You want to say just wander down his helmet saying you want 50 or 60 quid.
Make the sales.
He told me how much he paid for that drive at Ricard in the Colin White car.
Oh, in the Ginetta?
Yeah, I obviously can't tell him.
No, of course not.
Even I went, wow, that was reasonable.
Okay, fair enough. Well, he definitely enjoyed that, you know, and there was much camaraderie down with John Bruno and Colin White throughout the course of the race. It didn't go exactly to plan, but when always does an endurance race go exactly to plan, and it's how you react to that. But I do know that they had a whale of a time outside the car as well, which is surely half of it.
Most of it.
Yeah. All right, 90% of it.
If you're not trying to make a career out of it. Yeah, I think Colin will obviously. I think it's Colin was an interview earlier. He would have preferred to have a 3rd driver in the car this weekend as well, but it just wasn't possible with the current situation and the ever-growing restrictions and ebbing and flowing. Obviously, you know, if this race was next week, none of the Brits have been able to get into Germany. So you know, that's how it changes so quickly.
Yeah, true enough. It's very fluid, the situation right now, but looking very good for Portugal in a couple of months' time.
Looking very good for me and Joe
and me.
And I'm
busy somewhere else. That's right.
We're in Monza. Yeah. So Joe and I and Ben and perhaps Paul, I think, because he needs some sun.
Yes.
You know, and perhaps we die, and we can get a band back together from a couple of years ago.
Excellent.
And we can go. We know where there's a really good restaurant.
And we've all agreed that John's idea of driving there is terrible.
It's ridiculous. Right? We're all flying to Faro.
Good.
Yeah, it's fine. It just obviously needs the entire world to agree with us.
Yeah. Well, I'll leave you to plan that for the next couple of moments as we hear from Ben in the pits again.
Yeah, I'm still determined to get us a 24-hour C1 drive or something for Radio Le Mans team and actually compete once. Chat with a team that was very unlucky yesterday, MRS, but today it seems to have gone to plan.
We wasn't lucky because we were in P1 and the crash happened. But anyway, this is the fun of motorsport. You don't expect the unexpected. You don't know what happened. Suddenly you are P1, and then in the end, the main things for us to finish the race, to understand the team, the teammates, the drivers. This is the main things. We have to finish the race, and we'll keep the luck in the back.
How has your experience been here at Hockenheim? How have you enjoyed racing here at Hockenheim?
Yeah, for me, this is the first time to do an international race. I'm from Abu Dhabi, and this is the first time for me. And I wish to do more international races to represent the Arab drivers and the people from my country, to inspire more people to come and race here in Hockenheim.
And how much experience have you got? Have you only raced in Abu Dhabi before? Have you had a chance to race in the Middle East generally?
I did the Gulf 12 hours. I did the Dubai 24 hour. I did the Toyota 86 Cup Championship. This is my experience, and I would like to do more and more.
How do you prepare for coming over to Europe and racing here at Hockenheim, and perhaps in the future racing at places like Portimao? How do you get to know the place
For me, I just did free practice. It was good. And thanks, I have a good team. We went through the data, and they teach me how to learn more the track, which is the main important. I think I choose the best team in terms of the cup cars. But we have one enemy, is the luck. We wasn't lucky that much. But anyway, it was a good experience.
The Cup car is not an easy car to drive, though, is it?
Yeah, that's why I choose. That's why I choose to gain my experience with the Cup car. So in the future, I will move to the GT3, and I think it's much easier than the Cup car.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for chatting with us.
Thanks for your time.
That's Saif Al-Ameri, who did actually get a podium. For those with long memories, at Dubai at the start of the year, he raced with NKPP Racing in Dubai, and they got a podium with Jeroen Bleekemolen in the lineup, and Tim Pappas as well. So Saif getting more and more experience. Prior to this year, he had only done the 2019 edition of the Golf 12 Hours, which he raced at BMW with 3Y technology at the end of 2019. But there you go, someone I think we're going to see more often, definitely at the Dubai 24, and wants to stretch his wings a little bit more into Europe as well.
He's already noticed that the one person you don't want to upset is the luck, isn't it? If the luck's your enemy, you've got a serious issue. You know,
absolutely.
You could annoy the officials and everything else, but never get the wrong side of the luck.
Yeah,
it's so true. It's so true.
And it's tough as well when you kind of haven't really got a great deal of control of that, because I don't think he was in the car at either time when the car has had problems. Thierry Vermeulen was very honest yesterday, chatting to Ben, saying that was my error on the exit of the Nord curve. And then, unfortunately, there was some contact into the hairpin when the 58 Mercedes misjudged its braking point and just tagged the back of the 989 Porsche, causing damage to the suspension as well. So Saif, poor Saif, just having to sort of sit in the garage and watch all this unfold and wait for his stint. But he did a good job in the stint he's just finished. That may well be it now for his race, but he can relax and maybe think about future European visits as well, and also the attraction of Sebring at the end of the year, quite possibly, with MRS GT Racing. An hour and 10 to go. 11 middle cap sponsored Ferrari from Scuderia Praha, still leading by 37 seconds over Mark Basseng's Hegerli by T2 Racing Porsche, with the CP Racing Mercedes of Joe Foster still not very far away. Can't quite get onto the lead lap, but it's nearer to the Basseng car. So there is a chance, a slim chance of it squeezing into second place. It also depends on how far each of these cars can go into their stints. Josef Kral, 28 laps now behind the wheel. Mark Basseng is his stint is much younger than that, 12 laps when he took over from Manuel Lauck. And Joe Foster replaced Shane Lewis, you may remember, when the Mercedes from CP pitted after 39 laps. And we've had nearly 24 laps now for Joe Foster behind the wheel of that American car. And Lippert Lamborghini, Brendan Leach back at the wheel of that. Now that surely has just been lapped by Josef Kral. I'd be surprised if Brendan can match the pace of Josef and challenge to get at least one of those laps back again. Actually, Brendan was quicker last time through, but only by 0.3 of a second. And there's two mid-engined GT cars. And Brendan Leach has been a bit of a revelation this weekend, having never raced in a GT car before. I was mightily impressed with his decisiveness through traffic when he was being hunted down by Mark Basseng earlier on today, and he could be a star to look out for in future 24H Series races. To Ben, again, what have you got from the pits?
Yeah, I've been hanging out with Brendan quite a bit and over the last few hours. Very welcome. Good chats, and I think, I'm not sure if I mentioned it or it gabbled it earlier, but he and Seb Morris have kind of been matching each other on pace, so they tossed a coin as to who would get into the car at the end. But in terms of strategy, it does look as though they will still need to do a bit of a splash and dash to get to the end, so they owe us a pit stop, and so does Josef Kral. Now, if Kral can get himself over this hour mark, which I think he could easily do, that's just one pit stop there for for the Ferrari, and in second position, that's one stop for the Porsche, and then one pit stop for the Lamborghini as well. The is whether CP Racing can snatch a third position here, or if they still will need to do 2 more stops.
How much you've chatted to Brendan in terms of the plan for the next, let's say, 2 to 3 years, but you mentioned to me that he's now based in Germany. Is that down to potential opportunities with teams like Lippert then?
Isn't it, when you meet a lot of Antipodean drivers, whether it be from Australia or from New Zealand, they do come to Europe because there are limited opportunities over there in Asia, and Brendan's kind of maximised the opportunities that he's had both in the Super Trofeo Asia in 2019, so travelling around the whole of Asia, which is just impossible to do now over in Asia. It's country by country, and so you can't do that. So to get some option for both himself and his tutor Dan Wells is to live in Germany and to travel around Europe from here.
Excellent. That's very good intel, because, as I say, I've been impressed with Brendan and his ability to deal with traffic, which you don't get in Super Trofeo racing. That's effectively Porsche Cup racing, but Lamborghini style, where they're all Cup cars. They're the same type of machine, but you get different levels of classes within that, but according to driver experience and talent rather than any adjustments to the machines. And this, to be multi-class racing, a multi-manufacturer racing within the GT3 series, will be very educational, I reckon, for the young Kiwi. And he is just about hanging on to the coattails of Josef Kral, despite there being, as I say, laps between those 2 cars. So after this event, the 24H series goes into a degree of hibernation through the course of June, but we are very much looking forward to the next event on the calendar, which is the 15th, 16th and 17th of July for the now annual 24 Hours of Portimao.
Update: 3,981,776 people have recovered from the virus.
After many, many weeks of lockdown, and obviously lockdown still exists in many parts of the world still, we can at least get a motor race going today, 4 twice around the clock as well. So we have cars already assembling on the grid for the Hankook 24H series, and it's back. That's it, we're underway. After such a long wait within the Hankook 24H series. Porsche's slotting into second and third. There's a third Porsche there as well to make it those 3 squabbling away at the rear bumper there. For the 24 hours powered by Hankook, and our first international full metal race since the Dubai 24 hours. As Nick says, we'll be back with Creventic Racing in just under a month's time, the 10th and 11th of July, for the 12 hours of Monza. Very much looking forward to finally getting
Here we can hear the sound of Wales song. We know we've gone to the wrong place.
So thoroughly looking forward to the 24 hours of Portimao, billed as the fast and 24 hours, as it says on the front of the digital programme, in readiness for that weekend, the 16th, 17th and 18th of July. And a reminder that compared to some of the other countries we've visited with the Creventic Series, with 24H Series in the past, Portugal is fully open to all tourists. The beaches, the restaurants, the hotels are open and ready to receive race fans and also competitors as well. Guaranteed to be cracking weather, very hot indeed at Portimao in July. So a superb circuit, Grade 1 these days, and the venue for a couple of Portuguese Grand Prix in the last couple of seasons. Facilities are second to none. There's also a pool in the paddock area, so that if those drivers that have got very hot and sweaty and thirsty over the course of 24 hours to win the thing, it will be calling them in to just jump straight in the pool in their race suits. So the invitations, registration is open now for a chance to be on the grid as part of the 24 hours of Portimao, and you've got plenty of time in order to organise an entry there. It's the 17th and 18th of July, and what are we, just 23rd of May, so just under 2 months to get your travel sorted, and we're expecting a very big entry. As things stand, 32 cars entered into that event, and it is set to grow perhaps even more than that, with teams like Equipe Vachour set to return. Autorama Motorsport are here in numbers this weekend. The Middlecat Ferrari is on the list already, as is the Lippert Motorsport, a Lamborghini, Wochenspiegel Team Monschau with a Ferrari, Car Collection with a couple of Audis, the Herbert Porsches will be there, and there are lots in the TCE field to look forward to as well, like AC, Bonk Motorsport, Nordschleifer Racing, and in fact the provisional entry on the live stream is scrolling across the bottom of your screen. So if you're not yet in a position to be watching and listening to our coverage, then I would firmly encourage you to do that, because the entry is appearing right now. Nick, thank you so much for the last, a couple of hours actually, together with John Hindhaugh and then latterly with me, Johnny Palmer. We'll do a switch around in the Global Broadcast Centre to say goodbye to Nick and to say hello to Joe Bradley as we enter the final hour of this year's 12 hours of the Hankook Hockenheim Ring.
Final hour it is indeed. Who would have thought this time yesterday? Here we are with just 1 hour of racing to go, Johnny, and the lead battle down to 37 seconds, the gap across the line. But for me, it comes down to what's going to be the final pit stops and just how long they're going to take with the pit stops, and that's all dependent on how much fuel they're going to need to finish the race, because these cars let's just have a look and see how far into the stint that these cars are. The leader is 34 laps into his stint. That's the number 11 Ferrari, Joseph Clark, 34 laps. He's due to come in the pits in about 3, maybe 4 laps, maybe sooner. Mark Bassang, he's only done 18 laps, so he's still got a good, 20 laps potentially to do. So it's going to be very, very tight.
TCR class, Joe, we reckon that when the number 1 car stopped with 90 minutes to go, that was them good to the finish. Just want to check it was the 1 rather than the 112. Yeah, because that 112 is still in the garage, unfortunately. Getting, I think what you said was a gearbox change now.
They had I'm not sure about a gearbox change. I got a message to say that the car was fixed and they were sending the car back out. I'm not sure. Did that car reappear?
No, still been in the pits for almost 3 hours now.
Wishful thinking from Stefan then.
Quite possibly, yes. Yeah. But the 1 car pitted with 90 minutes left on the clock, and Nick and I were thinking, is that a bit too early? But Ben said, no, you should be able to do an hour and a half in these TCR cars. So Emil Heyerdahl put into that car for the final stint, and he leads the class by not a great deal, actually, over the AC Motorsport Audi for Mathieu Detry. And it's about half a minute between the top 2 in the TCE series. Ferrari in the penalty box for Herbert Motorsport, and also taking a brief stop there was the 58 Mercedes of HP Racing. Let's get an update, actually, as we've just entered into the final 60 minutes from the pits. Oh, we're going to go code 60, Ben Constanduros. This may mean a big old flurry of final stoppers.
Yeah, but if you're code 60 and you stop, you can only put half a tank of fuel in, so they won't be able to get to the end of the race if they need a full tank, which all of our GT cars will need to do. So that's almost really disastrous for most. It's going to be very interesting to see how it plays out. I wanted to just add to your TCR battle that 188 pitted about 6 minutes before the 1 car, so it's very much on the edge. And perhaps a splash and dash right now would be really advisable for them. We haven't actually seen Wire on code 60 yet, have we?
I haven't, no. It's debris. It is debris at the hairpin. So that's the message on my screen. It won't be a very long one at all, no.
It's all going to depend on track position, whether you pull your car in, Johnny. Mark Basseng, for instance, he's about halfway through his fuel stint, so another 50% allocation of fuel might serve him all the way to the very end.
Might just
so
do
that
it.
might play in the hands of the 66. The 34 Audi is in. That car down in, is that 6th place?
Yes, it is.
And that car taking advantage of this code 60.
And also in, Joe, is Mark Basseng. Ben, watch the stop.
He went straight to the fuel station, so he doesn't need tyres.
Yeah.
He's going to try and get those tyres to the flag, which have already done half a stint. So that's a stint and a half. Whilst the sun is beating down on the circuit, that is going to be hard work for Basseng. And will he get enough fuel to get to the end of the race? I don't reckon this code 60 will last very much longer. CP Racing getting ready to bring their car into the pits. Will it be the last stop if they stop under code 60? I'm not sure it will.
I think Mark Basseng might be able to get 20 laps worth of fuel in, though, because they've been tending to do 40 lap stints in that Porsche. So I think you're right.
37 laps we saw before Basseng. Manuel Lau got 37 laps. We saw 40 laps, Johnny, from Peter de Curtin. I'm just looking for so 40. It depends, though, Johnny. In that 40 laps fuel stint we saw from de Curtin, we may have had some code 60 running.
Yes,
so that's
true.
how they stretch it. So we've had very little code 60 running prior to that. So I think I've been estimating about 37 laps from the GT3 cars.
But they can easily make.
Laps.
Yeah, I was just thinking. There's 55 minutes left on the clock. If Mark had half a tank when he came in, he's going to get that half tank back again now, and should be absolutely fine to the finish.
Yeah,
so this is perfect timing for a code 60.
Yeah, not so perfect for Joseph Kral. It all depends on where you are on the track. If it's a code 60 and you have just passed the pits, you then have to come all the way around the track. And we've gone green, you see.
Green already.
We've gone green already. So it depends where your car is on the track, whether you call him in.
Ben, you did say it will be a short code 60 because it's debris. What else is happening in the pits?
Well, CP Racing have made their driver change. Espen Laub into the car. New Huankook tyres for that car, but it's going to have to refuel under green flag conditions, but only take half a tank because it came in when under code 60. But the green flag is now flying, and it's going to have a very, very costly pit stop sitting there stationary, refueling only half a tank of fuel, whilst everyone else is rotating the circuit at full racing speed.
Yeah, this is mightily frustrating for those that have committed to a stop when it was only going to be a short code 60 to retrieve debris, but that relied on the chief engineer, strategist, working out quite how long it might be, and he has left. Go on.
That car had done 31 laps, Johnny, so he was getting towards an empty fuel tank in the 85 Mercedes, so he did need getting on for a full tank. He's not going to get that. He's going to get 50%.
Too good an opportunity to pass up, maybe, but as you say, 50%. There was probably another 7 or 8 laps left in the tank for Joe.
Yeah, I estimate that.
Yeah. And when you add probably 19 laps to, I don't think that's enough to get the Mercedes to the finish now. It's going to be nip and tuck, isn't it? And now under green, interestingly, Josef Kral's come in. Now, he didn't get the opportunity to make a pit stop under code 60 purely because of where his car was on the racetrack. He was stuck in the first sector, I think, when the caution came out, so didn't have the option to pit under the caution, and therefore I think it's going to blast straight past the Scuderia Praha team. Oh no, having said that, there is the Lollipop Man calling him in. So I'll be very surprised if there's a driver change here, because Josef has enough drive time left, but they are going to give him a new set of Hankooks.
Are they brand new as well? They look brand new, so he's getting very fresh and new rubber. He'll be able to go absolutely flat out now. He did 36 laps in that stint, Johnny. So we're going to refuel him with a full tank of fuel. He's heading off now, straight into the pit, the fueling area, and very, very quick and swift tyre change there from the Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha team. And Josef Kral now into fueling. We'll see just where he pops out with regards to the other car that's in the reckoning for an overall win here.
He also dealt with the late arriving Pro Sport Racing Aston, which parked right in front of Josef's Ferrari, and therefore he needed to use the full lock to get around the Vantage AMR. The Aston did nothing wrong. It's just because of the pit bays being fairly closely laid out. A message on my screen that says that the team manager of AC Motorsport is now being told to report to race control. That's the car just 33 seconds away from the TCE Series lead. Now, it's difficult to judge the severity of that message purely from the words that are displayed that says car 188 team manager to report to race control. Might be a minor issue, might be something more serious.
Can't see anything on the penalty screen. The last penalty for the 188 was a pit stop infringement, which they've served. Something that's just popped up, Johnny, is a penalty of 73 seconds for the 278. That's the Ginetta, and that's for exceeding speed limit in the pit lane. Is that when Colin came in with the three wheels on my wagon?
Maybe. Yeah, he was hitting the brakes, but of course there was only three Hankook tyres in contact with the road. So
yeah, he's going to have to serve that next time.
He quite possibly did struggle to slow the car down. I was amazed at how well it turned with just one wheel on the front, but he got it pitched in, and the car was scraping along via the front splitter, thankfully not doing too much damage, though, to the brake disc. But Ben reported that something must have sheared rather than the wheel just coming loose and falling off. It had taken a bit of the hub with it. Now the 955 is suffering some lost time in the pits. They can't quite locate the rear right wheel. They're the bright pink ones that are normally put on the Vili Motorsport car. Don't see anything wrong with the axle stub and the wheel hub there, so that it's just merely that they haven't got the right Hankook tyre in position, and it is waiting for the final piece of that pit stop to happen. 955 is second in class and only has one lap as an advantage over Bas Barenberg in the NKPP Racing Porsche. So the podium positions could well change in the 991 class in the closing stages of this race as well. Shadows lengthening around the Hockenheim ring. We've still got just under 50 minutes of this race to go. It feels like it's the last couple of laps, but there's a long way yet for all of the GT Series cars to get to, and some of them are in a great position as far as their pit stop window is concerned, others not so much. And I do fear about Josef Kral, who's now rejoining the race, having taken as much fuel on board as possible. But as I say, still 48 minutes for that Middle Cap Racing Ferrari to complete.
We'll get an idea of the gap when they come by next time. Mark Bassing has taken the lead of this race, the 66 Porsche, now completing 355 laps. We'll have to wait for Josef Kral to bring the Ferrari round, and then we'll see just what sort of gap he's chasing down. He's in pretty good shape tyre-wise. He's got a brand new set of Hankook tyres on that Middle Cap Ferrari. That's in complete comparison to Mark Bassing. I think Ben was saying that those tyres have done a stint and a half.
Yeah, I think he did say that.
Said.
I think he did say that, yes.
So they're going to be pretty well worn out. You're not going to be able to push potentially as hard as Josef Kral is. So, you know what, Johnny? This is just sort of setting itself up for a grandstand finish, isn't it? It's
felt like that the whole way through, to be honest, Joe. You know, yesterday I did expect it to settle into a rhythm far earlier than it did, and you know, for the cars to be quite well spaced out after 6.5 hours. But to start the GT Series race with 3 cars on the lead lap, we had exactly the same scenario in the TCEs as well. And then a different complexion because a lot of the key players in this event have chosen to use their pro or semi-pros more so on Sunday than they did yesterday, and that, you know, on paper that seems to be the sensible choice, but we were always guaranteed therefore for cars to be there or thereabouts and be able to offer some latter race pace.
Well, the Ferrari, the number 11 Ferrari, has come through in third behind the Brendan Leach driven Lamborghini. Brendan's done 24 laps, so he's got another 12, 13 laps potentially. And 12 or 13 laps with 46 minutes to go. He's going to need to pit stop, no question.
Yeah, agree with that.
Yeah.
Ferrari having to adjust its line quite dramatically coming out of turn 6 because of the Munkhoff BMW car number 210, which stayed on the racing line, and it's the duty of the quicker cars to find a way safely by, and Josef Kral did so on the run in towards turns 7, 8 and 9. So Josef now has Brendan Leach within his sights, and that is a race for position. They are separated by less than 5 seconds. The Porsche of Mark Basseng, well, ideally looking for a way by both of them to ensure that it has a full laps advantage over the Lamborghini and the Ferrari. But with what's proven to be the 2 quicker drivers for Leiper and Middle Cap Racing, I can't see that being made a simple process for Mark Basseng at all.
No, they're not going to want that. Josef Kral is not going to want to allow Mark Basseng just to waltz past him. That's purely down to that Code 60 pit stop, Johnny. That's why we've got the number 6 Porsche, 66 I should say, Porsche, coming around to almost putting a lap on 2nd and 3rd place, purely down to taking that pit stop during the Code 60 and taking another 50% fuel allocation.
Which we'll see Mark find to the finish.
We think so, yeah.
And already, you know, there's a massive amount of authority now being put onto this race by Hegerli, by T2 Racing, purely because they're in such a strong position in this race, a strong hand that they hold in the closing stages. So Brendan Leach, 25 laps completed. He'll have to splash to get the car to the finish for my money. And then Josef Kral is fine to the finish, but of course he had to take his pit stop during green, and that has put them way back. There is a chance that the Middle Cap Racing Ferrari can finish second. It really just depends on when Brendan Leach has to make a stop. And Pierre Caffer will have to also stop as well. So the 18 car for Rutronic Racing looking good in 4th, but I think we're looking at probably the 85 Mercedes able to get ahead of the Audi by the end of the race.
CWS into the penalty box to take in that 73-second penalty. We heard me saying earlier, a few minutes ago, that it was a pit lane speed limit infringement. It's a 40 km/h pit lane speed limit, and then a 20 km/h pit lane fuel station speed limit. So just slowing the car down to 40 km/h must feel very pedestrian. Having, they're out there doing 150, 155 miles an hour at the fastest parts of this Hockenheim track, and then to bring the cars down to 40 k's, very, 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 very hard to do. Needs a lot of discipline to gauge that. And falling foul is the CWS Ginetta.
Emil Heyerdahl, we reckon, pitted with 90 minutes to go, so it's tight for him to get home, but should be fine. Mathieu Detry stopped 4 laps before that, so I think the 188 AC Motorsport Audi will have to have a splash as well to get that home comfortably. 27 laps into the stint for the Belgian squad, whereas Autorama Motorsport have only done 24 laps. So it is close on the timing screen between the top 2 in TCE. They're still only separated by 29 seconds. I think that gap will open up when the checkered flag is finally flown at 8 o'clock tonight. 989 Porsche in with the I'm trying to work out how they've painted that headlight on. I wonder whether it was chalk, actually, but it might be additional white tape that they have mapped out a headlight. It's a cool way of doing it. No, I think it is a bit of maybe
just
correction fluid. I was going to say Tipex, yeah, but correction fluid maybe, or similar material. So from a distance, that looks like they've just put a headlight on it. It's a great bit of design. Thankfully, we're not doing any overnight running. That would have been a bigger problem where we were at Portimao or Barcelona.
Yes, they'll find that a problem at the next round at Portimao, where we go through the night, won't they?
Just
They'll
a little.
More than a bit of chalk.
Yeah.
On there.
And that is, I think, Saif Al-Ameri, who's been put into the car for the final stint with the Abu Dhabi branding on the helmet. So having said Saif's day was done, I was completely wrong about that. And the man from the United Arab Emirates will bring the car to the finish. Nose to tail between Josef Kral in the white Ferrari and the Lightbert Motorsport Lambo of Brendan Leach. Leach to the inside. We really will get to see what the Kiwi's made of here, because trying around the outside, but Leach isn't going to give Josef Kral any racing room on the exit of the hairpin. Amazingly, the Czech gets good draft or good drag race out of that corner. And now off the road goes Brendan Leach, but is back onto the asphalt just in time for the left-hander at the Mercedes corner at turn 8.
Leach kept his foot in there through that sweeping turn 7, didn't he? You needed all of the road and more as they come into the arena now, heading towards the Sachs curve. Not really an opportunity for passing. It's a very it's a hairpin, but it's a very fast hairpin, slightly banked. You can carry a lot of speed through there, as we're seeing the Lambo now with the Ferrari just dropping back, closes up under the braking for the final 2 turns, and then through the final turn at turn 16 and across the line, we'll see the gap was 0.6 of a second last time by. They've been like this for a full lap. There's absolutely nothing in it as they go into, and it's 0.2. So yeah, we don't need a stopwatch to tell us that, do we, Johnny?
Not really.
Quite frankly, the Ferrari is underneath the rear wing of the Lamborghini as they continue on.
Yeah, they were virtually attached as they crossed the line, but it's clean racing so far with no contact, I'm delighted to say. And
there's that 18 in the pits, as you said, Johnny.
Right,
Pierre
yes.
Caffer in the 18, you did say he's going to also pit stop.
Yeah, well, it was a long stint, 37 laps for the German, as now Josef Kral has the inside line. He didn't have this a lap ago into the hairpin, and I don't think Brendan Leach will be able to reply, at least on the entry, but he can tuck in, so the outside-inside trick for the Kiwi, but he's not quite got the speed required from the Lamborghini, so overtake done and dusted now for Josef Kral. Set that up perfectly through the Parabolica, gave him the inside line, and he was able to break that little bit later to pick off the second-placed Lamborghini Huracan. So that'll put the Ferrari to second. Brendan Leach now third. And, well, how much of a chance does the Ferrari of Josef Kral have on reeling in Mark Bassing? That is a bit of a stretch at this point.
Massive. I think Leach found himself too wide at the hairpin there and found himself on a very, very dirty track as he put the power on. The car just understeered further wide, and he was just not able to keep that momentum to stay with the Ferrari. We're already seeing the middle cap Ferrari just eke away from the Lambo as they come around the final turn and across the line. And indeed, the middle cap racing Ferrari has pulled out the biggest gap we've seen between these two cars for a few laps. Just waiting for the timing screen. Yeah, 1.2 seconds. He's doubled the gap. He's overtaken and doubled the gap instantly.
It swung from 0.2 in the favour of Leach to now 1.2 in the favour of Josef Kral. Both cars are on over 90 seconds behind the race leader, Mark Bassing, as we head back to the pits. And Ben?
Yeah, and on that note, the drivers in the Lamborghini have all been saying just how much they're struggling with straight line speed in that car. We saw it on that opening stint of the race, if you cast your mind back to yesterday, with Seb Morris aboard the car. He was absolutely swamped on the first lap by people driving left, right and centre. It's the way that the car has been BOP'd to balance with the rest of the field because of the driving talent that they have. And unfortunately, the straight line speed is just not there. So that's where they are really, really struggling. Just on the 18 pit stop, Pierre Caffer stayed aboard that car, and they got a new set of tyres on it as well. So he will go to the flag but ultimately they are a bit out of position and probably unlikely to get themselves onto the podium.
Yeah, the way the driver makeup is in that number 10 Lamborghini Huracan, it's actually down as a pro car, which I had missed yesterday. I was thinking all of the GT3s had been entered into the AM category and the two-tiered AM category, either AM Neutral or AM Advantage, but that is the only GT3 pro car in the entry purely because of its driver makeup, Joe. And when you've got people of the talent like Seb Morris and Brendan Leach, therefore it is hampered as far as the BOP is concerned, and they don't quite have the straight line speed. It's looked good through the corners though, and when you factor that in, actually Brendan Leach's appearance this weekend, all the more impressive, I would say, to have run regularly in the top two. They're still on course for a podium, and apply the pressure to Josef Kral. You're going to be waiting a long time for a mistake from the Czech, but it might come late in the day, especially as brake pedals start to get a little long, tyres become more and more worn as well. He just needs to be ever present behind the Ferrari and anticipate a mistake.
I've just done a very quick calculation, Johnny, and using a lap time of about 1 minute and 40 seconds, 41 seconds actually, I estimate 21 laps. They're lapping in the 1 minute 42, so it's going to be around about another 21, 22 laps of racing we've got. And just looking at the fuel on board for these cars, Mark Bassing did 20, he had 17 laps of fuel. He took on a 50% allocation, which is probably another just under 20 laps. I think he's got enough fuel to the end. That would put him on a 31 lap stint, and we know these cars can do 37.
Yeah, fairly comfortably.
You know, it just depends on how much fuel he had in that Porsche when he took on that 50% fuel allocation under code 60, which was his last pit stop.
Sorry, Joe. Mark Bassing makes swift work of Thomas Gosner into the penultimate corner as we get this from Ben again.
I would totally agree with Joe on Bassing, certainly able to get himself to the flag, and of course we've seen the Ferrari of Josef Kral also definitely able to get himself to the flag with that last pit stop. Lamborghini needs a pit stop for me, and it's going to be really touch and go for SP Racing whether they need to pit or not, in my opinion, and therefore we might actually see an Audi on the podium depending on how it all plans out between Lamborghini and Mercedes come the end of the race. Would you agree, Joe?
I'm just waiting to see what that gap is like. I'm not sure we're going to see an Audi. Did you see an Audi on the podium? Because we've got the CP Racing Mercedes in between them.
Yeah,
Ben see an Audi on the podium.
Ben was suggesting that CP Racing might not make it, but they have made a pit stop 10 laps ago, so they should be fine with Charles Espenlaub now at the wheel. Other thing to note is that the 112, all of that long-winded work has finally been rewarded, Joe, because the 112 Autorama Motorsport Golf is back in the race now with Welshman Reese Lloyd at the wheel.
Yeah,
long way down, but there you go.
Hashtag this is endurance, Johnny, from the Autorama team. They know it's all about getting to the finish. It doesn't. They knew at that point when they had that gearbox issue that their race was over. So it's all about the challenge of getting the car to the end. And while we're talking about the TCE battle, the gap between the two cars that are leading TCE, both in TCR, was 23 seconds. And on average, Mathieu Detry has been lapping about a second to 2 seconds quicker. Now, that was a quick lap from Heyerdahl there, down in the 153, so we might not see a great amount of movement, as Mathieu Detry just waiting for him to cross the line any moment now. He's already out of the final turn, and it's still at 23, so very similar lap times there. So it's clearly they're ebbing and flowing as they make their way through the traffic, but that's still a one to watch. That's still wide open with only 23 seconds in between first, the number 1 Autorama Volkswagen, and the number 188 Mathieu Detry SC Motorsport Audi, still battling for the lead of TCE honours.
Yeah, and every race meeting I get more and more impressed with Mathieu Detry's ability to drive these cars very swiftly indeed. He's been with AC Motorsport pretty much for the whole of the year. Hails from the Flanders area of Belgium and has taken part in the Dubai 24 Hours a couple of times now, but started off in TCR Benelux in the sort of home championship with teams as high profile as Team WRT in the past, and then found action within the 24H series with AC for the Portimao 24 Hours and the Barcelona 24 Hours as well. But really making a name for himself, Mathieu Detry, and closing in with every lap on the TCE race leader. 88, Vincent Pierremont in the red car collection Audi, heading into turn 1 now. He's 3 laps back from the team car, but no immediate threat from behind. For any of the GT Series cars, actually, the next one on the timing screen will be the 991 class leader for Glenn Van Berlo. But Van Berlo far more focused on winning the 991 class for Bas Koeten Racing. Bas Koeten, Joe, your old mate, looking good for a 1-2 finish here with the NKPP racing car. Second for Bas Barenberg.
Yeah, great team, Bas Koeten Racing. Good bunch of lads as well. Always good for the... this is for Ben, really. Always good for good refreshments available at the Bas Koeten pit. And it's great to see those guys, the number 925, the Porsche 911, leading the 991 class, and indeed coming up behind them, the NKPP car, of course, familiar in the TCR class, and NKPP Racing now with the 991 Cup car, and they're both having a great run. There's only 2 laps between them, and they've been there or thereabouts in that class pretty much this whole 12-hour race, haven't they?
Yeah.
Gap down to 22 seconds, just to keep you a bit of an update on TCE. So, I'm not sure, Johnny. We're into the final half hour almost, and I'm just not sure. Ben has updated us about the Herbert car. He reminded us of, not the Herbert car, the CP car. They only took on 50% fuel, remember?
Right. That was the point. Okay.
Yeah,
I'd missed that point entirely because there's lots of things going on.
I'd forgotten it. I didn't miss it. I just forgot it. I didn't miss it, Johnny. I just forgot it.
So 12 laps in to Espen Lab's stint, and it was a full stint prior to that, but when they stopped, they could only take 50% fuel. So, yeah, maybe we're looking at closer to 20 laps that they can get done, and that probably won't get them to the finish. Reflecting on that more deeply.
He'd done 31 laps, Joe Foster, and he then took on a 50% fuel allocation.
Yeah.
They've done 13 laps, so they probably had about only 5 or 6 laps of fuel in the car by the time they came in under that code 60, where it then took 50%, so that was probably about 18 laps of fuel. It's going to be touch and go, isn't it? It's very touch and go.
Because we never know at any one point how many litres are in the tank, and then we know that, 50% to add to what? Because how much was left at the end of Joe Foster's stint? More thoughts on this and quite possibly other things as well. Ben again?
Lamborghini in the pits, guys, but not in pit lane, directly to the fuel station to get themselves to the end of the race. Did not take fuel, so Brendan Lynch is going to have a challenge on his hands to get those Hankooks now to the end of the race, let alone get the car itself. He's already been pushed hard, but is that the difference between a podium today and missing out?
Pierre Caffa having to deal with lots of traffic at turn 1. He read it perfectly, of course he did. Man of his experience, previous winner of the Sebring 12 Hours and a regular in the LMP1 Audis 10, 15 years ago. He's still a man of the 4 rings through and through, though. Races nothing but Audis, Pierre Caffa, and welcomed into the Rutronic Racing fold. Heading up to the final corner, it was quite obvious after how little of Pierre Caffa we had yesterday that he was being held back for the bulk of his stints today. Rides the curb a touch on the exit of turn 6, but not excessively. Looking after that final set of Hankook tyres. And this car pitted 5 laps ago, so it is okay to the finish. And can, therefore, this Audi leapfrog the CP Racing Mercedes in the closing stages. Brendan Leach is still in the fueling area for the last gulp of fuel for the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. and that should see Charles Espenlaub, well, closer. Is that going to take the Mercedes into third position? There was 1 minute and 53 seconds between the two cars, and Brendan's not been in the pits for too long. Obviously just needing to take on enough fuel to get them to the finish. So that's going to be tight between car 10 and car 85. We will get a real-time gap between those two very, very shortly. Half an hour to go, Joe.
Yeah, half an hour, and still it's all got to come together still, Johnny. We've got the Josef Krald in the number 11 Ferrari. He's lapping on average 2 to 2.5 seconds quicker than the number 66 Porsche. He's on brand new Hankook tyres, and he is chasing down that leading Porsche. However, he was almost a full lap behind. So I'm not sure at a difference of 2 seconds per lap. The gap was 1 minute and 21 seconds last time by. And with now 26 minutes on the clock, Johnny, I think time is running out, even if Joseph does pull out all the stops and continue lapping with those very, very quick lap times.
Colin White's got more trim flying loose from the Ginetta. I wonder whether that's a legacy of him coming in on 3 wheels into the pit lane and scraping the front splitter along the ground, but there's quite a bit of what looks like bodywork just flapping away on the left side of that Ginetta. I think it's been like that for a couple of laps, so I'd be very surprised if he actually pits now. He'll be looking to stay out to the finish if at all possible, as the Lamborghini rattles over the blue and white curbing out of the Sud curve and across the line.
28 seconds behind the Charles Espenlaub CP Racing Mercedes.
Oh, good. Yeah, you remembered to check for that. Okay.
Yeah.
So 28 seconds. But importantly, Charles did get in front. So that was whilst Brendan was sitting in the fueling area, and Espenlaub into third position. And now we face a straight fight between Brendan Leach and Charles Espenlaub to see whether that time can alter at all. Meanwhile, Mathieu Detry has closed the gap to 17 seconds in the TCE Series race. Detry's last lap was a 152.6, 154.6 for Emil Heyerdahl. So Mathieu Detry is taking 2 seconds a lap sometimes out of the leading TCE car.
It's incredible to think that here we are with under 25 minutes of a 12-hour motor race left, and we are still able to drive these cars absolutely flat out and produce very, very similar lap times to what we did at the very start of this race. These cars are still being, there's no kind of drop off in engine performance. The cars are performing in their handling. The cars are not even tired. That is such the modern technology allows us to do this in endurance racing. And here we are, the final stages of this endurance race, this 12-hour race. It's a sprint race now, Johnny. It's a 25-minute sprint race for TCE Honours with 17 seconds between first and second, and still, all to play for. Both these races we've got. Remember, we've got a GT race and we've got a touring car endurance race. 2 races in one.
That just seems to be the style of 21st century endurance racing, doesn't it? Flat out for the whole time. Yeah. It's been a sprint race, I would argue, since 1:30 yesterday afternoon. The Ferrari for Herbert Motorsport now all over the back of the TCE Series race leader. That will not affect Emil Heyerdahl at all. He will just allow that Ferrari to get by, much more concentrated on getting good lap times done. It's a 154.0, but a 153 from Mathieu Detry. So again, the Belgian was a second faster than the Norwegian, and we're down to 16.5 seconds as the leading margin with 23 minutes to go. This is on, I tell you, for the AC Motorsport car to at least catch the Golf, and then he's got to find a way through. And unlike earlier passes in the race where it might be after you, sir, after you, that is going to be elbows out like the end of a 10-lap sprint to try and hold on for the race victory.
I really feel for CWS Engineering, Johnny, after their problems yesterday put them down the field. They were in a very strong position for an overall TCE win. However, they'll be happy with a TCX class win, 3rd overall. They're still going to be on the podium overall in TCE. However, it's just a shame they had that problem with that wheel and that stub breaking down on them and trailing in with just 3 wheels on his wagon, Colin White earlier. That then just completely disadvantaged the team. And however, I suppose if he was given an overall podium at the beginning of this 12-hour race, Colin would have probably gone, yeah, that I'm happy with that. But having been so close to being at the very front of this field for a lot of the time, I don't know. I think they'll be all right with that. That's a pretty good run from the Ginetta. It's
getting better and better, isn't it? And this is not the same car that ran at Circuit Paul Ricard. So, you know, what they want is to see clear progress race on race. And, you know, flirting with a TCE Series podium is just kind of what they would have wished for at the bare minimum. They would have loved to have taken the TCE Series victory outright. But then again, it doesn't get anywhere near as good fuel mileage, I don't think, the Ginetta, compared to the TCRs. I'd be very surprised if the Ginetta will stretch to an hour and a half, for example. So it's not necessarily a fair fight in that respect. Lap times do tend to favour the Ginetta. The best lap today for the G55 was a 150.5. The best lap for the leading TCE car, a 151.9, so it's about a second and a half quicker, generally speaking, than the than the touring cars, the kind of true touring cars, rather than that Ginetta G55, which is found some competition within TCE Series, but understandably you can't run it as a TCR car because that's purely for front-wheel drive 2-litre engined cars. TCX second place, still in the hands of Munkhoff Racing, the Dutch squad with their BMW M4 GTR, and Eric von den Munkhoff doing the final stint for car number 10. 20.5 minutes to go. New gap between the top two in TCE is now 14 seconds. The Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini 29 seconds off the back of the Charles Espenlaub driven Mercedes. And there's really nothing between Charles and Brendan now in third and fourth positions. So I can see, frustratingly for Lippert Motorsport, that gap just staying around the 30-second marker all the way to the finish. And there's a larger advantage for Mark Basseng, who's about to put a lap on Charles Espenlaub, in fact. The 66 car into turn 8 has the white Mercedes in its sights. How easily will Charles Espenlaub allow Mark Basseng through, I wonder? So they're heading into the Mobil 1 right-hander, which is the first corner on this normally very atmospheric arena section. And surely we can't be too far away now from welcoming a crowd back into that portion of the Hockenheim Ring. Probably looking at next year now, but will be fantastic for it to be echoing to the sounds of cheering race fans. And the Mercedes rumbles over the curbs on the exit of the Südkurve with that bright yellow Mark Basseng driven Hegerli by T2 Racing Porsche. Not too far away now. Mathieu Detry arriving at turn 6. 12.8 seconds is now the difference between the TCE Series leader, being Autorama's Golf and Emil Heyerdahl, and Mathieu Detry, who's heading now into the very fast right-hander at turn 7. His team may well be reporting to him all the time, that time difference. He's almost backing the Audi into turn number 8. Fantastic to watch from a little front-wheel drive car. Let's get an update from Ben again.
Yeah, just really quickly. You know that all the drivers and all the teams download real-time telemetry into the pit boxes, so you have a chance to, the mechanics have a chance to see what the drivers are seeing. And from what I can see on the pit wall of the CP Racing, they are good to the end of the race. They do not need a splash and dash. They must have had a bit of extra fuel in that we didn't necessarily know about, and therefore this is a straight fight. They're at the moment in third position legitimately.
And the other thing, Joe, that I was talking about, just going back to the TCE battle, is this question about whether Mathieu Detry needs to pit for fuel before the checker, because talking about this gap closing all the time, will that be the lifeline for Autorama Motorsport, that they're fine on fuel mileage but the car behind them may not be?
Well, he's done 41 laps, and I'm just seeing that is the longest stint we've seen from that car. Certainly today. Longest stint prior to this is 38 laps. So I suspect that we might see Detry having to spoil the party and come in for fuel. I've done a quick calculation on the CP Racing amount of fuel they have left, and I reckon they've got 23 laps of fuel on board. That was about a lap ago, so they're still good for about another 21, 22 laps, which I think is what I said when we tried to calculate how much fuel that was left. And again, going back to what Ben said, we're not quite sure how much fuel remained in the car from the previous stop, because it kind of gets a bit muddled as we get into the race. But I would say, Johnny, 41 laps is a long stint for that Audi RS3. And I haven't got the data from yesterday to be able to see if we saw any massively longer stints than 41 laps. I think he's very much due a pit stop.
Well, I just remember saying with 90 minutes to go, when Heyerdahl made his last stop, I just said, whoa, will it be able to make the finish from here? 90 minutes from the flag. And we generally thought, yes, that car would just about be okay. But we're taking things back even further for the Audi, another 4 laps. I mean,
so if we look at 41 laps being almost about 72 minutes or so.
Yeah.
And we know they're good for 90 minutes. So he's you know what? If it's going to be very, very close. It's 16 minutes on the clock, and a very quick head calculation has me thinking he's got about maybe just less than 20 minutes of fuel.
Oof. Yeah.
You know, that could, and when I say just less than 20, Johnny, that could be 16 or 16 minutes or 17 minutes or 18 minutes or 12 minutes.
Yeah.
That, you know, just my head's about to explode just trying to work that out.
Well, Mathieu Detry's driving the wheels off it, knowing that if it is a fuel race, you know, there's no time here to let up. And they might just run it out of fuel. I don't think they will, because they'll be eager to get a second place finish. Mind you, the Ginetta is right behind. Now, that's not for position. In reality, there's 5 laps between the two. So the Ginetta of Colin White is now starting to monster Mathieu Detry's AC Motorsport Audi, despite the Ginetta looking very second-hand indeed, and bits of the car falling apart down the left side sill.
It would be still classified, Johnny. If he ran out of fuel on the final lap, he would be still classified in that position, because he's got too much of an advantage over Colin White and the CWF.
You think? Okay,
car.
All right. Yeah. Well, maybe AC will choose to do that then, and the very unlikely chance that they've got enough fuel on board, maybe it is worth pushing hard here and
it's all
trying.
About distance travelled, you see.
Yes. And a certain amount of percentage of the race being completed compared to the class leader. Well, he's right with the class leader now. In fact, 10.8 seconds within touching distance of Emil Heyerdahl, who crosses the line again. 14.5 minutes of the race still to go. And it's 8.8 seconds. 2 seconds found on that lap by the Mathieu Detry's Audi.
Well, it was 2 seconds a lap, Johnny.
Oh no! Hang on a minute, Joe.
5 laps.
I've got the wrong. I'm judging that from the Pro Sport Aston. That was wishful thinking, I think, to the Porsche. It's still 10.3.
It is 10.
It's 10.3. So half a second gained by the Audi of Mathieu Detry. But I don't think there's going to be any element here of Mathieu getting out of the throttle in order to save fuel. We're past that point. He would have started to do that many, many laps ago. And what are the team thinking here? Have they just said push like crazy, and if we run out of fuel, so be it. We should still get second position. The 719 9 und 11 racing entered Porsche heads towards the arena section. Now at the Sachs Curva, Tim Scheerbart, who started at the wheel of that car yesterday, he's just about the best talent in their particular combination this weekend. Baz Kooten Racing's Porsche for Glenn von Berlo heads out of turn 6 and on towards the fast entry at 7. Again, sliding the car through that right-hander and mottling it over to the right-hand side of the track in order to get through turn 8 at Mercedes as quickly as possible. But 925 hasn't yet put a wheel wrong and is enjoying a 3-lap advantage over the NKPP Racing by Baz Kooten car of Baz Barenberg. But Mark Basseng, in only his second ever 24H Series race, on course for Hegerlee by T2 Racing's first ever victory. They had a good and strong performance at Mugello in March, but this has been very dominant indeed, as there's now a problem at turn 5. You don't have a small incident at the Parabolica.
No.
So let's keep our fingers crossed that, it's the Ferrari for Herbert Motorsport that's off the road, the number 92 car. Is that turn 5 or is it the run out of 6? No, that's very high speed, so it must be the inside of turn 5 for Alfred Renauer. I think the car's quite possibly just pulled off the road there, though.
Yeah, I think he has, and he's kind of pulled it off and then pointed it so that it can reverse through the gap. He's very, very clever driving, possibly from Alfred Renauer, Johnny. It's the run down to turn 6, the hairpin, so it is on the inside of the Parabolica, that sweeping left towards the hairpin. Nothing apparent on the car from what we can gather. It's just off to driver's right, and it looks like he's pulled it onto an access road. And if he's done that, Johnny, then Alfred realises that that car is done for the day.
Yeah, that's a real shame. Having got this far, they were within 12 minutes of the checkered flag. Let's get an update from AC Motorsport and Ben Constant-Juris.
Yeah, great place to stand here because I'm in AC Motorsport and I'm also in Haggerty Racing's garage. And there's a lot of French gesticulation going on. Why is there no code 60? We need a code 60 to get to the end without a pit stop. And it's not happening for them. And because of the position of the Ferrari, I'm not sure it will happen because he's parked it so nicely. And that could mean AC have to come into the pits.
Yeah, so that looks like they're just going to pull that car backwards through the gap in the fence as well, Ben. So they're not going to get their code 60.
Local yellows there, the flashing LED boards as well, but everyone is aware of the car being parked there. And the nice thing is it's not in a vulnerable position. If you're going to lose it through Parabolica, that would result in your car spinning out to the right rather than the left in that access road. And the marshals have arrived on scene very quickly indeed with a towing vehicle. And due in part to Alfred Renauer's perfect positioning of the Ferrari, right next to the Armco overlap and the Audi Q7, I think, being the towing vehicle. It is now out of the way, and we've gone back to green all the way around the racetrack. AC Motorsport do not get their wish, despite the gesticulation. Mathieu Detry might have to stop now, Joe.
Yeah, it's still if Ben's down there, is that, and obviously the team reacting the way that Ben described, kind of indicates to me that this car is going to need to pit for fuel. They were begging for the code 60 to come out. That didn't come out. Gap down to hit 8.5 seconds, by the way. This car that we're talking about, Mathieu Detry, with under 10 minutes now, JP. It's getting to the point where, I mean, let's have a look at the amount of laps that he's done there, just to remind ourselves. He's done 45 laps.
Yeah.
45 laps.
Must be on fumes by this point. Still found half a second, though, on the class leader, Emil Heyerdahl. So no hint of the pace dropping off. The number 92 car is going to be recovered at the end of the race, but it will not affect the green flag around the racetrack. We can continue without the need for a caution. And the 66 car leading the GT series back across the line, flashing of the lights to warn the Lithuanian Golf that he wants to get through. Mark Basseng just having to feather the throttle a little bit into turn 1, but now can wriggle free of that TCR car. Let's go back to Ben.
And despondent looks, the French team acting as though they're Italian with the gesticulations earlier. Now the shoulders are shrugging because I think it's unless we get some kind of yellow flag in, that car maybe even coming in straight away. Yes,
it
indeed,
is. It's in, Ben.
It's in the pits. Are they going to do tyres as well? There's no reason to. No, it goes straight past. That's such a shame for the team, missing out by what? Just 10 minutes?
Yeah, 8 minutes. 8 minutes of fuel. That's all he needs. By the time he gets to fueling, he's going to need 7 minutes. Which is a shame.
Emil Heyerdahl now breathing a sigh of relief, all of a sudden thinking the pressure that I was under, even though the car was at best 8 seconds away, so we probably couldn't see him in the door mirrors, but the team will have been saying it's 14 seconds, it's 12 seconds, it's 10, it's 8, but now all of a sudden the pressure is off. Now, it can be very easy for Emil Heyerdahl to relax too much and make a mistake here, so he needs to keep his focus, but the immediate threat has gone. 3 guys quite possibly from AC Motorsport running down pit lane now. That has to be connected to the Audi because there's only one car in the fueling area, Ben.
think AC are there to service the car. I don't think there's anyone from the team because I think they're all setting down the garage. So have they even been able to take fuel at all? Or has Mathieu gone through?
There is someone there. Yeah, there's
someone there. And also, Johnny, that might be a clue that we're seeing there. Guy walking out of the corral where all the crew members stand with the number 85 on a lollipop, because into the pits from third place overall has come the 85 CP Racing Mercedes. That car onto pit road as well, Ben. If you pop your head out the garage, you might be able to see the number 85. That means the Brendan Leach driven Leipert Motorsport car, the Lamborghini, 22 seconds as they cross the line there. That means the Lamborghini has gone through and will come through next time by in that third place overall.
Mathieu Detry rejoining right behind the GSR Motorsport VW Golf. It's Rolandas Salis at the wheel of the 105 now, and Salis is going to give 188 a bit of racing room, I reckon, into the hairpin at 6. He does. So that should be the Lithuanian Golf fairly easily dispatched. And now it's just a question of Mathieu Detry keeping things neat and tidy and coming home to finish second behind Autorama Motorsport. Straight to Ben once more.
They were on course for getting that Audi to the end of the race, would you believe? They had the numbers, they had the data, they thought, well, they definitely were able to do it. But the contact, they had contact with the Ginetta. And CP Racing didn't make it either, so my maths was wrong. Yeah, they had contact with the Ginetta, which spun the Audi round, and the recovery of that and the spinning of the wheels and all the rest of it used up too much fuel, and that has basically tipped them over the edge. That's the story for Perez.
Okay, well, it's slightly ambitious even from looking at the data here. Just considering that 90 minutes is generally the time that a TCR car can do, and Heyerdahl's pushing it anyway. I mean, we're calling that Emil Heyerdahl should win this comfortably. Is there slightly a doubt about whether that Golf can do the full 90 minutes? I don't think it'll have a problem, but of course it's been pushed, hasn't it, by Detry, you know, to be forced into set fast, almost qualifying pace to make sure he stays out in front. So are they using a bit too much fuel than they had expected as well?
He's done 43 laps, Johnny. He's done 43 laps on that stint of fuel.
I mean, he can go into fuel save mode now because the threat's really gone.
Yeah.
He's in the pits. Emil Heyerdahl is in the pits. The number one car also having to make a splash. My word, goes right past the Autorama Motorsport car and will have to turn right into the fueling area. So we said that the 188 was going to run it close. Well, with 90 minutes to go, it's obviously too tight for Autorama Motorsport. Would they have made this pit stop had the 188 not come in, I wonder? They have got a bit of a luxury. They'll need to take less fuel on board than the Audi, but they cannot afford a slip-up here in the final refueling.
Johnny, I wish I had cameras as eyes to be able to, for you guys to see what I'm seeing right now. The reaction from AC Motorsport. We follow the Audi as it makes its tour around, but will it come out ahead or behind the Golf? It's going to be very, very close. And so much emotion in this one garage, with the other side of the garage leading the overall GT3 race.
I don't quite remember a 24H Series race like this, Joe. I think we maybe had one at Spa a few years ago when Herbert were up against Scuderia Praha, but the number one car is waved back out of the fueling area. Where's the Audi? Somewhere in the arena section, I reckon, Joe.
The Audi took 1 minute and 33 seconds at its last pit stop. The Heyerdahl car has took 1 minute and 30 seconds. So they've 3 seconds less. There was an 8-second gap at the line as he comes out of fueling. There's the Audi just crossing the line, and it's going to be pretty close. I'm not quite sure where the number one car is. I'm pretty sure it's out. Turn 2. That is the Audi just going into turn 2 now.
Yeah, I reckon there's a gap between the two of basically the start-finish straight. And Mathieu Detry is able to produce a quicker lap time, generally speaking, than Emil Heyerdahl. Neither car changed tyres, so that's all up to temperature. Brakes will be fine as well. It's just a question now of enough fuel being put in both cars because they were obviously looking to get those stops done as quickly as possible. Golf exiting turn 6 as the Audi heads into it. There are 2 minutes to go for the race leader, but because these are TCE cars, the checkered flag will be judged by where the GT Series leader is. We might even be able to get another lap when the GT car has completed its race. Question is, how many more laps are there to go for the TCE Series battle?
Well, we're under 2 minutes of this 12-hour race time left, Johnny.
Yep.
The number 1 car just going into the arena now, heading towards the Sachs curve. It's not wanting to trip over. He'll not be wanting to trip over any of the cars that he's being overtaken by from the faster classes. And just there, the Audi going into the Sachs curve as the number 1 comes through the penultimate corner, almost runs onto the drag strip. He's into the final turn now, and he's crossing the line now. We'll just get a handle on just what the gap is as Mathieu Detry will follow him round, and he's only a matter of seconds before he crosses the line.
There he goes.
And the gap is 7.1 seconds.
Okay.
So they both pitted around about the 7 to 8 seconds mark, and they've come out of the pits, and it's exactly the same, Johnny.
Hegerli by T2 Racing's Porsche and Mark Basseng, I think, can get to the end of this lap still with a bit of time left on the clock. 50 seconds remain of this lap, and the final sector takes cars generally 32, 33 seconds. Surely he's into the final sector now, so I reckon there'll be one more lap for the GT Series leader, and that will be the rest of this lap, and one more, therefore, for the TCE Series cars. And the Golf exits turn 6. It's heading into turn 7 now with Mathieu Detry. He has the Vortex to have to deal with. Across the line in a moment or two for the Dayglow Yellow Porsche. There is still time on the clock. 12 seconds, 11 seconds, 10 seconds. It's going to be one more lap to go. 384 in total. But what that does mean, Joe, is that we're going to be able to enjoy the remainder of this lap in TCE and one more. Is that going to be enough for Mathieu Detry to get close enough to Emil Heyerdahl?
We're about half a minute away before we see the TCE runners coming into our view and crossing the start-finish line. We'll see just what the gap is when they do that. It was 7.1 the last time by. They're literally seconds away as we stay with the overall leader, quite rightly, Mark Basseng, bringing the Hegerli Porsche around onto the final lap. But here comes the TCE battle crossing the line now. And there's Heyerdahl across the line. Here comes Detry in the Audi. It's 5.6 seconds. He's going to have to find 6 seconds, including getting past him on this final lap.
But he's found...
It's just a little bit too far.
Probably, yes. It depends whether there's any traffic ahead of Emil Heyerdahl. Well, there is, but actually it's probably traffic that needs to get by their TCE cars. So quicker GT machinery that needs to find a way by Mathieu Detry, and should be able to do that now through the Parabolica. 5.6 seconds, but bear in mind that Mathieu Detry on the previous lap found 1.4 seconds. He's got over 5 seconds in order to close upon Emil Heyerdahl and then find a way to overtake as well. It does seem like a bit too much of an ask. GT Series is going to be won by Hegerli by T2 Racing in only their second appearance in the 24H Series. It was a great debut at Mugello at the end of March. Their second ever event with the Creventic promotion results in a race win. And congratulations to Mark Basseng, who brings the car across the line. We'll talk more about GT Series results in a moment or two, but what is going to happen in the TCE Series? Autorama Motorsport have had a tough year to date. Think about what happened at Mugello, where they had a big crash in free practice which destroyed one of their cars. They are the defending champions, and they look to have played an absolute blinder here as Hegerli and T2 Racing begin to celebrate on the pit wall. The gap's got to be less than 5 seconds now between Mathieu Detry in second and Emil Heyerdahl, who leads the motor race for the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing Crew. They will take a victory, but after 12 hours, the two TCE leaders are on exactly the same part of the racetrack. The gap at the line is 4.3 seconds, and that, after 12 hours and 2 days worth of racing, is quite phenomenal, Joe Bradley.
I think we did another 30 minutes tagged on the end of this, Johnny, and then we would have, but you know what, I'm not going to take that away from the Autorama Motorsport boys. That was a fantastic win, and Stefan Tanner there gives us the thumbs up. Well done, Stefan, and all of the boys and girls there at the Autorama by Wolf Power team to bring that championship-winning team effort for another victory, this time at Hockenheim. But I tell you what, Johnny, another Porsche win in the 24H series. But what a refreshing change. Hegerle by T2 Racing, their second time with us in the 24H series, and an overall race win. What an absolutely outstanding performance, not just from the drivers, but all of that team. And the way they played the tactics on the pit wall, it was all down to that Code 60 fuel stop right at the very end of this race. They called the play, they reacted to that Code 60. Excellent job.
And that does make 4 wins out of 4 for the Porsche mark, but from 3 different teams, because it was GPX Racing who were victorious in Dubai in January. Then we have had 2 back-to-back Herbert Motorsport victories for Daniel Alleman, Ralph Bone, Alfred Renauer and Robert Renauer, and now a win for the first time for Pierre de Courtin, Manuel Lauck and Marc Basseng, who was put into the car for the closing stages to complete the podium in the GT3 part of the GT series. We must say congratulations to Scuderia Praha and Middle Cap Racing, with the Ferrari prepared by the Czech squad, for Matusz Weibo, Josef Kral at the wheel at the end there, and Denis Vashek. And in third position, it was the 10 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini of Brendan Leach, Tyler Cook, Fidel Leib and Seb Morris. The Ginetta G55 of Colin White, I'm hoping, will get to the line. That was starting to shed bits of bodywork in the final hour or so and has run a little bit wide on the slowing down lap, but the Ginetta has received the checkered flag and will finish third in the TCE series. But celebrations can now begin for Hegerle by T2 Racing. And Marc Basseng, after a hard afternoon's work, now gets duly congratulated. And he'll be embracing Manuel Lauck and his other teammate, Pierre de Courtin, very shortly indeed. The positional light in the car then for number 1, the GT Series Victor, and the second and third place cars are now finding their rightful positions underneath the podium as well. 3 different manufacturers though, and the German Porsche, the 2 Italian cars parked up behind for Ferrari and Lamborghini. And I hope that Lippert Motorsport this has whetted their appetite to maybe come back for a bit more action with the 24H series. We do regularly see them in Dubai, and this is a great addition to their season as well. But obviously their full focus tends to be at the Nürburgring for the NLS races, and of course the Keystone event, the 24 hours in a couple of weekends' time. But if they can find a little vacancy within their calendar, it will be great to see them a few more times with Creventic. Well done to Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing. It is a victory for the number 1 crew, and that's what it means to them as Emil Heyerdahl gets out of the car, and that was by no means guaranteed. Even after the final fuel stop, Jasmin Preissig and Konstantin Kletzer are part of the trio that take victory from the Audi for AC Motorsport, the 188 of Mathieu Detry, Stefan Perrin, and also Stefan Wieninger in the 188 car. And it was John Bruno and Colin White who complete the TCE series podium in the Ginetta G55 from CWS Engineering. We always see celebrations at the end of these races, Joe, but it feels like they mean even more now, particularly in TCE, because that was so hard fought in the closing stages. It was.
It was intense. It was intense. And even, times that by 1,000 for those teams down there. They work so hard, and the engineers on the wall working that the mathematics of the fuel, the way that the cars are using the fuel and how much fuel they need, and it's at that point at the checkered flag when all of that intensity and that emotion kind of floods out, and that's why those boys and girls will be having perhaps a beer or two in celebration tonight.
That's actually back-to-back wins for the number one Golf, because Konstantin Kletzer, Emil Heyerdahl and Jerome Ogier were winners in the south of France last month. But it's their second win of the year after Top Car Sport took victory in Dubai, and the Ivo Breukers and Rick Breukers combination for Red Camel took victory in Mugello. Let's get some much-needed reaction, though, after an intense race for 12 hours. Here's Ben.
Thank you very much. Let's chat to the man who brought the car over the line. Mark, congratulations. Beautiful, shiny new race suit that you've got on the podium for the first time.
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable. I mean, it's our second race with this team, with this new car, and now we won already a 12-hour race. It was really hard, was a big challenge. The strategy was absolutely perfect, no mistake, a little bit of luck as well, but in the end, that is what you need to win a race.
Peter, it's just getting more and more competitive, this series. How was it for you in the middle part of the race?
Ich verstehe kein Wort. War super. Perfekt. Genau.
Those of you who speak German will understand, Manuel, just how difficult is it to win one of these races with so many variables?
Yeah, I mean, we had 12 very quick and fast competitors. So as Mark said, it was a combination of everything, strategy, quick laps, and even not scratch on the car. That is in the end the solution and the key for success. Huh?
Yeah, and a new team as well to kind of bring and bond together.
Absolutely. I mean, we have some good heads behind the team. And yeah, now that we have already in the second race this kind of success, it's unbelievable. I mean, in front of the race, we guessed that we can fight for the podium, but that we win, that was absolutely surprising us.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
So well done to the trio that were piloting that Porsche, and Pieter de Curtin. I did just about, well, he said super. We all know what super means, and perfect. They were ideal words for a great performance here at the Hockenheim Ring from the Swiss team. Marc Basseng, the German driver at his home race, bringing that car across the line. And let's hope for a few more appearances from Hägeli by T2 Racing. Could they be a championship protagonist as that squad for 4 more races to go? So that's the reaction from GT. Let's hear from Autorama Motorsport. Back-to-back victories here at Hockenheim Ring.
Absolutely spectacular TCE race and TCR race right down to the wire. Just how hard was that last stint?
Oh, that was completely tough. I can't describe it. It was so tough. It was 1.2 seconds or something in the finish line. So massive thanks to the Autorama team, and yeah, it was real tough.
When you saw the Audi go into the pits, was that a big weight of relief, or were you still a bit worried about Phil yourself?
I was still worried myself, actually. So yeah, I'm very happy now. I can't describe it.
And just to talk about the team, because it's been a tough year for the team in general, and even a tough race here, but the one car is on the top step.
Yeah, that's true. I'm back in the championship lead now, so yeah, I'm really happy. So yeah.
Enjoy the podium. Thank you.
Thanks.
Finishing third in Dubai, they managed to finish 5th at Mugello, and I say victory in France, now victorious in Germany as well. Hägeli by T2 Racing for Pieter de Curtin, Mawa Lauk, Marc Basseng finish in the lead and finish as the winners by 53.3 seconds, with Middelcat Racing and Scuderia Praha's Ferrari tucked in behind for Matusz Weibo, Josef Kral and Denis Vacek. Third position for the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo for Brendan Leach, Tyler Cook, Fidel Leib and Seb Morris. And just missing out on a podium, CP Racing's Mercedes for Charlie Putman, Charles Espenlaub, Joe Foster and Shane Lewis. 5th place for the Rutronic Racing Audi for the German squad. Car Collections Audis were 6th and 7th, 34 ahead of 88. And the Baz Kooten Racing Porsche number 925 wins its class, 8th place in GT Series, but the winners in the 991 class for Marcel van Berlo, Glenn van Berlo and Bart van Helden. Ninth position and second in class is the NKPP Racing car, also prepared by Bas Koeten Racing. So a great result for the Dutch squad there. Duvo Racing's 909 of Luxembourg finishes on the 991 class podium and actually outpaces Willy Motorsport. Not entirely sure what happened there when the 955 was well placed for a podium, but fell away very late in the piece. The GTX winner is the 719 911 Racing car for Tim Scheerbart, Georg Goder, Ralf Eom and Martin Schluter. And in 13th position, the Stadler Motorsport number 920 car, which was also a 991 class entry. Pro Sport Racing, I should say, take the victory in the GT4 category with their number 401 Aston Martin Vantage AMR. Reiter Engineering was a GTX car that fell down the order after was 5th place, I think, overnight, but they had all the nightmare stories creeping in today. 16th position for the Vortex in the GTX category. And in 17th place in the GT series was the Red Camel Jordans.NL brand new Porsche, also running in GTX. Herbert Motorsports Ferrari didn't take the checkered flag, but will get a result. Remember, it was Alfred Renauer who pulled the car over at the Parabolica with about 20 minutes to go. ST Racing's 438 takes second place in GT4 ahead of the repaired MRS GT Racing Porsche Cup car. MP Racing's machine did take the checkered flag with Thomas Gosner. The Reiter Engineering KTM didn't see any laps completed today. In TCE, it's the Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing crew of Konstantin Kletzer, Jasmine Preissig and Emil Heyerdahl who take the victory by a mere 4.344 seconds after 12 hours. AEC Motorsport, that must be gutting to finish in second position. Both cars required a late fuel stop. Stefan Perrin, Mathieu Detry, Stefan Wieninger. Third position and the winners in the TCX category, Colin White and Jean Bruneau in their CWS Engineering prepared Ginetta G55. And in second position in that category was the Munkhoff BMW M4 GTR for the Dutch squad, Munkhoff Racing, number 210. Autorama Motorsport, the 211 Seat, finished in 5th position and 3rd in TCX, ahead of the GSR Motorsport car, which made the TCR podium. I'm not sure many people would have thought that would be the case after the 105 dropped off the lead lap fairly early on yesterday, but they are good for a trophy ahead of the 112 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power car, which was it was running by the end of it. Of course, Reese Lloyd brought that car across the line, and the Top Car Sport car didn't take part in any action today. But our only retirement today was actually the ST Racing BMW M4 from the Canadian squad, and Nick Whitmer couldn't quite get that to the finish. So there you go, that's the standings, that's the results from race 4 of the year. We're very much looking forward, of course, to the Portimao 24 hours, which is next up. And the podiums are being hastily prepared to make sure that they can be done, of course, towards the COVID-19 protocol. But in the meantime, we can enjoy the highlights from today and the 5.5 hours, the second segment of the 12 hours of Hockenheimring.
this podium underway then. The first of all, the overall podium and GT3 podium. And in third position, representing Leopard Motorsport, it's Brendan Leach. In second position, representing Middle Cap Racing with Scuderia Praha, their pro driver, Joseph Kral. And the winners for the first time in the 24H Series, Hagley by T2 Racing, represented by Peter de Curtens. Congratulations to our top three. And now the national anthem of the winning team. Congratulations to our top three. A fantastic 12 hours of action. The trophies are already up there. Let's have a quick photo before we get the bottles of champagne open. Just a photo for down below. All right. Photographers are happy? All right, then. And now, the champagne! Peter de Curtens, very, very quick with the bottle popping. Some fantastic trophies. 24H Series here in Hockenheim. And there are your top three. Leopard Motorsport, Middle Cap Racing by Scuderia Praha, and Hagley by T2 Racing. Porsche, Ferrari, Lamborghini, a great mix of manufacturers, with the Mercedes just missing out today. That is your podium for the overall GTE and GT3 category. And next up, we'll have the podium for TCE. A quick reset of our podium here. Okay, so let's get our top three on the podium. In third position for CWS Engineering, representing the team, Jean-Francois Bunot or Colin White? Colin White! Yeah, go on then. That's your flag, Colin. Third position for the Ginetta. Second position, by the narrowest of margins, for AC Motorsport, Stéphane Perrin. And for Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power, represented by Konstantin Ketzler, the winner of TCE. And therefore, once again, the national anthem of Switzerland for the winning team. What a hugely entertaining battle the TC category gave us today. A quick moment for the photographers. There are your top 3. Challenges for all across this 12-hour race, whether it be today or yesterday. Photographers are happy, so let's get busy with the fizzy! Seems to be another battle going on. Not just on the track, but on the podium as well. And one more wet photograph for our top 3. There we go. We'll be seeing all those gentlemen once again in a few moments' time. We've got a few issues, technical issues with our flags. There's been a few technical issues this evening with our flags. The effort that has gone into getting those flags up there, and now they will not come down. Either way, we'll reset the podium. Definitely not very 21st century. All right, I think the podium's reset. So let's do the podium for GTX then. Ignore the flags. In third position, representing Vortex V8, it's Philippe Bonnel. Philippe in the Vortex 1, and second position representing Reuter Engineering in the KTM Expo, it's Horst Felbermayr Jr. And another newbie to our paddock here, 911 Racing, represented by Tim Scherbrath, the winners of GTX. Would you believe they even ran out of fuel at one point in the middle part of the race? All right, gents, if you can pick up your trophies, photographs down below. Your GTX podium for special GT cars, a Vortex, a KTM, and a Porsche. And you can spray that champagne. Oh, good effort with the cork there. That's what made it down to the paddock. All very smart race suits. That Felbermayr race suit and the 911 as well. Now slightly smelly. One last photograph for down below. Always a battle of endurance in that category especially. Lots of work done by Reuter Engineering throughout the race and Vortex. And other than running out of fuel, I don't think 911 had too much issues. My favorite livery of the race. Okay, so we now move on to the 991 category for the Porsche 1 Cup and Porsche 2 Cup, of course. The 911 racing machine not quite fitting in that category, and therefore in GTX. In third position, though, in the 991 category, it's Duo Racing. Duo Racing represented by Stanislav Sidoruk. In second position for NKPP Racing by Bas Kooten Racing, it is Bastian Buss. And it's a 1-2 for Bas Kooten Racing, with a 925 taking victory, Bart van Helden. Congratulations to our top three. If you want to grab your trophies and have a quick photo, that would be wonderful. Bas Kuijten 1-2. Good effort in the 991 category. All right, let's spray that champagne. A good champagne war, that one. They're absolutely maximizing the amount of champagne on each other there. There's nothing left in the bottle. One last soggy photo. It's great to see the drivers and teams below. Thank you to everyone who's attending the podiums. It's always great to have a good reception. Congratulations to our 991 category. And we're going to move on to our GT4 category in a moment's time. Just 2 cars, sadly, in that category. And I think only one actual finisher. Plenty of drama in GT4. Podium is reset. So let's first of all get our representative from ST Racing. Samantha Tan. Sorry, I didn't see Samantha behind the door. Second for ST Racing, beaten by the Aston Martin of Pro Sport Racing. Represented by Kurt Henson. BMW beaten by Aston Martin today, but both those 2 cars with plenty of struggles. Should be an interesting champagne battle, this one. Now, is Kurt going to be polite? Well done, Samantha. She's trained. She's trained well. Oh, there we go. They've turned on each other now. One last photo as the sun starts to sink behind the grandstands here at Hockenheim. Amazingly, we've escaped without using a single wet weather Hankook tyre throughout the race when it rains so often. Right, 2 more podiums left. First of all, we'll have the podium for TCR, and then we'll finish our celebrations with the podium for TCX. Okay, so 3rd position, therefore, in the TCR category. For GSR Motorsport, it's Erneste Globbeitz. I'm not entirely sure whether I got that completely correct. Erneste, congratulations. In the Volkswagen Golf GTI 105. It was a magnificent battle at the head of the field, driven in the final stint by Mathieu Detry, AC Motorsport, in 2nd spot. But today, just beaten by the #1 Autorama Motorsport by Wolf Power Racing, represented on this podium by Jasmin Preissig. Good to see different drivers representing on this particular podium. And good to see a decent representation from the females that race here in our 24H Series paddock. Let's grab your trophies. Let's have a picture with the trophies. Match is a little bit outnumbered here. All right, let's get spraying. Jasmine going for the bang the bottle on the podium, which didn't seem to work on this particular occasion. You've always got to be first with the bottle open, otherwise you're at a disadvantage. Everyone else can run off. Ah dear, that was an early champagne shower. Oh, we are going to have another photo? Yes, we are. Just what you want after being sprayed with a bottle of champagne is to have your photo taken. One last podium then. We'll just quickly reset to the TCX for special touring cars and silhouettes. And in third position for Autorama Motorsport, it's Armindo Stanko. That car had plenty of duct tape on it throughout our race, didn't it? In second position for Munkhoff Racing, it's Eric van den Munkhoff. Showing the car with Marco Poland. And this time, representing CWS Engineering is Jean-Francois Bruno. Always a battle of attrition in TCX. That Ginetta had some explorations, got there in the end, and great work by the mechanics as well. Grab your trophies. The last couple of photos, just as we go into the shade here on the podium. Great stuff. Right, time to get busy with the fizzy. Good effort from Jean-Francois. I think he nearly soaked a baby. Great effort from the whole team in general, especially at that last moment, having to change, get a wheel fitted back on the car. We saw Autorama with an issue as well. But that is endurance racing. That's what we love. That's why we're here at Hockenheim. After 12 hours spread across 2 days, it really has been epic down to the very last second. Thank you to everybody who's here at Hockenheim who has enjoyed our racing throughout this weekend. We hope to see you soon. And for those of you watching on the live stream that perhaps would like to join us, please come along. It's only a couple of months away. The next round is the 24 hours of Portimao. See you then.
That's it, we're underway after such a long wait in the Hankook 24 series. Porsche slotting into second and third again. Third Porsche there as well to make it those three squabbling away at the rear bumper there. checkered flag though here at Portimao for the 24 hours powered by Hankook and our first international full metal race.
One championship, 8 races, legendary circuits, drivers from all over the world, one family, one passion, endurance racing. Welcome to the most professional endurance racing series for all drivers, amateurs, semi-professional and professional. Welcome to the 24-hour series powered by Hankook. Round 1, the Hankook 24 Hours of Dubai. Round 2, the Hankook 12 Hours of Mugello. Round 3, the Hankook 12 Hours of Circuit Paul Ricard. Round 4, Hankook 12 Hours of the Hockenheim Ring. Round 5, Hankook 24 Hours of Portimao. Round 6, the Hankook 24 Hours of Barcelona for the Trofeo Fermi Valer. Round 7, the Coppa Florio for the Hankook 12 Hours of Sicily. Round 8, the Hankook 24 Hours of Sebring. Can you beat the challenge of 8 endurance races? Will you become the 24-hour series champion for 2021? This is endurance. Call your racing friends and register now.